What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Omni-sensei here with What If I Was Reborn in Marvel as the Flash? The Fastest Man Alive. Part 7. If you enjoy this type of content, please speed punch the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already done so. Remember to check out the original story linked in the description. Let's get into the rise of Marvel's Scarlet Speedster without further ado. Harlem. Luke Cage. Ladies' man, power man, handyman, bar owner, ex-police officer, ex-soldier. Luke looked down at his phone, deep in thought, as he sat in the barber chair, contemplating just what he was going to do with the information Jessica had just given him. Looking up, he noticed Pop was finishing up with his last young customer of the day. Deborah, the boy's mom, was dressed as delectable as ever and continued to send flirty looks his way. Luke remembered the last time he had walked them home, down the block. It ended with her son being plopped in front of the TV with Deborah's legs wrapped tightly around his waist as he held her up in the air and plowed her hard, since the woman's bed springs like to creak. "All right, young blood, you have been moping long enough tonight," Bobby called out from his location near the window. Bobby Fischer was a longtime friend of Pop's, but his day job was being the neighborhood's taxman, the local pseudo-accountant who helped people and local businesses with their tax questions and filings. Right now, though, Bobby was just another patron and longtime friend of Pop's, a man that was known to give great advice when you just didn't know what to do. That wisdom and advice was something that Luke would surely need this night. Luke watched Pop's close the shop's door, then turn over the sign, from open to closed, before locking that same door. Before Luke knew it, Pop's had turned around and took a seat directly across from him. "All right, let's hear what's going down," Pop rumbled as he leaned forward in his seat, ready to dole out wisdom. Bobby had already put away his chess set and had also taken a seat closer to Luke's location. Luke frowned for a moment as he tried to order his thoughts. Jessica was on a missing girl case. She found the girl, but what she found wasn't pleasant, Luke began as he mulled over the rest of the words. "Okay, Jess found the girl and is getting her looked at, I hope?" Pops replied as he listened, with Bobby nodding along with him. "Yeah. Jess brought in some of the best doctors around," Luke replied. His hand had unconsciously crushed the handrest of the chair he was sitting in, when he thought about the state that girl was found in. The damage to her body could be healed in time, but the mind was a very different matter. "Then what's the issue?" "The girl's been saved," Bobby asked, obviously trying to get to the point. "Jess told me that there were a few other girls there, ones that she was unable to get out," Luke replied as he looked between both older gentlemen. "I want to go there before they can get the girls moved somewhere else, but I don't know if I should or not." "Then go be Powerman," Pops replied instantly, his mouth set in a thin line. "As long as I have known you, Luke, I have never seen suffer from such indecision, especially in a situation like this," Bobby started, now leaning forward in his seat. "You have the power to save these girls, so go save them. No need to be here worrying about what-ifs with us old people. Life's too short for regrets like that." "Exactly what Bobby said, Luke. Remember that you have people that will cover for you," Pops reminded him with a nod of his head. "It's time you suited up, Powerman. And give that cute detective that you used today a call," Bobby added, as he placed a hand on his chin. "I bet whoever these guys that are behind this must be wanted by someone, and Misty would want to take them down." "You are saying that she will help me if I gave her a way to bring these guys down?" Luke asked, suddenly looking very interested in the idea Bobby was sharing. "Of course, young blood. It's not like you have a van to take the girls you will rescue away. Hell, I bet you're about to find yourself a drug den, or a stash house," Bobby supplied as he started to take his phone out of his pocket. "Don't call her with your real phone, Bobby. She will know who is calling. Let me get to one of the payphones by the corner bodega," Pops admonished, as he got up from his seat. Pops was halfway to the door before Luke called for him to stop. Luke had gotten up and gone to the back of the barber shop, where they had the fridge that held snacks and juice for the little kids. The back of the shop also held a small table and a pull-out couch that turned into a bed for any of the kids that couldn't go home because they had abusive parents or were drug addicts that would routinely forget to feed them. Yeah, Pop was a man that took care of the kids that lived in the neighborhood, no matter the situation, and he was loved for it. Putting all those thoughts out of his mind, Luke pulled the mini fridge from where it was located while also bringing over a small ladder for him to stand on. With the ladder under him, Luke reached up and moved the ceiling panel that was above the fridge. With the panel moved, Luke pulled down a briefcase that he was really hoping would not have been needed for a long time, if ever. Life often had other plans, it seems. With the fridge placed back in its normal spot, Luke called Pops and Bobby to the back so that they could see what he had and brainstorm some ideas. Placing his open palm on top of the case, it began to scan his fingerprints and other unique biometrics before a loud click sounded, letting Luke know it was now unlocked. The top of the case opened to show Luke the suit that Ben had created specifically for him. The first thing to greet Luke were the two vambraces that were made for his wrists. The vambraces were a gunmetal gray and sat within foam inserts within the case. Luke noticed that on top of both sat a clear screen, of some sort, that displayed information that Luke didn't even know he had access to. The left bracer showed nearby police vehicle locations, including what calls they were currently responding to, and the right showed locations of heroes that were available to help, if called upon to assist. Taking a closer look now, Luke also noticed a tool belt/utility belt, and he couldn't stop from shaking his head in disbelief. The shirt was a polymer weave, comprised of microfiber adamantium-coated linked braids. He remembered Ben talking about how adamantium was the strongest metal that could be found on Earth, and that this was an alloy creation of sorts, to give it a few more useful properties. Now Luke had pants, a shirt, and all his tools made out of the hardest substance on the planet. Putting aside the combat pants, Luke pulled out a half face mask that covers his nose down past his jaw and neck, leaving his eyes uncovered. Pops chuckled at the sight of an all-black pair of sunglasses in the case, with labels informing the user that it was coated with a nanosynthetic adhesive that would also double as neural connectors when worn. From the note, Luke knew that the glasses contained smart lenses that were connected to the mouth guard covering. "Seems you've got everything you need to suit up, Powerman," Pop stated with enthusiasm and good humor as he looked over all of the rather impressive-looking gear Luke was pulling out. If Luke was going to play the hero, having the right equipment would certainly help both do the job and keep him alive. "You heard the man. Suit up. I'll see what I can do about getting you a ride across town." The usual no-questions-asked variety, Bobby said as he pulled out his phone. "That will not be necessary, Mr. Fisher. One of the available battle tanks in the area are en route with stealth engaged." "Okay, who just said that?" Pops asked as he warily looked around the back room. "I did," replied one of the gauntlets that Luke had within his briefcase. On top of the gauntlet was a small hollow projection of a spider, the name Alfred floating underneath. "Oh well, hello there." Pops spoke in an odd questioning manner as he looked down at the gauntlet. "Good evening, sir. I would like to inform you that transportation for Powerman is en route. ETA is 93 seconds, Alfred informed the group of open-mouthed men, as the hollow image changed to show the stealth vehicle's real-time location, as it raced through the streets of New York on a virtual street map. Thanks," Luke answered as he watched the progression on the mini-map, fascinated. Taking a deep breath, Luke went to change. Tonight New York would welcome its newest hero. Powerman Bar Sinister Natalia aka Black Widow. Doting mother, lover, fighter, badass assassin. The night was dark and the chill in the air was more than enough to set the appropriate mood for Natalia as she scaled the nearly sheer cliffside to her target. It had not taken their analysts and data miners long to find the location of Bar Sinister once it was taken from the head of the clone. With the location on file, Natalia had ordered a flyover of the area with the satellites and found the island underneath its cloaking field, exactly where they were told it would be by the clone. Natalia hoped that this would be the location of the real Sinister, because chasing him around the world did not please her at all. Putting those thoughts aside as the distractions they were, she climbed higher and higher. Blue team in position at the docks. Alpha team in position at the southern escape tunnels. Red team in position for orbital insertion, just waiting on the shields. Overwatch in position for any escapes. Teleportation is disabled with quantum harmonic field lock. With a silent grunt, Natalia deftly rolled over the ledge onto her toes before launching at the wall above the ledge. Looking down below her position, Natalia watched a guard come out for his nightly smoke break. The guard had pasty white skin with a red diamond on his forehead. Something they still hadn't figured out the purpose of yet, even with the clone brain's help. Frowning at this potentially vital lack of information, Natalia turned around and continued her crawl upwards to the peak of the castle mountain. From the satellite scans, the top of the castle housed the shield generator that both cloaked and defended the entire island. Remove that protection and everything else came crashing down. Natalia climbed onwards, but came to a stop after a while. Before her was an active energy field that separated her from the top of the castle. Relaxing back on her haunches for a moment, Natalia inspected the field before her. Pulling the scanner out of her handy tool belt, Natalia ran it over the force field before her. The readings came back 0-point energy. Not good. After a few more scans on different wavelengths and using different methodologies, the readings that came back did not give Natalia any more cause to be happy. The force field was designed in such a way as to capture any intruder, then move them along the pointed protrusions that housed the emitters, like a relay handoff. With the emitters moving along the surface of the castle wall, the captured prey would then fall into the dungeons to await the jailer. It made some sense. An infiltration would be infinitely easier in a small team. Capturing that person or team alive would allow Sinister to figure out how his island had been found, where his security failed, and who ultimately was behind the intrusion. Pulling out 2 shrunken stasis emitters from her belt, Natalia enlarged it back to their proper sizes. Placing both emitters 3 feet apart, Natalia took a step back, then brought up her forearm vambrace. With a few taps on her personal computer, a line started on her left, rose up, then arced over to land on her right. In front of Natalia was a clear hole in the defenses for her to go through. Walking through, Natalia removed the emitters and placed them back within her handy tool belt. As much as she'd made fun of Ben for being a nerd, this tool belt was certainly useful. With a glance at her watch, Natalia took off at a sprint, trying to make up lost mission time. At the top of the castle there was a glass window pane that was 4 feet tall while 3 feet wide. Noticing the reinforced security glass, Natalia pulled out her laser cutter from her tool belt. With swift and sure movements, Natalia cut her way into the room adjacent to the shielding facilities. Alfred would love this, Natalia thought to herself as she remembered the scans that she had taken of the outside emitter. She would have to shut the system down, then lay traps in waiting. There was no need to destroy a perfectly fine 0-point energy field emitter, especially one that her scans indicated likely had alien origins. You could tell a lot from a design. A non-human mind and culture was behind this one, from a very advanced tech base. With the window sliced out, Natalia couldn't help but shake her head at the situation. They didn't even have basic heat and tremor sensors to detect people trying to break in or when a new heat signature might have teleported within the room. It was probably due to over-reliance on this alien tech and its supposed invincibility. Placing those thoughts out of her mind, Natalia pulled herself within the room through the hole that she created. With a flip she landed on her toes, balanced perfectly. The room she was in was dark as night with no lasers or defenses active. That meant nothing had changed from when she first checked. With a nod and a few mental commands, the augmented reality feature of her goggles changed from the night vision with data points to echolocation. The echolocation feature was working just fine as the layout details of the hallway appeared in her view. Looking around, Natalia located the door to the shield facility. The room was rather large, but it was L-shaped, placing the door further away from her location. Pulling out a multi-tool, Natalia checked the door for any alarms before working on getting herself out of her current location. With the door clear, Natalia worked her way into the hall silently. A soft click made itself known before Natalia crawled her way up the wall, then onto the ceiling, while in complete stealth mode. There was a subtle shift in color hue that Natalia noticed coming from the room that held the shield generator, an oddity that caused her to immediately stop in place and go totally still. Unexplained oddities got you killed in this job. Thermal vision scans showed nothing but the expected output of waste heat a generator like this inevitably gave off. When that didn't explain what she was seeing, Natalia checked all of the other scan/vision functions her HUD possessed, switching from one to the next, before stopping at a very particular mode that had only recently been added. In fact, it hadn't even been truly field tested yet. The vision mode that Natalia hadn't used yet was for psionic emissions. From the reports that Alfred and Ben put together, the first version of this scan technology was only able to pick up the wavelengths of psionic energy from a person, but what was also picked up were undifferentiated emission waves, like free-floating energy permeating a room in a cloud, allowing no clear designation of an individual person, which cluttered up the visuals. This had only recently been further refined to pick up emissions released from a person's body, which shrank the visual down to a glowing outline of a person and cleaned out the clutter of everything else. Turning this new vision mode onto the room she wanted in, Natalia noticed 3 people hidden inside. A string of Russian curse words silently flitted across her mind before a grim smile played across Natalia's features as she noticed those that lay hidden in wait for her. Taking up a position on the wall directly across from the 3 in hiding, Natalia pulled out a molecular phase emitter, then placed it securely into position. With her dramatic entrance into the room set up, Natalia pulled out her favorite Ruger 57 combat pistols. Ben had modified these to work in conjunction with her powers, so that the pistols didn't overload and blow up on her when she paired it with her bioelectric blasts. Weapons, check, armor, check, and her stealth field was still up and effective. With a silent countdown, Natalia rushed through the wall, causing it to ripple as she passed through it, as if it were made of water. The first person went down permanently with a double tap to the head and one in the heart for good measure. The specially designed porcupine rounds did their gruesome job, horribly shredding the insides of her targets. The porcupine rounds were another advancement in munitions that Ben had made for special occasions, as he called it. The rounds would enter a body, but would never create an exit wound. This was because the body of the round would flare out with needles that would fly off once inside the body, destroying everything within its vicinity. The black aura on her HUD confirmed the kill as she lined up her next shot. The second person also went down quickly, but the third had had time to dive behind cover. Natalia gave him little reprieve though as she ran along the ceiling itself. A few extra seconds of life was all they gained from diving behind cover, before Natalia gunned him down as well. A jump and a flip placed Natalia on the ground in front of the generator that was currently producing the shield that both hid and protected the island. Before she attempted to deactivate the generator, Natalia noticed that none of the bodies had dropped their stealth field after their death. Now that was mighty interesting. She had assumed these three merely had or were granted metahuman powers by Sinister to hide them so well, that this effect survived death meant her initial assumption might have been wrong. Was the psionic invisibility technology based? Pulling out three devices the size of hockey pucks from her pocket, Natalia enlarged the devices. These smaller hover pucks, as Ben had named them, enlarged to 8 by 8 inches. They were not only able to scan, but also upload that information directly to Overwatch on the island for real-time review and analysis. Moving away from the invisible corpses, at least to the naked eye, Natalia turned back to face the main generator for the island. With a mental command through the neural link, the scan spectrum that she was using for vision changed. From the scans Natalia was receiving, she was able to deduce that the machine could not be turned off without the destruction of the main capacitor. It would be a shame to destroy a working example of this extremely advanced technology, tech that could easily be used in a myriad number of ways, but with the deep scans she was taking, she was reasonably sure that one of the techs, Alfred, or Ben himself would be able to recreate it, and probably build it better. Then again, why not just bring the whole thing home as her spoils of war, Natalia thought, tapping a spot on her chin. How does Ben like to put it? You're not trying hard enough if you don't steal and improve your enemy's technology. Or was it, if you're not cheating you aren't trying hard enough? With that thought, Natalia pulled out a device the size of her palm with two large buttons. One was red and the other was blue. She approved of such simple controls on field equipment. Placing the device on the side of the zero-point shield emitter, Natalia made sure that the nano-adhesive was fully secure. Once she was happy with that, she pressed the blue button. Shoof, a fast sound followed the shrinking of the zero-point shield emitter. Now she could bring home a gift for her son, Natalia thought, as she stashed away the shield generator in a handy compartment on her utility belt designed specifically to protect delicate technology during transport. She was interrupted from her musings, though, as her comlink activated. "Ma'am, shields are confirmed down, we have motion. Permission to start the party." "Give the command, then, Overwatch. Party is a go. I say again, party is a go. Happy dancing, team." Natalia ordered as she jumped to the ceiling, turning invisible mid-flip. The soft sound of her landing on the ceiling was overshadowed by the guards that rushed into the room. Natalia wanted to frown at the heavy armor these guys were wearing, something that would have been a serious problem in the past. But then again, she was no longer the Black Widow that the Red Room had trained. Now she was a super assassin working with her family to better the future of the world. Silently, two blades came out of her Widow's Bite web shooters that Ben had re-engineered for her use. Natalia waited for the guard on the far left to check behind the shelf within the room before she went for the silent kill. The sound damper built into her suit took care of the muffled sound he made as her Widow's Bite sank deep into his jugular vein. The now dead body stopped struggling as she laid him aside and retreated back to the ceiling. It was amazing how few targets looked up for threats, something she had gleefully taken advantage of after her power-up. After her first kill of the new targets, explosions rocked the castle, causing the remaining combatants to stop and look at each other in confusion, but she paid little attention to that. Unfortunately, they were standing too far apart for her comfort, at least too far to get them both with a stealth kill. What made it worse was their posture and how attentive they were now. The explosions probably hadn't helped in that regard. They called out a few names, probably the invisible people she'd already killed in this room, and when no reply came, that was when she struck. 2 blades came out of her heel at a 45-degree angle when her leg wrapped around the rear guard's neck, the blades within her widow's bites sinking deep into the other as Natalia used her shifting body weight to pull her first dying victim forward to slice into his partner. They both went down quickly and silently in a display of ruthless bloody efficiency. The random and rather silly thought that someone other than Ben was getting to touch her well-moisturized thighs crossed her mind. But since he was now dead, he would take that experience to the grave. Somehow she doubted Ben would mind in this instance. Turning around, Natalia flipped back to the roof in preparation to hunt down Nathaniel Essex, the supervillain known as Mr. Sinister. Alias, Jason Todd aka Red Hood. Real name, Benjamin Blake. Doting father, lover, fighter, mad genius. Caution, love's maximum overkill. Beep. 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 With a grunt, I slapped my hand down hard on the alarm that was causing such an unholy racket so early in the morning, crushing it. I was too slow stopping it, since my bed partner had started to grumble in her sleep. When Coulson had shown up at the end of the latest assassination attempt on Tony Stark last night, I gave him a short report before trying to decide whether to take Raven to a hotel further in town or just running us back to the island. Unfortunately, before I could decide, Tony had found out that his bedrooms had gone untouched by all of the carnage. I guess his paranoia meant that Tony had all the living quarters reinforced in case of attack. Even with Tony offering the rooms as a small thank you, Raven and I had decided on staying at a hotel. There was only so much Tony Stark exposure we could handle. We were certain that Fury wanted Tony and I in the same place, but I was certainly not going to stay somewhere that had just been shot up like the 4th of July. Ignoring the now crushed alarm and my slowly waking bedmate, I looked back at my data pad to once again go over the design for a more advanced quantum communications array that would soon be going into space soon. I knew that the Nova Empire, Shi'ar, and the Kree had a linked network that allowed them to speak together. This link also kept the Galactic Bank the undisputed bank across the known galaxies. The satellites I had launched already into orbit were all far more advanced than anything any of the Big Seven currently used, but were still unsuitable for what I truly wanted/needed them to do. I needed something ultra-advanced to tap into that galactic information network in order to learn the English equivalent of the galaxy, the commonly accepted basic language that bridged the most borders. That needed to happen sooner, rather than later, to help further my nation and plans for the future. Learning the galactic standard for mathematical expression would be the next vital and necessary step to take advantage of all the technological advances that had been made by these advanced races. Even their millennia-old obsolete tech and science would be revolutionary for Earth. The only 2 countries I was worried about competing with my current satellites were Latveria and Wakanda, but we would not really know what those 2 countries' capabilities in space were till we got a shuttle into orbit. Looking over my blueprints one more time, I made a few notes identifying systems that I wanted my scientists to look at more closely. The satellite, at its core, was built with rugged modularity in mind. When technological advancements inevitably came in the future, we would be able to add on upgrades quickly and easily for years to come. For now, though, I would like to be able to get Galactic Basic to my people before we took the next step. It was still surprising to me when Alex told me that we were picking up and getting intermittent glimpses of a complex hypercommunications network from beyond the stratosphere, though it was quite a while before we even realized what it was and began translating it into something our systems could use. To put it in recognizable terms, our current satellites were accessing that network as if we were using an old dial-up connection, one haphazardly cobbled together by a third-world country who didn't understand the tech involved. The download speeds just plain sucked, and I was far too much of a first-world baby to have the patience for shit like that when the collective common knowledge of dozens of hyper-advanced races and civilizations was right there for the taking. Of course this was stuff that was publicly available, but like I said, their obsolete millennia-old shit was revolutionary to us. The immediate hope I had for the satellite array was to improve those download speeds and build a better translation matrix to interpret and display the information, but ultimately it was to open a small window into the wider galaxy, even if we had no true way to explore it physically yet. Once the satellite was up and running, we would need to get a list of materials that the rest of the galaxy valued, so if the opportunity to go out and explore a bit of the galactic community ever came, we'd at least have some money to buy a few souvenirs. That wasn't bad for a good night's work, at least now that I no longer needed to sleep. A hand snaked its way up my naked form as I sent off the last of my draft blueprints for a second opinion. Placing the holo tablet on the side table, I looked down at the very naked form of my bedmate. Silky locks of luxurious wavy red hair were on the form of a blue-skinned minx. Raven had snaked her way up and under my arm as she obviously sought my undivided attention, something I was only too happy to give her. With the tablet out of my hands, Raven tossed a leg over my thighs to straddle my lap. "How much longer will we be here in Los Angeles?" Raven asked as she leaned down to give me a kiss, grinding that amazing butt on my lap. "Once we turn an hour after action report to Fury, we will be leaving," I answered as I allowed her to position my hand above my head. Hell, I was hard as a rock from the moment I noticed that she woke up, so I was certainly not going to stop her. She had passed out from orgasms last night, long before I was ready to be done with her sinfully beautiful body. Outlasting your bed partners was one of the downsides of unlimited stamina, I was learning. Of course, there were many more benefits. That was... I have no words, Raven breathed harshly from atop my chest, her head resting above my heart, as I had flipped us over at the very last moment. I rumbled as I relaxed with Raven on my chest. I was already ready to go again, but there was far too much to get done. There would be a time to truly indulge in endless pleasure, but unfortunately it would not be today and would likely require a group to truly wear me out. After Raven and I had our little morning workout, we performed a shorter reenactment in the shower that followed, before we both agreed that it was time to get some food into our systems. We both got dressed in some loose-fitting combat clothing before we left the room. Once outside, we made a right turn down the hall, then got into the elevator and went down 3 floors to meet with Agent Coulson. I knew exactly where they would be even before they had sent a text message to my smartband. Alfred was continuously keeping me updated on a myriad number of subjects since I no longer needed sleep. My people were getting quite used to the 3 a.m. emails from their boss/king. Luckily, I was nice enough not to expect them to immediately respond at those hours. Hell, from seeing the after-action report on Luke's little outing, I had plans to swing by the bar before I went up north to see Xavier. Somehow, Luke had gotten help from Detective Knight while helping out Jessica. There was a beep from my wrist causing me to look down at my smartband. I just knew that I would eventually break down and simply recreate the famous Omni tool from the Mass Effect games, because changing from smartwatches, to smartbeads, to smartbands, to all the other technological innovations for connectivity on one's wrist was getting out of hand. My current thought on that was to make it a nano-injection that anyone could get, but also a ring that does a DNA analysis when placed on the user. The inside of the ring would have a supercomputer shrunk down with a few additions for the ordinary citizen to my military officers and ship captains. The problem with having shrinking technology was that the initial building of that supercomputer cost just as much as you'd expect. It made no difference that it'd eventually be shrunk down. No, that probably wasn't the answer either. In fact, over-reliance on shrinking technology could be seriously detrimental to my people's tech development and innovation over time. The need to do it smaller had led humanity to make incredible advances in miniaturization, which led to more efficient microchips and processors and a slew of other things. Living on the island came with a mandatory DNA profile kept in our systems that went hand in hand with any of the smart connectivity devices. The way things were set up currently, anyone without a smartband and/or a recognized citizen DNA profile would show up on a 3D representation of the island in the police department and several other systems, including the military and intelligence services, since infiltration would be a very real danger going forward. Hell, there was no way I was going to allow anyone onto my island without some type of real-time tracking in place. It wasn't about the control, it was more about the people that were out there willing to do harm to their fellow man, metahumans or not. The issue was that metahumans were far, far more often the victims than not. For every metahuman with a truly powerful or useful power, there were 1,000 or even 10,000 or more with some very small power or minor physical enhancement, sometimes even detrimental. Sigh, the cost of living in an advanced post-poverty society was mandatory connectivity. Living off the grid would not really be an option anymore. Of course, there were many benefits, like a much higher standard of living, access to higher education for all, and free advanced healthcare. So on the whole, our citizens would be giving up a little, but hopefully gaining a lot more in return. And as a fledgling nation, these measures would also help ensure its survival. There would be many jealous eyes on my lands in the future. I checked the hologram above my wrist, noting my on-call team reported their task to sanitize the hotel room we just used had been completed, bedsheets and all. Considering how seriously they took their job, you could probably perform surgery in that room now. Honestly, I wasn't worried about Fury. It was the monsters operating in the shadows, The boogeymen hiding under the bed that was feeding on the insides of S.H.I.E.L.D. that I was making sure didn't get their hands on my DNA. There were others too, of course. You only had to face one genetically engineered supermonster with your stolen powers before you developed a very healthy and reasonable paranoia about such things. I also really didn't want to turn around and find out that they had turkey basted some woman, and now I have some evil kid with my powers, raised to hate me his whole life, intent to kill me once he grows up. Call me paranoid all you want, but if they can do that to sports stars and celebrities, then my jizzed up sheets were fair game in the eyes of the crazy Nazi group and other ruthless villains who could plan long term. Showing Raven the hologram that sat on top of my wrist, she gave me a small smile at my precautions, even as she blushed indigo at the fact that the team had reported the bedsheets had been soiled so badly they'd needed to be removed and burned. The elevator beeped, the doors opening, requiring her to use her powers to shift her blush away. I sent a wink at her in good humor, even as Raven's hair fell around her shoulders in loose red curls that matched the color of her now power-painted lips. The raising of my eyebrow said it all. Man, being a metamorph was such a cheat, though I knew many people felt the same way about my hacks powers, as they called them. Guards were waiting for us on the other side of the doors. Once we stepped out, the guards fell into place around us, and I had to type out a quick order on my smartband so that my people stood down before someone looked at me funny and they shot them from stealth. They were understandably a little worked up and jumpy at the huge running battle that their leader had just been forced to fight virtually by himself. From what I could tell, the entire floor had been taken over, with guards at every junction. Ignoring this, Raven and I walked into what appeared to be a secured room from the amount of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents standing around. It was a beehive of frenetic activity, doing what they could, I could only assume, to cover up the cluster crap from last night. The first person to recognize me wasn't even the guards that stood in the way, but Stark himself. The sigh I released caused Raven to turn around and give me a smile that was silently asking me to play nice with the man. "Hey Todd, over here." Tony yelled out excitedly, like an overexcited teenager with a crush. "Meet our nanny. He found me this morning once Pepper and I came down for breakfast." Shifting slightly, I took in the typical crew cut, the secret agent all-black suit that every conspiracy nut talks about, and that slightly charming/disarming smile. Phil Coulson, the man, looked like any typical agent, but the good vibes he gave off in waves practically screamed, trustworthy person. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought Coulson was a secret metahuman telepath. That's how strong his good guy vibe was. Stepping forward, I shook his outstretched hand with a small smile. "Good morning, Red Hood, Athena. Welcome. Fury is waiting for you in a secured office," Coulson said with his disarming smile. He shifted after shaking our hands to motion in the direction of a nearby office. Raven turned, then gave me a look while Tony was trying to talk my ear off about my weapons technology and armor from last night. Holding up a hand for Tony to stop, I turned to the open air behind me and spoke. "Wait here," I ordered out loud, since they would now be in a room filled with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I knew it was risky and that one of the personnel here might be HYDRA, but my threat classification was already extremely dangerous. It was weird seeing that threat level next to my name when I had looked myself up in the S.H.I.E.L.D. database once the Russia mission was over. Seeing that classification stroked the ever-loving shit out of my ego, especially since I was still a singular individual back then, someone with no actual forces known to be working with or for me and not connected to any known organization. Now though, I had my own hidden nation, an army at my back with highly trained soldiers and advanced weaponry that could topple nations if I ever woke up on the wrong side of the bed one morning. My soldiers uncloaked, and instantly the vibe in the room changed. Agents and guards reached for their weapons, my Spartans also raising their own chemtrail rifles and taking aim at these new threats. This was the standard rifle made for my military forces. It fired proprietary 8.75 by 52mm Strauss rounds. That means that these rounds were fin-stabilized discarding rail sabot rounds with a muzzle energy rating of 18 kilojoules. It is a dual-stage weapon using chemical propellant in the first stage of firing and then electromagnetic rails in the second stage. These weapons were able to punch through advanced reactive body armor and up to 3 feet of steel plate, and each magazine was able to carry 50 rounds with a quick release function for faster ammo swaps. Overkill, perhaps, for Earth forces and its weapons technology, but there was no such thing when you factored in the possibility of warfare with aliens and advanced alien civilizations. If my forces ever ran across anyone with personal shielding, that stopping power would be needed. Normal shields could stop plasma rounds, but nothing with this much kinetic stopping power. It also helps that it can crack kinetic-based shielding with sustained fire, but I was keeping that to myself. Even now energy weapons were possible, but I kept our weapons as slugs throwers on purpose. If the rest of the galaxy saw us as primitives and underestimated us, I would do nothing to dissuade them from that notion. It was an advantage we would desperately need. I had taken some inspiration from the Mandalorians in Star Wars, who chose to switch from energy blasters to slug throwers because of the Jedi and their powers. The Jedi were badasses and feared throughout the galaxy for their powerful abilities and skills, using the Force and their lightsabers to block and even return blaster fire to kill any who fired on them. The Mandalorians went for the shotgun approach with the slug throwers to overcome those abilities, and it worked better than anyone would have thought. The Jedi were able to block energy fire with their lightsabers, but when they tried it with the slugs there was no blocking/returning it, now getting peppered and injured with hot metal. I knew that I was in one crazy dimension where physics could change with the weather, so I was trying to always be prepared. I will survive. Whoa, where in the hell did they come from? Tony all but screamed as he jumped from fright at the appearance of half a dozen heavily armed soldiers in full body armor appearing out of thin air. At ease, I commanded aloud, with my hand raised in the command to stand down, but remain alert. My Spartans stayed in a half stance with weapons down slightly, no longer aiming directly at anyone, but could be brought up to fire at a moment's notice. I still noticed that they had overlapping fields of fire, just in case. Ahem, excuse me, Mr. Todd. May I ask who these people are? Coulson asked as he stopped mid-stride. I thought your only backup was Athena? Last night my only backup was Athena. This young dashing and handsome fellow is what, chopped liver? Came Tony's mock outrage from the side. Nope, you're the shaved gigolo that Pepper keeps around for some reason, I said in response to Tony. Pepper gave a very unladylike snort as she tried to contain her laughter. They're here to make sure that the top brass of your organization doesn't get any ideas about me, I told Coulson as I eyed the surrounding agents. I would suggest that they lower their weapons before someone starts something that can't be taken back. My Spartans carry personal shields. Coulson performed a small hand gesture and the surrounding agents now lowered their weapons. With a slight nod of thanks in his direction at de-escalating the situation, I continued on my way to the office door that was open and waiting. I knew Fury was watching this on one of his many ubiquitous monitors. That was fine. I had to make a strong showing today, engaging in a bit of schlong measuring to ensure that they would think twice before trying anything against me. My Spartans stowed their assault rifles onto the back bracket, which then shrunk down the weapon for storage in a hidden compartment. When that happened, the personal shields of each Spartan flashed momentarily, surprising a few, but I noticed the move covered the appearance of a side holster and sidearm. That was smooth, but I was not going to say anything about that neat little move. I walked into the office with a smooth grace to my steps. Standing at a large floor-to-ceiling window looking rather badass in a long black leather trench coat was the one and only Nicholas Joseph Fury, head of S.H.I.E.L.D., and my uncle, though few alive knew that. Ignoring the man as he pulled his wizened elder routine while looking pensively out the window with his back turned, I pulled out a seat for Raven, like a gentleman, then one for myself. I'd let Fury have his dramatic moment. Pepper gave Tony a look with a small smile that stumped the man before he caught on. With everyone seated, one of my men directed Coulson into the room before closing the door behind him. You both have become a thorn in my side, you know that. Fury began with an overly dramatic movie statement. That debacle last night caught the eye of those in power. Now I personally have to deal with you too. Before we begin, do you mind if I secure the room further? I asked, ignoring the tough guy routine that Fury is putting on currently. No objection, okay, here goes. Tapping the side of my belt, a silencer cube came out of the pocket that stored my shrunken equipment. The cube was the size of a grown man's fist and was able to split into 4 equal parts. The amount of tech I had stuffed into this thing was on a level that even amazed me. Turning the cube's top with a left twist, like it was a Rubik's Cube, activated the anti-surveillance protocol. The cube floated out of my palm before running a visible scanning beam over the entirety of the room we were in, before it split into 4 equal parts. Once the cube split apart, the pieces flew into the corners of the room, a shield activating, blocking all direct sight and sound going out as a shimmer encapsulated the room's surfaces. Fury raised his eyebrow at me while Coulson looked stunned at the technology used. The shimmer that ran around the room would isolate us completely within a spatial distortion bubble, while also cutting the ambient vibrations leaving the room to zero. No one with a laser mic pointed at the window would be picking up our conversation, and any listening devices in the room would temporarily record nothing but static. The sudden and complete silence was obviously startling to everyone but me. "Now we can speak freely," I advised with a small smirk, even as I pulled out 2 more cubes and 2 smartbands to match. I placed those gently on the table, before I went back into my belt to pull out 2 small pager-sized devices, then placed those with the rest. "And what's all this?" Fury asked as he leaned onto the large oak table looming over us. "The bribe to keep me and Athena off the radar, of course," I answered with a matter-of-fact tone while rolling my eyes. "The cubes can do more than secure a room from surveillance, though. They can also physically restrain anyone or anything with a strength rating up to 100 tons or less. The smartbands are advanced wearable supercomputers with enhanced storage capacity. Everything I'm giving you is incapable of being reverse-engineered. Go ahead and try it and see what happens. At your peril, you will not get more. Contact my tech department and they can load it with almost anything you want. Now these babies here, they're the latest and greatest out of my labs. Portable teleportation transponders. The smartbands are meant for you and Coulson alone, meaning the first time you wear them your DNA profile will be loaded into the system. That will be the key." Wait, where are you pulling all of this stuff from?" Tony questioned with incredulously, as he leaned forward to examine the items I had placed on the table. "Not only that, but where are you getting the power to run a personal teleportation device? The power needs would be astronomical, yet you have them in such a small device." Tony kept rambling for several long moments before he got this manic gleam in his eyes and reached forward for one of the smartbands. My response was as swift as a striking cobra. The smack echoed within the room, as Tony pulled his smarting hand back and gave a pout when I glared at him fiercely. "You're the supposed genius, billionaire, playboy philanthropist, so why don't you go and make your own toys, Tony?" I warned as I glared steadily at him, trying not to smirk at the smile on Pepper's face besides Tony. Turning back to the rest of the room, I watched as Raven picked up the second set and gave them to Coulson. "Another reason you're getting this tech and why I brought my guards is to let S.H.I.E.L.D. know how much of a fight I can bring to you, if they decide to mess with me." Fury stared me down for a moment, then he switched to Stark. "You have a press conference scheduled for an hour from now. With those suits activating their self-destructs, roughly 80% of the evidence had already been destroyed and it would seem that most of the footage of the Iron Man, as the press is calling you, has been mysteriously erased," Fury said, while staring hard at Stark. I wasn't all that worried about some press conference, no, I was far more worried about the roughly 20% of the tech used that night that they were able to recover. I received a message that told me my people had been able to recover most of the more intact suits. These were scanned, found to contain no new advancements or tech we didn't already have access to, and then were recycled for raw materials. We could build better on our own, but it was still worrying that a lot of examples of this tech were now in the hands of a Hydra-infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. and God knows who else. Hold up, why doesn't he have to attend any of this?" Tony asked as he pointed a finger in my direction. "Jason here has been a consultant for us for some time now, since he has the military background and experience to go with such a position. I'm surprised he was even in LA for your party. The last I checked he was on some invisible island somewhere," Fury smoothly replied as he placed the smartband around his wrist and the rest of the tech in his pocket. I looked him in the one eye and said nothing, having no idea how he had come by that information. "Come on, Tony, you know how this game is played," I replied with a cheeky grin of my own. Raven smacked me on the side of my arm before pressing on the other side of my utility belt. 2 of the portable shields came out, which she then gave to Fury and Coulson. "These are portable shields. They contain an advanced kinetic generator allowing them to recharge from any activity," Raven said as she gave Coulson a 7-inch wide disc. Raven ran his smartband over the top showing Coulson how to activate the device and key it for his use only, then placed it within the inner breast pocket of the suit. Any directed scans or attempt to open the device will result in its destruction. Do you understand? "I understand. Thank you," Coulson answered with obvious gratitude. He grinned down at his smartband that now had a rudimentary OS hologram floating above his wrist. "Yeah, I was going to make sure he survived the ordeal with Loki for sure. The man was a low-key nerd that would go to any ends to back his people, thus my kind of guy. I would also have to add a note to self to bring him a bag of holding once I get my runes mastery from the Ancient One. I know I was putting that off, and had been for a while, but I was banking on the production of bioorganic nanites that would be able to do their own version of cellular division. The project to build Alfred a new body was almost finished. The design was complete and we had the facilities to build it, but my main fear was in the consciousness transfer while also keeping him connected to the network. Cutting him off outright would play hell on his developing mind. Alfred had been born connected to it, with all the hyper-awareness that entailed. Placing him inside a body would change that to an extreme degree, possibly far too quickly for him to adapt. I turned again to look at the pouting Tony beside me and recognized the calculating look in his eye. "Give me your bank information so I can pay for that shield from last night," Tony asked sullenly with a sigh. "Nope, it's already been integrated into your suit, so you keep it. Just promise me you won't produce it for anyone else, or attempt to sell it," I returned with a shake of the head. There was no freaking way I was going to give him my account information, even some near anonymous Swiss bank account connected to me, for him to backtrace. This was the man that broke into the Pentagon when he was a teenager and shield servers when he gets bored. A bank's security would be nothing to him. Hell, I had to remove a few mini trackers that Tony thought he was able to slip into my Todd Persona sports tank vehicle. Since he was playing dirty, after deactivating these trackers, I had sent them to my science teams to begin studying their design in a shielded facility. I also knew he had a few scans for my prototype photon cannon, though my anti-reverse engineering technology should have prevented any scans from being viable. As for my sports tank, because of the active shielding that was always in use, he'd be unlikely to get anything from that either. "Thanks, so here's what I was thinking," Tony said in clear excitement. "I already have plans for the reopening of the Stark Expo. In fact, preparations are already underway. I would love to give you a slot on opening day, prime placement. I plan to change the world. You plan to change the world. Let's do it together. We have so much in common. Give me your number and let's be friends." "Ugh, I don't know about that." "Come on, it will be like old times. I stumble upon the big bad and we take them down guns blazing," Tony replied as he waved a hand, dismissing my previous statement. "Yeah, no. Coulson, do you mind showing us where to get ready for the press conference?" Pepper asked as she stood up. Tony tried to complain, but with her hand firmly around his bicep, she pushed him right out the door. There would be no compromises this day. The door closed and I turned back to look at Fury. This entire time he had been silent after I handed over my bribe. As soon as the door clicked closed, Fury spoke. "You know, it's getting harder and harder to keep them off your trail," Fury said with a sigh, as he leaned back into his chair. "Mom told me about the last time she dealt with the World Security Council. They ended up 2 members shorter and was finally allowed to retire," I replied with a shrug. "The conversation I would have with them would ultimately have you in overall command of S.H.I.E.L.D., but we both know you would hate the paperwork and all the politicking required." Fury shot me a hard glare for several long moments, before letting out a sigh. "Tell me your thoughts on Stark," Fury ordered as he started to collect the items I brought for him. Since Tony plans to go out and find and destroy all the weapons that Stain sold under the table, we can only guess that not only will Tony improve during overall combat, but his suits will be upgraded after he gets a little more experience in combat. That man has a fire burning in his gut right now, being so fresh from his kidnapping and this latest huge betrayal by a man he considered a second better father. I would postpone any recruitment for after this coming year. My scans indicate the palladium in his chest is going to cause him some health issues within the next 6 months. Wait and see how he handles these near-death experiences and the death of Stain, I replied with a shrug. The hype is real for once. From what my Overwatch told me, it only took him about 6 minutes to figure out how my shield tech worked and then incorporate it into his already complete suit, a design that currently has no modularity for upgrades. It was mighty impressive. When he is suited up, Tony is practically invincible, but when he is out of the suit, well, that's when the issues will crop up, so you better watch out for that, Raven added. The invincible Iron Man, I said with a chuckle. So are you going to accept my invitation to join the Avengers Initiative? Fury asked from his chair. I will think about it. That's all I'll commit to at this time, I replied with a shrug. I have a few plans in between now and when you might need the team. So when will I be able to visit this island that my daughter keeps talking my ear off about? Fury asked with a raised eyebrow. I knew the answer to that, and it was never in the 7 hells, but he was family, so I was straight with him. Never in the 7 hells, especially while you still answer to those self-serving douchebags, was my instant reply. Fury looked at me, then grunted in acceptance. Fine, but I will need you to send us some upgrades. I know the cleaners picked up some stuff, but it will take forever in development, Fury stated after his grunt. Tony did give us an invitation to the Stark Expo, and prime placement on opening day. Vega does have a few things that they were planning to release for sale, Maybe that would be the best time to unveil it to the world, Raven suggested, cutting me off from telling him hell no. Once more. I took a few moments to think about that before I answered. I could sell them these things before the military and other agencies, giving them first priority. That should assuage them for now. If Vega became a vital weapons and equipment supplier to S.H.I.E.L.D., that would give me a great deal of influence and cover from them. When it came time to finally deal with HYDRA, well, who's to say that those same weapons and equipment wouldn't suffer mysterious malfunctions? This was advanced technology after all. Once I take the Winter Soldier, they would need some type of edge to fight back against me and my army. Then there is also the fact that the Winter Soldier would also need a good challenge when he hunts Alexander Pierce. We do have a combat exosuit ready to bring to market, we just didn't know how to unveil it to the world. Tony's exploits in his armor might be just what we need to prove the combat potential and value of such a system, I followed up, with a nod. Fine, but S.H.I.E.L.D. will have first priority to purchase these exosuits, Fury replied with a pointed nod. Agreed. I will send Salt or one of my Spartans over to give a personal demonstration to your people after the expo, I agreed with a nod. Good, so tell me, where does this transporter take me in case of emergencies? Fury asked as he held up the little pager-shaped transponder that I had just given him. There is an underground bunker in the middle of nowhere, Alaska, a place that only Mom and I have the authorization to get into. It's completely off the grid, just the way you both like your emergency fallbacks, I replied with a nonchalant wave. The bunker is built in a triple-layer style with bedrooms, danger room, and a few other things you will like, including enough food, water, and medical supplies to last a few years if needed. I'll keep the World Security Council off your back, but understand, you can't dodge them forever, especially if the Todd persona keeps doing shit like this, Fury replied with a grunt. Understood, I answered, while standing up and bringing this little powwow to a close. Raven snapped her fingers, summoning back the cube that was generating the silencer shield. With a strong handshake, I walked out of the room to find my Spartan standing off to the side, engaged in a continuous staring match with several agents, while some S.H.I.E.L.D. techs drooled specifically over their loadout. Let's go. With those two words, my Spartans went from at ease to strict attention, back to guarding my life while in their presence. I sent a nod Coulson's way before I turned to the exit that lead to the stairs. What I didn't pay attention to was Tony running into the elevator just as we made our way up to the roof. Even with each of us carrying several hundred pounds of armor each, we arrived at the roof fairly quickly. When I got to the top, I found the door was already guarded by one of my Spartans. That was good. Protecting areas of infiltration and extraction in case of attack or emergencies was sound military tactics. There was a loud bang as the door below the stairwell opened in what sounded like a rush. Out on the roof was a Quinjet that must have been what Fury arrived in, but I ignored that to look at the patch of roof that seemingly had nothing on it. Well, unless you had a HUD and a connection to its systems. Come on, Jason, we still have a party to throw. Tony cheers as he comes bounding out of the door leading to the roof like an overexcited puppy. No time to party, Stark. My schedule is filled. Another time perhaps, I returned with a shrug. Come on, we saved the day, we're heroes. Tony whined practically in my ear as he looked around in confusion. Also, I don't think everyone is going to fit into that ride of yours. Before I could say anything in response, the rear of my gunship uncloaked, now fully visible to Tony. The cockpit and underside were still in stealth mode, as the craft was still active and in the air floating over the city. Oh come on, what is this? Tony all but yelled, with his arms outstretched and flailing in shock at my gunship with cloaking and my unique anti-gravity technology. My gunship was shaped like a capital W, with the impulse engines shaped like a large circle built into the outer wings with a smaller stabilizing circle on the inside. The body lines were modeled after a bird of prey, and that's the way I liked it. It was sleek, sexy, and deadly looking, but in that oh-so-delicious gunmetal gray with red stripes. If a tiger could do it, why couldn't I? What on earth are you powering this thing with? Tony asked in a whisper, his eyes frantically moving over the craft as he tried to take a step closer to my gunship. The crew chief standing on the lowered ramp put up an arm up to stop Tony from getting any closer, and boy, he did not like that at all. Oh, come on, I just want to take a peek. Tony all but yelled once more. Sorry, sir, you do not have the authorization, the Spartan crew chief warned, with an arm up barring Tony's way. Shaking my head at just how surreal the situation felt, I watched my Spartans load themselves into the gunship, taking seats on each side and strapping in, since my sports tank was parked in the center of the cargo bay to better distribute its great weight. I stopped at the top of the ramp, 2 tethers shooting out from my utility belt. Each tether locked into an anchor point on either side of me as I held up my smartband and activated the ship's ramp shielding, an energy field that would keep the cargo bay pressurized even if opened at 35k feet in the air, or keep out unauthorized personnel when on the ground. The gunship hovered for a moment, and I almost laughed when Tony tried to follow my Spartans in, whose smartbands were recognized by the ship and thus allowing them entry through the field, but bouncing him off rather hilariously onto his ass, like a mime who just walked face first into an invisible glass pane window. Oh sweet baby Stan Lee, I'm glad my suit recorded that. I could probably sell it to the paparazzi for a 100k. I knew why he was trying to talk me up and stick around. It must be incredibly lonely to always be the smartest guy in the room, to be an engineering genius who had everything he ever wanted and now have revolutionary technology he doesn't even know how to build yet dangled in his face, just out of reach. Now a guy comes out of nowhere who is just as rich, just as smart, and who has created tech that makes his own pale in comparison. I was a kindred soul to Tony, and he was hoping to make a friend he could truly connect to, someone with a ton in common. It was distinctly human. We were a very social species, after all. I might as well throw him a bone. Stop being such a fangirl, it's only technology, I said with a wink, a smile clear in my voice. I will see you in Monaco, if you're man enough that is. I'll be entering a clean energy vehicle for the race, and I already have a driver lined up. Oh come on, just let me take one quick little peek, Tony yelled as we slowly drifted up and away from the building. Nah, you're doing all right, I replied over the speakers. And Tony, bug my people again and I'll shove them up your ass, okay? With that I dropped the bugs he had placed on a few of my guards off the ramp and onto him, like tiny metallic droplets of rain. The look on his face was priceless. The same as a child getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. I laughed out loud as the stealth field went up fully and we shot off towards New York. Undisclosed location Nathaniel, Essex. I have been thwarted for the last time by that Neanderthal and his creations. Benjamin Blake, doting father, dashing lover, dirty fighter, multi-billionaire, leader of a nation. It didn't take long for us to get back to the east coast of the United States, not when the gunship you're riding in can travel transorbitally. That little trick was a boon to international flights across the planet, and would come in handy later on as time went by. With the advanced anti-gravity engines, traveling from California to New York took us a half an hour. That didn't even include Alfred having to spoof our energy output to fool Stark satellites that attempted to track us. 5 minutes to re-entry. The Spartans that were standing found their way back into the seats. I watched as the bracket, shaped like a giant U with padding, came down to secure them into their seats. Each place had one to secure their occupants, as if they were riding a roller coaster. The idea for them came to me after watching a few sci-fi movies with the girls one night. Ignoring that for the moment, I made my way up into the cockpit to take one of the free seats behind the co-pilot, since Raven already had the one behind the pilot. I stared longingly out into the starry sky as I knew one day I would bring my people into the stars. For now, it was slightly outside of our reach since our vehicles could only exit and enter the Earth's gravity well and not explore the wider expanse. The gasp from Raven brought me out of my thoughts. Looking out the port side, I saw the Earth from space. There were no words to describe the sheer majesty of the sight before our eyes. The one thing I knew was that I wanted to share this sight with the rest of my family. This was something to be shared at the first chance I was able. Soon, Jean would be able to reach this elevation all on her own, thanks to her natural power, no bulky ship surrounding her. Aurora would be able to, as well, but she would still be bound to a spacesuit. I noticed the ripple on the image of the ship's shield, displayed on the center console, due to our re-entry, and I remembered the conversation I had with Alfred a while back. The physics behind the shield was pretty advanced, but we were able to get it working properly, even with my idea of using panels, instead of the normal pointed emitters. There was no way I wanted sticking points/extrusions on any ships that would be facing such incredible levels of heat or that would be experiencing the rigorous demands of combat in the field. No, they'd be just another obvious target to hit and would disable our means of communication, among other things. The kinetic shield was designed to absorb the friction, then move it along the entire surface of the gunship's shields, causing the rippling pattern. This allowed our re-entry to be both smooth and stealthy, keeping us hidden from all of the watchful eyes in the sky, a task much harder to accomplish if the ship's speed created a visible heat trail or created other atmospheric effects, like a fireball in the sky for instance. We had far better heat dissipation technology than what NASA was using in their own space program. We also had a working prototype of plasma-based shielding to help with the excess heat buildup. From all reports, everything was working perfectly, and with Alfred keeping everything tuned to perfection, there was really nothing to worry about. The next phase would be including these into a puddle jumper that we were working on, but we would also need to create from scratch a few more vital pieces of the puzzle. I knew what I wanted, and I would not stop until I made my vision a reality. We marveled at the beauty of the cityscape as we came down towards New York City, before the gunship banked to starboard and swung its way around the city, staying clear of flight control and all that mess. I noticed the pilot upping the sound dampening field to keep us running completely silent now that we were no longer in space, but when he did that, I noticed the systems interfere with the cloaking for a moment before it went away. I would have to file this issue to be tested and investigated later. Cloaking should automatically cover the sound, even in atmosphere, and that was how I wanted it. There was no use going invisible if people could still hear your steps or detect your scent on the wind. Some people might consider that overkill, but not to me, not when people's lives were on the line. The galaxy was a harsh place, one that would make you pay dearly for mistakes or laziness. I refused to allow my people to die because I was too lazy to fix a bug or compatibility issues, especially one that I was now aware of. There would likely be plenty of bugs I would never realize until someone had paid with blood. After making a note for follow-up on the hologram my smartband provided, I stood back up and watched my beautiful city approach. New York City was like no other place on Earth, and no matter what I did in life, nothing could compare. I was trying desperately to recreate the same feeling on my island with the main city, but still this was home. The pilot did a fancy bit of flying as he made a loop under the Brooklyn Bridge before taking us for a slow, lazy loop around the Statue of Liberty once. The whoops of joy told me that he had lowered the inertial dampers a little, so that those in the back could feel the effects of gravity and the G-forces placed on the body. The smirk on my pilot's lips told me that he was enjoying this as much as those in the back of the ship. I stood and waited for the gunship to land on the roof of Luke's bar. It wasn't much, but it was what his late wife had left him when she was killed by the people that came after Luke, once upon a time. The bar was located on the corner, which gave it a nice view of everything, but also a nice empty expanse we could use as a landing pad. Back when I had to recruit Luke for my goals, I had Alfred renovate the place top to bottom, which included reinforcing the support beams in case we ever needed to land on the roof of the bar itself. It was certainly convenient now, but I was going to make sure we didn't overstay our welcome. The pilot brought us down with no issues while still under the cloak. I watched as the display went from just the monitor to a 360-degree view of the landing area. Damn, I would have to give whoever thought that up a bonus. Hollow images came up, and one even had the view directly under the ship as it calculated the distance to the landing pad, including a rating for its maximum weight capacity. Then a ring outlined with a large X in the center was superimposed on the landing area for perfect alignment and placing of the aircraft. There was no helping the nod I gave the smart system installed within the cockpit. I was not trying to recreate Alfred, but I also recognized the need for smart assistance in the ever more complex machines I built. This had me installing smart interfaces to see how they would improve my tech's usability by the widest range of people. The next step would be installing truly interactive interfaces, ones that could anticipate the needs of their users, but that was the closest anyone would be getting to having their own Alfred. The other AI that I had rattling around in my head would be Cortana. She would be connected to everything the way Alfred was, but with far more goals and purpose. The ladies would have to get their own virtual intelligence 6, so that Alfred could live his life. I would need Cortana, though, to handle everything once I pulled Alfred out of the system. Listening to Raven hum a tune to herself, I followed her to the exit of the gunship. Once outside, I stopped to take a closer look at the weaponry on this thing. The ship made the A-1 Apache look like a toy in comparison. Smart missiles, railguns, attack drones, armor deployment compartments. This gunship was loaded for bear and could take on a fleet of aircraft on her own, which probably explained the cost to build even one of them. The crew chief asked me to take a step back from the ship, which I did. He then took a small rectangular device out of his pocket, roughly the size of a credit card. On the surface was a smart display, so instead of asking, I watched. Though card-shaped, it was more akin to an Altoid tin, with a small enclosed space. I knew where this was going and was extremely proud of what we'd accomplished. I had been experimenting with PIM/miniaturization tech for some time now, and my goal was to recreate the HOI Poi capsules from Dragon Ball Z. I could have copied what Hank did with his Hot Wheels car storage box for a quick fix, but honestly, damn that. Advanced tech was supposed to be just that, advanced. Arguably, there was some value in miniaturized equipment appearing as toys, in order for them to be overlooked, but there was no way I was going to have my technology appear as mere toys when there was no real need for it. They will look as advanced and as badass as I had created them to be. The crew chief took out something the size and shape of a standard USB drive, then placed it on the closed ramp of the ship. I was almost blinded when he pressed the button, due to the light emitted by the shrinking process, but I noticed that the device had hooked into the cloaking field that the ship projected before doing its work. Interesting. Now, all the crew chief had before him, beside the advanced Altoid-looking box in his hands, was the USB looking stick on the ground before him. Before the crew chief could pick up the storage device, I had it floated into my waiting palm with my gravitational control. Looking it over, I noticed the small energy leak that would undoubtedly be fixed at a later date, but what struck me was the lack of aesthetics of the whole thing. Handing the device over to the crew chief, I turned on my heel, heading to the exit that leads down into the bar. Before I made it to the door, I noticed my Spartans touched a spot on their armors. Their pants changed as the top armor disengaged and allowed them to remove it. Raven chuckled as the Spartans essentially did a quick change into semi-civilian attire. There was no point in going down and letting everyone trickle in behind me, so I waited on the side for my Spartans to get changed. Their new attire was a set of black combat pants with a tight flexible under-armor weave. With a nod, I followed Raven on the way into the building. The bar wasn't jumping like most people would think. No, the bar was pretty chill overall, just like the owner that ran this place. After letting my guys know that I was going to foot the bill, I left them to their devices. This would be the first time many of them had even stepped foot into a bar, much less drank at one, as the Astartes were born from the pods back on the island. One of the first types of people I'd created, after my general and the Minister of Science, were telepaths loyal to me and my cause. With their abilities, I was able to share common knowledge of Western culture and human experiences amongst all the Astartes. To ensure the telepaths themselves had that knowledge to pass on, I would take them off the island in order to gain more experience and letting them read random people, learning the myriad number of things a person who grows up in the world learns almost unconsciously. This helped them better craft a mental imprint for all newly born Astartes. This way, they would all start with a unified baseline of experience and knowledge, enough to allow them to function and be useful out in the world, though the current imprints were useful only in the Western world. I would have to fix that at some point. After they were imprinted, they would gain their own general experiences, crafting them into unique individuals. I, of course, had my own expectations on behavior added in, as well as hardwiring in loyalty and obedience to me and my rule. But other than that, even Natalia commented on how well they fit and given the unusual nature of their creation. I held out a hand for Raven to take as I ushered her into a booth, one that had the bar's entrance within my eye line, but one that also gave us a perfect view of the establishment. Raven took her seat. I followed right along after. We had time for a little bit of small talk before the waiter came, yet she was stopped by the big man himself, Luke Cage. Luke came over with that smooth, sure gait of his, the kind that just screamed, "I am a badass bastard not to mess with." That arrogant grin on his face that just about screamed, "I just got laid," had me looking around, only to spot Jessica sitting at the bar. I also noticed a spider lining crack on the ceiling, directly underneath where Luke's bed was in the bedroom above the bar. That ridiculous situation had me chuckling on the inside. I knew for a fact that I had replaced the bed's frame with a reinforced titanium alloy, but it appeared the flooring under the bed itself was not able to hold up under the amount of repeated and rhythmic impact force it was being forced to endure. After the introductions, Luke took our order for the kitchen before coming back to the table and pulling up a seat. "Luke, meet Raven." "Raven, this is Luke Cage, hero for hire," I said, as an introduction between the two. "Hey now, I don't know anything about being a hero for hire." "I just do what I can," Luke returned with a wry shake of his head. "That's true, but hero for hire has a better ring to it, and no one should work without getting paid," I replied with a shrug. "Get paid, brother man, get paid." Luke chuckled at that little interplay while Raven looked at me askance, trying to figure out the inner workings of our culture. Letting out a little laugh, I placed a small silencer onto the top of the table. With a quick double tap on top of the cube, it separated and took up the space covering the booth. The enveloped space allowed sound in, but no sound would be able to escape. "Now we can safely talk about your adventure last night," I said with a chuckle, as Luke decided to poke a finger into the field that shimmered beside him. "I heard you got a visit from a man with a black scarf over his face." "Man, I did not expect any of that last night," came Luke's reply with a huff. All I planned to do was to help Jess. The next thing I know, Misty is demanding to go with, once I called her with the information. Yeah, that tends to happen when you deal with an assertive woman, Raven said with a nod of her own and a small smile on her face. Yeah, well, I had to deal with two of those damn assertive women last night. One wanted to shoot everyone or arrest them while waving her badge around. The other wasn't bulletproof, but was happy breaking down walls like the Kool-Aid Man to get as many of those girls out as possible. Luke groused with some pain on his face, and I couldn't help laughing at him. Overwatch said you got all of the young ladies out, so no problem then? Raven asked, and Luke and I could both hear the question in that sentence. Yeah, but we were not expecting the fight we found ourselves in or the guy at the end beating up one of the perps. Okay, so you called in backup and the law in Detective Knight. Everything else sounds like your typical hero outing to me, I replied with a shrug. Luke gave me a look that said more than enough before he launched into his story. From what I heard, he took a ride in my Arkham tank to the brownstone houses. Luke mentions he wants one like it. The thing was that I had no plans to create something like the Arkham tank for anyone else. I might create a motorcycle with some camo and other functions. I would have to sit on that thought. After that little comment, Luke spoke about how the augmented reality shades worked wonders for him in the field. That was good to hear because I hadn't yet rolled them out beyond the bulky versions that were built into most helmet interfaces. With the shades, Luke was able to locate the correct house and break in with his immense strength. Once he was inside, Detective Knight showed up, of course. Another tap caused his shades to pick up the locations of the thugs in hiding. Detective Knight had gone into the house with her badge held high, like it was a magical shield that could stop bullets in midair, and Luke had been forced to rush in to protect her from the gang members with weapons. After the fourth guy just shot at her without paying any attention to the badge, she had gotten upset and talked about beating a few worse than their grandmama could. Unfortunately, Luke didn't have the authorization to take any armor out of the Arkham tank, but he didn't know about that anyway. Another thing I would need to fix when I built him a ride of his own. With the help of Detective Knight, they went about clearing the top side of the brownstone house. With some of the knocked-out gang members restrained with flex cuffs, Jessica had shown up in a cab and wanted in on the action. That was when everything went downhill. Luke didn't say that, of course, obviously trying not to make his pseudo-girlfriend look bad, but I knew that that was the case from reading last night's report. Alfred had prepared it for me right after the event, and I trusted his report more than anyone else's. Jessica had a big heart, that was a given. But damn was the girl brash as hell. Brash could be a great quality in this line of work. That wasn't the real issue. The issue was that she had no sense of team dynamics at all, or if she did, had no desire to pay heed to them. When she arrived, she kissed Luke, insulted Detective Knight, and then kicked down the door leading into the basement. None of this appeared in Luke's report. The only thing he said was that things had gotten rough. This kind of selective reporting was not going to fly if I chose to continue to assist him in the future. From the report, Luke and Detective Knight were moving as a team, efficiently and safely clearing the house while taking down any goons they came across. Jessica did none of that. With the basement door kicked open, she pulled it off the hinges and charged right in. Anyone she hit was given a powerful blow, with Luke having to step in and protect her a few times. Everyone that she took down rested wherever they flew, and even Luke had to save a few from some of the locations they landed. Once they got into the basement, the fighting had intensified greatly. It was as if there was something down there that the gangsters didn't want anyone to find and they were willing to kill to keep it hidden. What struck Luke as strange, and Alfred noted this as well in his report, was that the gangsters there had something extra about them, something that made them noticeably stronger and faster than was normal. What I noticed, in particular, was the amount of green these guys were wearing. Something that interested me was the walls that separated the basement from the rest of the house. From the strange labyrinthine layout, it was clear that something was being hidden down there. Jessica had basically brute forced her way to the girls, with little to no finesse or subtlety. They were located closer to the window that Jessica had used to get in during her first rescue. From there, Luke spoke of how they rescued the rest of the girls, but one of them had thrown Jessica halfway across the room out of fear. My medical people were already at the hospital looking after those girls. I wasn't overly worried about them. We had great services for people who wanted help here in New York. What did concern me was figuring out whatever was in those girls' veins. Luke was not a chemist, nor did he care about what they might have been cooking in that house. The green and enhanced strength had me worried, but the last I heard from several recent reports was that Osborn was keeping his nose clean. I was rather hoping that the universe did not feel the need to fill that void. I didn't want another version of the goblin running around. Well, not this version, at least. I was holding out hope for this being my universe's version of the scorpion. If not, then I planned to make my name feared in the underworld. Yet, I was not sure how far I would go if this was to be a goblin akin to his comic version. Norman Osborn, as the Green Goblin, was the worst villain to have ever lived, and that's saying something with carnage and venom around. While he was the Green Goblin, Norman did everything from cloning to killing and raping Peter's girlfriends and family. Those were some extremely dark comics, and I still couldn't figure out how Marvel had gotten away with storylines like those. That was also the main motivation behind me killing him so early within my anti-hero-ish career. I would do whatever was necessary to protect this world from such evil. Letting out a sigh, I listened to the rest of what Luke had to say about last night's rescue, such as it was. It wasn't much of a drug den, but they rescued the girls, and that was all that mattered. Luke had plans to find out where this new enhanced drug was going and who would be its main distributors, with Detective Knight helping him. We finished up just in time for the arrival of our food. With a double tap on the table, I had the cube reassemble itself to be stored away. I am Iron Man. Coming to you live from Los Angeles, this is Brooke Summers with ABC Newsroom. Those familiar and famous words made me sharply look up to see Tony's smug smirk on the large TV screen above the bar. Well, shit. I let out, while Raven just laughed at my exasperated look. Look at it this way, Raven commented as she raised an eyebrow at me. As long as he is hogging all of the spotlights, the dark shadows he throws will hide us completely. Wait, you know something about this? Luke asked as he pointed at the TV behind the bar. Something like that, I replied with a shrug. Luke took that as it was meant, before turning up the TV so we could hear what they had to say. Tony was going on and on about his patriotic duty to protect the American people. Honestly, I was trying not to laugh at the spectacle going on. Everyone considered this breaking news, but I was more worried about the superdrugs that were now seemingly on the streets. That needed my attention far more than Tony and his bloated ego. The sound of an argument in the bar stole my attention from the TV. What I found were some of the Spartans getting rowdy, but I didn't have to go over there because the crew chief was already breaking up whatever bullshit was going down. It would seem that the Spartans were doing trick shots on the bar's pool table, and some bastard had bet money and lost spectacularly. Looking around, I noticed how few people there were within the bar this early in the day and had to wonder, why did my people have to run into the one-day drinking bastard here of all places? Luke left us to go and smooth things over while Raven and I finished our meals. Before long, Jessica noticed us and did a little salute with her beer, which I knew was a sign of both her respect and thanks for our assistance. I knew she was probably feeling guilty about what she had found last night, so I sent a text to Nat. They would have some words because I knew Nat would be able to get through that hard head of hers and reach her a lot better than I could. After our lunch at Luke's bar, Alfred had sent around some SUVs to pick us up and bring us back to Vega Tower. Thankfully, we hadn't needed to hire an external construction team for the repairs following the break-in. What we did was flex our muscles with the city to expedite the approval of new permits. After our new design plans were approved, we erected a holographic field and my own people got to work. No way was I bringing in potential spies. Natalia and Emma had gotten the work done in record time. Alfred and my mother had even taken the opportunity to improve the defenses with the lessons learned from this incursion, allowed improvements that even Natalia wholeheartedly supported. They had kept the futuristic look and overall feel of the building, but a lot of the glass panels that covered concrete now had weapon hardpoints. Each floor now also had a room that housed a drone bay that stored Alfred's spider drones with access to the vents for ease of movement. There was a dedicated satellite that stayed in orbit over the building at all times, now synced with a radar system. This upgraded system now tracked all airborne objects within the city. There would be no sneaking in with a new camera system that had cloaked hardpoints on and within the building. The new defense system was overkill personified, simple as that. Yet, I didn't say a word, because I agreed with that philosophy. Hell, I even included some of the Spartans from the island in the building's security forces. Now though, I was back to sitting in my palatial office on one of the higher floors doing the day-to-day activities typical of any high-level CEO. I was beginning to see why Tony placed Pepper in charge of all this administrative bullshit. The only reason why I haven't pawned off some of my responsibilities was that I liked my control and didn't want to make the same mistakes that Tony had, the ones that led to his very own weapons being sold under the table and then used against him. Then there was the fact that my mind was just too fast. It wasn't so much the paperwork that was killing me, no, it was the sitting in the chair for extended periods, no matter how luxurious and expensive the thing was. What they never told you in the comics was that getting the Speed Force meant you had an overamped version of ADHD to deal with. To solve that issue, I had multiple holographic screens projected above the surface of my desk, and I was working on all 8 screens simultaneously. One of my tasks today was going over the future expansion and construction plans for Salem and the island in preparation for things I knew were coming. On 3 monitors, I was watching several in-progress training scenarios taking place in my war rooms. I had taken the design of the infamous danger room of the X-Mansion and amped it all the way past 100. Each of the 3 war rooms was set up underneath my military facilities, modeled after the underground bases in the Resident Evil movies. Each war room was about 2 miles in size. I had a lot of stolen money to burn, so overkill was my design philosophy when it came to things like this, which was why I had reinforced both the floor and ceiling and used hard light modulators throughout. With the invention of the artificial crystal tech, the hard light constructs became far deadlier and more realistic for use in combat training scenarios. When these were used in conjunction with the danger room technology, the war room was born. The 3 war rooms were named the Fighter's Pit, the Space Pit, and the Command Deck. Each room was the length of 2 miles with a 50-foot ceiling. We had gone overboard with the space expansion runes that the Ancient One had given us, but overkill was my motto. When large-scale training exercises were being conducted, meaning all 3 war rooms were in use, the Command Deck ran the Fighter's Pit and the Space Pit simulations. Everyone was currently split down the middle, red versus blue. Each side always started with a random number of forces that could range from 50 to 100 or more. The hard light modules could reproduce any weapon, and they packed a very realistic punch, though thankfully not so realistically that they'd kill my Spartans. From the monitor feeds, I could tell the fighting was incredibly fierce, the defenders fighting desperately against an overwhelming attacking force. This was training against desperate odds with no backup coming for at least another day. Faura was in command of the defending forces, desperately utilizing every strategy, tactic, and dirty trick to beat the odds. But it was her against a team of my best military strategists, each one groomed from birth to be one of the world's greatest military tacticians, for battles on land or in space. I had to give it to her though, because for each of her forces she lost in the land fight, her enemy gave up 5. Shifting my eyes to the second hologram, I watched the space battle unfold. I wanted to see more, so I rotated my hand under the hologram. The display changed to show a camera view of the large room holding all of the simulated, fully immersive, space fighter cockpit environments. I watched as my fighter pilots banked and fought for their lives across 100 images. This spacious room was decked out with personal gravity modulators within each of the built-in cockpits. I watched as some leaned side to side as they made turns that would turn a pilot's insides to mush if they pulled those moves within any planetary atmosphere and without inertial dampeners. I watched the fierce dogfight amongst the solar system's asteroid belt as they duked it out over the strategic outpost that could help their side win the war. Bright lights brought my attention to the explosion of the bomber ships of the Red Team. They lost 6 bombers during a bombing run when a fighter failed to take out their objective, one of the main gun emplacements. A bomber was never meant to be as nimble as a fighter, but from the piss-poor evasive maneuvers attempted, it would seem that the ship's thrusters would either need to be improved or they would have to be changed to a new system altogether. Each of the simulated ships taking part in this simulated battle were acting in accordance with the capabilities and restrictions granted by the current design blueprints we had on file. Each component was built, exhaustively tested to determine how it would behave under a myriad number of conditions, then finally uploaded into the simulation. This allowed us to simulate how the ship would act and perform in the real world under many different conditions, including the rigors of combat, before we built the actual ships at great expense, and long before we put my pilots' lives on the line. There was no damping my excitement watching my people learn from their mistakes, gain new insights, and come up with creative new solutions, strategies, and tactics. Their development curve was crazy, and the low-stakes training environment meant that they could take risks without risking their ships or their lives. This was bringing us one step closer to being able to defend ourselves in the greater universe. The first step would be tapping the resources of our own little solar system, resources that I needed to get my hands on for several other plans to succeed. There had to be some goodies hiding out in the asteroid belt or on any of the other planets within our solar system that couldn't sustain life. Sighing, I leaned back in my seat to enjoy the show my people were unknowingly giving me. I knew that I was procrastinating and setting aside real work that I would have to do later, like meeting with Xavier, but I honestly didn't care at the moment. The drive, flight, or run to upstate New York wasn't that long, but I honestly didn't want to go and talk with that man. I know I'm procrastinating, but such is life. Xavier was far too peaceful, sanctimonious, and stubborn for what needed to be done. I watched my people desperately fight for their survival, suffer through the hardships of hard-fought and hard-won battles, oftentimes dying horrifically on my behalf and for all of humanity, metahumans included. None of it was real, of course, this time at least, but one day it would be. And these men were mine. I had literally given them life, and now they were dying for me, and for all of humanity. After watching for some time, I made up my mind. The demands of survival, and the cold pragmatic mentality of a soldier, can't be the only thing that drives a civilization's development and evolution. There have to be those with kind hearts involved, with love and tolerance in their souls. It would seem that I had finally made up my mind on inviting Xavier onto the island, and placing a few of my plans and goals within his hands. There was a soft ping that drew my attention. A report flagged by Alfred for my personal attention had caused a new holographic screen to appear. What I found was a major surprise. It would seem that one of the underwater crafts trying to track down that power source we had detected recently had detected an ore vein on the seafloor during the course of their scans, but was yet unable to determine what it was. That was going to be one interesting mining project, especially since the data was indicating a 53.567% chance that there was gold within the surrounding area. The scan indicated that it went very deep underground, which could make mining extremely difficult, but the initial scans were promising enough to warrant further investigation. While we still planned to have my island's currency backed by vibranium, gold was still a valuable commodity the world over. Profits from mining could also be used to launder a huge amount of the dirty money in my possession, if necessary. I sent the data to the Minister of Science and went back to watching the simulated battles play out. After watching the battles a little longer, I noticed one of the soldiers that weren't selected for a leading role during this battle. He wasn't Rambo or the Terminator, at least in direct combat action, but damn was he good with his subtle use of telekinesis. It wasn't a surprise that no one was catching on to what he was doing. If someone had, they would have targeted them for priority elimination considering how effective their actions were. I watched as soldiers died as a result of suddenly slipping in mud or from hitting the sidewalls as they tried to run through an open doorway. In both cases they were initially fine, neither the fall nor the impact doing much to hurt them, but it usually happened at some critical moment and was chalked up to bad luck by everyone involved. My perspective, though, showed the truth and the result. Each stroke of bad luck meant the sufferer was almost always gunned down trying to recover or escape, usually dying in the most embarrassing ways during something like this. In the few instances where they weren't immediately killed, I was convinced this soldier had allowed it. The one suffering the sudden fall typically receiving an injury that required their squad to assist and protect them, thus diminishing their combat effectiveness and making the group more vulnerable as a whole. If I was right, that was some shrewd and ruthless thinking. There was a very good chance no one would even realize it. How many were going to tell their battlefield commander in the after-action report that they died because they slipped in mud and was run over by an oncoming truck? Or that they bumped into a door frame during their escape and was gunned down with vital intel? Yeah, this Spartan 249 was going to get some extra eyes on him, all right. That kind of outside-the-box, asymmetrical thinking, was not something you could train people to have. They either did or they didn't. With that thought, I flagged 249's file and asked Alfred to keep me apprised of his career and training. I watched until the very end, while I did my paperwork, of course. Paperwork might be the death of plenty of people, but the Speed Force was the solution to many problems. After the end of the battle, I found my way down into Gwen's lab. The seat I was using was at the countertop on the other side of the glass that led into the sealed room that contained Gwen and Susan Storm. Gwen was currently studying what Essex had in his hard drives when we hit his second base of operations on Bar Sinister. The things that Nat brought back from that island had both Gwen and Sue drooling to get their hands on it. Susan's situation worried me, but since she wasn't sleeping with Richards, I was more than happy to be alive and try my best to make sure that a reality warping baby doesn't get born. Hell, at this point, she can marry Doom or Namor or anyone else and I would be fine with it. There was a flash of red light as I set aside the matchmaking scheme of introducing her to my Minister of Science as the room was flooded with fire. Jumping up from my position, I attempted to phase my way into the lab but was rebuffed by a force field. Well, damn it. We installed a defense net with our latest series of lab upgrades. Gwen and Susan were adamant about keeping foreign contaminants out, came Alfred's voice over the intercoms. I was already moving before the intercom had the chance to cut out. I flipped back to the far back wall as my legs touched down, then I was moving forward again. The sudden acceleration had me tilting forward, nose nearly touching the floor, as instinctual coordination and balance granted by the speed force kicked back in, launching me towards the shield, cutting me off from Gwen and Sue. My left hand reached forward, sampling the harmonics of the field through the index finger on my left hand before I matched it and allowed the feeling to flow through the rest of my body. The aura I projected covered and protected my skin like normal, but I watched as my clothes failed to make the transition through the force field, virtually shredding off my body. I cared little for what happened to my clothes as I forced my way into the lab. What I found was something that was just surreal. Gwen and Sue were backed up into the corner of the lab, while something was trying to eat them both. Luckily for them, Sue had had the presence of mind to throw up a force field with her powers and was successfully holding it back for now. Whatever it was the size of a polar bear and looked like a sludge monster trying to imitate the look of flesh. The fires of the lab still blazed as internal systems tried to kill off the monstrosity. I had no clue what this thing was, but I was going to make sure it died and stayed dead. The flames, a security measure to protect against the release of dangerous organisms studied in the lab, poured into the room and circled us both as I grabbed the monster by its neck and yanked it back. Thankfully, my control over the strength force meant the flames obeyed me. Limbs, tentacles, and everything else flailed around as it tried to force its way into my mouth. No. No. Hell no. My mouth closed quickly, because somehow I knew just where this was heading. There was more than enough hentai around in this reality for me to recognize that. That was not going to happen. No sir, I did not swing that way even in death. My eyes were blazing with power while the tentacles wrapped their way around my neck. Then, I felt something reach for my third leg. Enough. Fire, lightning, and death came out of my mouth as I focused the attack on this hentai monster wannabe. Flames came out of my palms as I thrust them inside the thing and forced the flames to burn this thing from the inside out. The lightning in my veins burned out the monster's nervous system as it convulsed with the amount of power I forced into it. The monster died slowly, becoming a writhing puddle of flesh, as I did all in my power to kill it. The puddle didn't even escape my wrath for what it tried to do to me and my girls. The flames that were still pouring into the room, that I had made surround us, leapt to my commands. My gravity control raised the puddle of flesh off the ground and I slowly burned what remained to a fine ash. The flesh puddle screamed and screamed as I increased the intensity of the flames. I was going to kill it with fire. I refused to allow something like this to survive even a moment longer. Exterminatus biatch. Ash was all that was left as more and more flames poured into the room. The intensity of the flames was kept up until I was certain that every trace of this abomination was deader than dead. Enough, Alfred. Cut the fire, I growled out, while keeping the fire cage set on the ashes of the monster. I was taking no chances today. Gravity pulsed as unimaginable weight bore down upon the already clearly dead beast. There was a gasp somewhere behind me, but I paid it no mind as the electromagnetic spectrum flexed under my anger at what almost happened. A hand gently touched my cheek, drawing my attention. I found Gwen standing next to me with a look of apprehension on her face. I knew why she had that look on her face. She was experimenting with dangerous substances again. This time, though, the repercussions could have been beyond disastrous for her and Sue, especially if I hadn't been here to stop it. Glancing at Sue, I caught her trying to catch her breath. I turned, ignoring her as I summoned over a stainless steel tray that was laying on one of the counters. Metal bent and flexed under my command as it molded around the pile of ashes that floated in the air. The metal conformed into a coffin/prison for whatever hellish creature it was they were working on. Whatever this experiment was, it's over. Do you two understand me? I said with chilling finality as I glared at the two sexy mad scientists. Wait, no, you can't do that, Sue spoke up as she got in my way. The things we discovered with that culture sample could lead to a solution for amputations and so much more. This is world-changing, and I do not accept your dismissal of the discoveries we could make. Then next time, perhaps I will only save Gwen and leave you to suffer your fate, I growled back, looking her dead in the eye. I would think from your last misadventure that you would exercise more caution with that life of yours, Susan. Just because that worked out for you doesn't mean it always will. That blew the wind right out of her sails as I watched her deflate before me. I know, but we have to continue. The things we could discover and bring to humanity. It could change the world, Sue exclaimed, and I could hear the naked pleading in her voice. True, but when you rush into things, you end up with abominations like this, and Richard's last extra-dimensional portal misadventure, I responded with a nod. Where did you even get this sample? I made certain that anything that dangerous was not brought back here to the tower. The only thing I authorized coming back here was the data for Gwen to look over. I looked between them both and immediately noticed the shifty look they shared. Gwen. Neither replied, but the shifty look they shared intensified. Please tell me you didn't. I looked hard at both of them, and yet still no one said a word. Alfred. According to recovered records, the sample was removed out of Sinister's lab number 3. Mr. Sinister conducted 42 separate experiments on the sample. All failed with bizarre unforeseen results before he ceased further testing. There are also notations about this being a sample of xenobiology he acquired somehow. No other information on its origins is available, Alfred replied succinctly with the information that I wanted. How many deaths? I asked out loud, knowing resource costs was one of the few reasons Sinister would give up on something this interesting. From the records, 4 clones of Mr. Essex were killed horrifically while experimenting on the sample before he ultimately gave up on further study. The resource costs and risks were too great even for him to proceed. Wow, even a supervillain, mad genius like Mr. Sinister decided it was too dangerous to continue working on this thing. I'm not saying maybe you two couldn't have done better, but you decided to give it a try by yourselves, with no backup, insufficient safety procedures, and no contingencies in place. You're both grounded. No more lab time for the rest of the week. I want you both to think about what could have happened here, I said with a heavy sigh, leaving my chest. Gwen, I'll have to revoke your access if this is what you're going to do with our resources and against my orders. What? No, come on, Ben, it was only the one time. The hand testing the firmness of my pectorals drew my attention before I could reply. Looking down, I caught Sue licking her lips, her eyes below my waist at the moment. I guess I was still naked from forcing my way into the room. The best thing about looking like a smoke show was that you didn't have anything to be embarrassed about when it came to nudity. Let's not forget the Chi Chamber incident, I recalled, as I looked at Gwen. She obviously hadn't forgotten given the innocent look she was trying and failing to sell. Yes, Sue. How can I gain access to these resources that Gwen keeps bringing back? Sue asked me with hunger in her eyes. I wonder how much of that was scientific versus carnal. Take that week to reflect, and I will think about letting you onto the island, I answered before I turned to make my way out of the lab. The metal sphere that I had crushed down to an 8-inch diameter was floating next to me. The smooth surface of the stainless steel it was made of reflected the light perfectly with an atomic smoothness only possible with gravity manipulation. Leaving the lab, I found my smartband damaged, lying on the floor near where the force field had started. I would have to practice that move more. Leaving my clothes and technology behind was not a great option. Alfred, open my door, please. I left the lab with those 2 mad scientists behind. I had to quickly get dressed to make sure I made it on time to Xavier's school. To be honest with myself, I didn't really need the design schematics for Cerebro anymore, nor did I want Xavier to stick his nose into what I have built, try to control my actions, or force his moral philosophies upon me. However, there were still things he had access to that I did not have. It was his fame and sterling reputation as a leading metahuman that I was after, a powerful and lifelong proponent of tolerance and love that would help me sell my message to the rest of the world. Like 2 extremes on a spectrum, Charles Xavier stood for peace and coexistence on one side, while Magneto stood for metahuman supremacy over the norms on the other. I would be perfectly all right with peaceful coexistence, but I was far too much of a realist and student of history to truly think it was likely humanity had it in them to get there naturally. No, I was more of a fight back and launch preemptive strikes type of person, assuming humanity would need to be dragged kicking and screaming to get them even to the middle of that spectrum. Magneto's extreme would make himself, and metahumans along with him, the enemies of the whole world. That would never work. I had seen how that nearly led to the extinction of humanity. The flight to the X-Mansion didn't take as long as it would have if we had flown in the jet, but it was also longer than if I had just ran there myself. I felt the shield that flowed over the gunship as we reached the outer limits of Salem, New York. This little town had me pumping millions and millions of my money into it to secure and protect all of the metahumans that currently lived within its borders. The word had gone out to those within the US that Salem was a safe and protected place to live if you were a metahuman. They heard that this was the place to be, a place where they could be safe from all those that tried to hunt our kind, like the Friends of Humanity, the Purifiers, and so many more who were out there trying to skin us as heretics or outright kill us because we offended their shitty sensibilities. There was no way I was going to let any of that happen to the metahumans who trusted me with their lives. So I had made sure that this town had more than enough firepower to protect against the actions of any of those morons that decided to visit. So far, we had caught a few low-level purifiers and had to gun down others with the armed patrol drones. They didn't seem to be learning their lesson, so the body count was slowly building. But that was also helping us rescue and recruit more metas to the town as news that we were not all talk began to leak out to the world. Of course, this had led to an outcry and investigations by state and federal law enforcement. But my law enforcement had followed the law to the letter on the use of lethal force and had video to prove it. My lawyers ensured my people were protected. My aggressive public relation campaign to rebrand and rename mutants as metahumans had finally started to bear fruit in recent months, with the media itself finally starting to use the new term, with the old almost being seen as a new kind of racial slur, which was exactly what I intended. My endgame was to relegate the term mutant to the same status as something like the N-word. This was not a small thing. A name was a very powerful thing and was incredibly important in influencing how the world viewed us as a group. I was incredibly excited when I saw how the people of Salem were already using the new term to define themselves. This was the first time I saw it used firsthand, by people that were not born on my island. There was so much more about their thinking that I would like to change, but all of that could wait until they moved onto the island. I had Natalia and her little team of killer women have a few chats in bars around town. They were putting out feelers, but also giving hope about the future. The island wasn't yet an open secret, but the people knew that they would soon be invited to someplace that they could call home, run by a government made up of people just like themselves. Now the meta-population around here mostly knew of the island and spoke of it in hushed tones, all waiting for the day that the portal would open. The gunship touched down on Xavier's lawn with a hollow projection hiding the ship's weapon placements. I took special note of the people that were waiting for me. Surprisingly, Xavier had Moira MacTaggart, of all people, standing at his side, with Hank on the other. I knew that Moira worked on some secret island in the comics and was a partner to Xavier before he lost his legs, but that was years ago. My Spartans were standing before the back ramps even lowered for us to exit. A hand stopped me from walking out as my Spartans quickly exited the ship and secured the landing zone around the X-Mansion. Once they were happy it wasn't a trap or ambush, I watched as the Spartans came to attention and waited for me to walk down the ramp, constantly scanning for threats. I was sure it had to be Nat that set me up. It had to be her or Faura, and there was nothing I could say because they looked mighty professional, like they were protecting a VIP, which I guess I kind of was. I strolled down the ramp with my head held high, looking dashing in my charcoal gray bespoke suit. Separating from my men, I walked up to the professor and his entourage. Professor, Dr. McCoy, Dr. MacTaggart, I greeted with a smirk on my lips at how good I felt. The last time a formal/important meeting like this had happened, Xavier had had all of the cards and crashed the barbecue at my house, even exposing my abilities to my parents. Now it was my turn to crash things here, in his backyard. Was I petty? Hell yeah, I'm petty as shit. The three of them had a look of surprise on their faces when I said the name of the lady that was trying to play undercover. I had so much lore on Marvel and DC stored in my head, there was no way I was not going to know such an important person connected to the X-Men. After a quick handshake and some perfunctory pleasantries, I was directed within the X-Mansion, which was filled with meta kids once more. From the few visible, they looked like the ones we rescued from the place that had taken Peter and Laura. I noticed Mercury amongst the older ones who were taking care of the younger ones. I walked by without greeting her since the last time we met I had the Red Hood persona on, and she was never able to see my face. "Professor, you called me?" Mercury asked as she came up beside our group. "Yes, Miss Kincaid. I would like to have a word with you after my current meeting if you don't mind," Xavier said with a fatherly smile to the silver-skinned girl. "Of course, Professor," Mercury answered, whose real name was Kincaid, which I already knew. Xavier gave a pleasant smile, then ushered me towards his office. Xavier took his seat behind his large cherry oak desk while Dr. McCoy again took up a position at his right, and Moira took hers at Xavier's left. Of course, I ignored the seat that was offered to me and took the one by the couches, in order to throw the power dynamics off kilter. Before anyone could say anything, I also used my power to move them bodily to the other couches in the room while placing Xavier besides Moira. Gravity control for the win. "Now, I believe we can start," I said with a chuckle. I'm not visiting the principal's office, Charles, so there is no need for that seat in front of the desk routine. Thank you for setting that straight, Benjamin, Hank said with a large smile that was all teeth. Now, I believe you wanted to have a word about something. It was you who requested this meeting, after all. Yes, there are a few things I would like to talk about, I replied with a nod and a serious expression on my face. One of the things on my agenda for this evening would be to obtain a copy of Cerebro's design schematics. In return, I would like to offer Dr. McCoy a position within my cabinet as an official ambassador, representing my country in the United Nations, once my island becomes known to the world. One of your first tasks will be helping our new nation gain recognition as a sovereign state. It's going to be a tremendous challenge, but I think you are one of the few metahumans in the world who might be truly up for it. Wow, Mr. Blake, I don't know what to say, Hank replied, stunned at my offer, looking visibly excited at being asked to be part of the founding of a nation meant for metahumans. Xavier muttered from his location. Benjamin, might I ask what your plans are for those young metahuman students, the ones Aurora brought to your island? To teach them, of course, and no, I don't plan to preach any of that mutant superiority nonsense that Eric teaches, I replied with a hand up to signal an end to this line of inquiry. Now Dr. MacTaggart is here, and I would like to understand why. Yes, I asked Moira here to come and assist, since I have been unable to find qualified teachers willing to work with metahumans. I can send some teachers if you're in need, I offered, while tapping my chin. It was odd leading a conversation with Xavier, being who he was, but damn if it wasn't something else. This wasn't some ego trip, but speaking to one of my idols on an equal footing, well, that still had its wow factor. Xavier and Hank shared a look, and I had to suppress the urge to smile. They had obviously thought I wasn't going to be so cooperative when I arrived, or would be directly competing with their school and would want to steal away their students. That might come naturally in time. So with that out of the way, ask the question that's really on your mind. The group shared another look. Yes, tell us, what are your goals for the future? Moira asked, going straight for the jugular. There will never be any true equality between normal humans and metahumans, no matter how hard we fight for it, no matter how much we sacrifice, no matter how valuable they realize we are in a harsh galaxy. They might pass the laws when enough money has greased palms or enough self-interest is involved, but it will never be a true equality. We will always be other to them, I stated with a shrug. My island is the first step for our kind to have a nation of its own. A place to not only call home, but to live free of discrimination and prejudice, without the constant threat of violence and death. Everyone that lives on this island will be metahumans or humans that have been carefully vetted. Anything other than that, you do not have the clearance to know. What about the United Nations? Xavier asked with wide eyes. What about them? The nation I'm building sits on land that belonged to no one before. As a matter of international law, a sovereign nation is one that has a single centralized government with the power to govern a specific area. But fundamentally, sovereignty comes from the ability to defend that existence, to defend the people it calls its citizens. Our will, our determination, like our shields and weapons and powers, are strong, and we will defend our right to exist as a free nation and a free people, I replied with a shrug. International waters allow for a great deal of flexibility in that regard. The three of them shivered from the bloodlust I leaked out. That was all they needed to know, and I would say no more on that subject for now. Would I be able to see this island? Xavier asked with some hope in his voice. It was odd seeing this icon before me with a childlike glee in his voice, but I knew why. I was doing something that would give our race a future, separate from the existing power structures that often fail to protect metahumans or grant them the rights everyone else enjoyed. He could try and argue such a step wasn't needed, but he was far too intelligent not to understand how important this was. Of course, Professor, I answered with a smile on my lips. I believe it's also time you gained the use of your legs back. How? The nerve, muscle, and bone damage was far too extensive for any type of treatment, Moira answered swiftly. Taking out my wallet, I removed 2 data pads the size of credit cards. After the data pads activated, they returned to their normal 12-inch sizes. One went to Hank, and the other went to be shared between Moira and Xavier. Removing my smartband from my wrist, I held it in one hand as I took master controls of the data pads. Bringing up what I was looking for, I had the data sent to their tablets. From the molecular structure, you can see that the metagel we've developed has a powerful regenerative quality, I stated, as I let them watch the video of the gel closing bullet and other wounds. Combine that with our advancements in nanotechnology, and my people believe we have an 82% chance to successfully restore the professor's legs to full function. If that is too unpalatable a number, we can always prepare a fresh clone body for a full mind transference. The silence was deafening for nearly a minute. The technology to perform such a thing would have to be advanced far, far beyond anything available or even known to be possible, Dr. McCoy nearly whispered in shock, as he shifted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. I have the money, while Essex had the tech. Now I have both, I said with a shrug. Benjamin, Nathaniel Essex is not a man to be trifled with, Xavier said with a gasp at my revelation. He has been partly dealt with, and is now hiding in some dark corner of the world, licking his wounds and no doubt plotting his revenge, I sighed out. We were able to shine a light in most of his dark little hidey holes and got Bar Sinister, his cliché supervillain island lair, but unfortunately he was still able to escape. That is a lot to take in, Benjamin, Xavier replied, sounding stunned. That's all right, Professor. Take your time, sleep on it, and get back to me. So, how about those schematics for Cerebro? And let's take a look at the danger room while I'm here, I said with some mirth as I watched Hank try not to drool at the medical data he was reading. Of course, right this way. Manhattan, New York, New York. Felicia Hardy Black Cat, leader of the Hardy Foundation. Acquirer of premium artifacts. Felicia reclined back within her office chair with her very expensive and stylish heels resting upon her desk. It had been a very busy few days for her after her little heist, and she was now taking the time to catch a breather before taking some meetings. For now, though, she was just going to enjoy her well-deserved Caesar salad. Above her location floated the diamond that she had acquired a few nights prior. Felicia pierced a mini tomato with a sharpened nail as she watched the light play off the faceted surface of the exquisitely cut flawless diamonds above her. There was simply no stopping her smile as she watched the 9 diamonds rotate above her head. The chandelier that held them was even placed in a central position above her desk to draw the eyes. Each diamond that floated above her was a notch in her belt from some very interesting moments in her life. It would be the 9th diamond that had her teaming up with a super. It reminded her of when she first started out, a tiny 9-year-old waif that picked pockets until she picked the wrong one in the San Francisco Diamond Exchange. Her father had saved her that day, before they had a chance to beat her bloody or worse, but that was life back then. Trying and more often than not, failing. Now though, no one could tell it was even her unless she let them. Felicia couldn't help the wicked smile on her lips at the thought of her latest acquisition. Beep. Ma'am, your 2 o'clock is here. Give me 10, Christine, then bring her up. With a sigh, Felicia pulled her feet off her desk before getting herself ready for the day. Before she could go any further, she noticed the red blinking lights with a picture and name. The screen read, Madame Gao, one of the leaders of the Hand Ninjas. They were based in New York but had a presence around the world, also known as Yami no T. Chi Master, extremely dangerous masterclass hand-to-hand combatant. The list went on and on, seemingly endless, listing the atrocities these hand ninjas had committed, and that was only their crimes in the last 150 years or so. The organization was very old. God only knew what they were responsible for since they were founded. There was also a list of abilities that this Madame Gao was suspected to possess. Placing her salad aside, Felicia got up to straighten her pantsuit before pressing a button on her desktop to alert her assistant that she was ready to receive her next appointment. Felicia stood with her back straight as Madame Gao walked in with a regal gait, wearing a very traditional black garb with intricate patterns along the front. Her hair was done up in a bun that folded at the back of her head, held together with 2 hair picks. Felicia silently took in these many details, trying to ignore the facade of the fragile old lady before her, but really couldn't see the cold-eyed killer that all of her devices kept warning her about. She wanted to huff, but Felicia knew better than to discount those warnings. She knew that Ben would not have had so many warnings programmed into the system about such a person unless it was completely warranted, though Felicia found herself interested in seeing what a supposed Chi Master could do when pushed. With a smile on her face, Felicia held Madame Gao's hand in a gentle shake while also making a note to herself to learn more about this group, the Hand. With the standard pleasantries shared, Felicia offered Madame Gao a seat in front of her desk while she took her own. The ease in which Madame Gao moved, Felicia noted, was completely at odds with the need for a walking stick. She wondered why the person across from her carried one when it was crystal clear that one was not really needed. Was it meant to be used as a weapon? one others would overlook when combined with this image of a helpless old woman? Taking a moment, Felicia tapped a finger on her desk as she waited for her office to become secure from surveillance. The windows darkened and even the air vents sealed as shields went up, sealing all openings into the office and isolating the office from electronic signals going in or out. "Now that we are secured, how may I help you, Madame Gao?" Felicia asked as she stapled her fingers together on top of her desk. Her back was straight, hair flawless, and facial expression locked in polite neutrality, the very picture of professional calm and polite interest. "I thank you for accepting this meeting, Ms. Hardy," Madame Gao returned slowly, with a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "It has come to my attention that you have taken over Wilson's area of influence." Felicia couldn't help giving a small smile of her own, with a small nod in acknowledgement. "My associates have brought to my attention and passed along a marvelous new substance, one that has turned out to be remarkably beneficial for these old joints. This same substance is distributed throughout your area of influence," Madame Gao stated with her own small bow of the head. "We would like to discuss a deal for this remarkable item that you have come into the possession of. If you would but allow us to partner with our facilities to distribute around the globe, I believe we can have a very fruitful partnership." Felicia took a moment to think it over. "There is a strict policy that I like to follow in regards to all of my business deals, madam. And that's not to tread on anyone's toes." Felicia responded while thinking over all of the implications of getting into a business relationship with an organization like The Hand. "I just don't see how a deal of that nature would be to my benefit. I prefer exclusive control of the manufacture and distribution of the NX5. Why would I broaden my scope of operations? All that's going to do is bring unwanted attention." "Understandable, especially since this couldn't be classified as the others on the market. What if my associates promise no competition with your organization in this city, and also offer shared access and distribution rights to territories we control beyond this city?" Madame Gao asked while leaning forward. Tap, 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 tap. "That's a very interesting offer, something that I would have to give some consideration to," Felicia answered with a predatory smile. Of course, they would be willing to give favorable terms for something so new and different, like NX5, she thought to herself. This wasn't a drug like heroin or cocaine that could kill its user. In fact, it would make the person healthier, which meant its customer base was far larger than standard narcotics. "Alas, I cannot give you an answer today. After all, I have the Irish to deal with before I can free up the time necessary. Allow me to provide an introduction to a few useful contacts of ours that might be of some service to you in your time of need," Madame Gao replied, pushing the point. "Then please, let us attempt this for our mutual benefit," Felicia said, but she couldn't help feeling that this meeting had gone far too smoothly, far too convivially. Business deals at this level in the criminal hierarchy almost always included various subtle threats of violence and coercion. Madame Gao was playing some angle, but that wasn't going to stop her. The island, training ground, building site 12. Peter Parker, aka your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man boyfriend extraordinaire, genius, happy uncle. Adrenaline swam within his veins as he dove down from 100 feet up in the air. The wind rustled along with the fabric that covered his ears, the closer he got to the ground. Before he knew it, Peter's spider sense flared, yet there was no stopping the grin from under his mask. His hand snapped to the right as a web line shot out, catching the side of the building that loomed over the area. The web went taut as Peter shot off in a swing that caused him to yelp in joy. Yahoo! FWIP. Another web line shot out as Peter slung himself around another corner as he came up upon the building that was marked in his HUD. Peter took a moment to perch on the building, overlooking the place holding hostages he was tasked to rescue. Reviewing his mission parameters once more, Peter realized that Logan never gave him either an enemy count, the number of hostages involved, or the weapons in play. Damn it, Peter grumbled once he realized his mistake. In hindsight, Peter realized that he really shouldn't have run off so quickly once he was told of the training exercise. If he had been a bit more patient, there was a good chance he'd have been given that information. Letting out a huff, Peter put aside his frustration to look closer at the building that was highlighted in his view. Currently, he had no idea about the level of opposition to expect or the civilians in danger. Guess it was time to put that training Logan and Natasha had been drilling into his head to use, Peter thought to himself. Taking a look around, Peter noticed that there was only one guy on the roof, obviously on overwatch duty. The perp was walking in an anti-clockwise rotation around the rooftop like he was on a perimeter patrol. Peter took a moment to do a rough count on how long the patrol cycle around the roof took, before he formulated a plan. Leaning back flush against the building that he was clinging to the side of, Peter pulled out one of the smaller spider bots from his utility belt. Placing the little spider on his shoulder, Peter made his way to the top of the building. Once he got to the top, Peter hopped over the edge before placing down the little spider bot on the edge facing the building he had to work his way into. Beep, beep, 10:00, 9:59. Shit. Okay, I got it, you're the boss, Logan, you're the boss. Peter was talking to himself as he prepared for the jump. Walking 10 feet back, Peter dug deep within his well of courage before taking off at a sprint. The thug that was on patrol, highlighted red in his HUD, was currently facing the other way. Peter stepped hard on the edge of the building to launch himself high into the air. His arms outstretched as the web gliders in his suit activated, allowing Peter to glide the distance between the rooftops. 20 meters. 13 meters. 8 meters. Peter's spider sense flared as his shadow fell over the thug on the roof, alerting the man something was above him. The thug turned around with wide eyes, but before he could raise his gun to fire, Peter had already tucked his arms in as he slammed feet first into the thug, knocking the air out of him and knocking him down. Gracefully flipping back off the chest of the now unconscious thug, Peter whipped his arms out, pinning him on the roof with his webs. With a nod of satisfaction at a job well done, Peter walked away, heading for the ventilation shaft that led further down into the building. Before he started to inspect the ventilation shaft, Peter ordered the spider drone that he had left on the other building to perform overwatch, just in case the guy he knocked out woke up, or someone came to check on him. Turning around, Peter pulled 4 more spider drones out of his utility belt. These were notably larger than the last one he used for Overwatch. Placing down the spider drones, Peter gave additional commands on his wrist bracer to have the drones take up position at all 4 corners. As the drones moved to take up their place at the waymarker that Peter had set for them, he turned around and removed the brackets that closed off the ventilation system from the outside world. He completed one last check of his surroundings, noticing that everything still looked fine, before Peter crawled his way into the building. Once he worked his way down from the 10th floor to the 9th, Peter activated the 4 spider drones that he left at the top. Ping. Peter watched as his HUD came alive with the active image and information generated through echolocation. The metal supports showing up first before the rest of the building follows. Ping. Peter noticed himself in the vent system before the echolocation pulse went past his prone form to the rest of the building. Floor after floor, the echolocation went on its way, bringing back real-time sensor readings. Peter took a moment to look over the readings to formulate a winning plan. According to the sensor readings, 2 people were on patrol on the 5th floor, while there was a larger gathering of bodies on the 4th. The 1st and 2nd floors had more weapons and barriers, which told Peter that he would have to find another way to evacuate the civilians. More and more readings kept coming in, giving Peter a better picture of the current situation. Shit, Peter thought to himself as he started to crawl again. He needed a plan to save these people, or he would fail. And if that was not enough, the mission clock was still counting down rapidly. Taking a moment to check over the contents of his utility belt, Peter smiled as he looked at the pouch filled with web grenades. With those in hand, ideas and plans flashed through Peter's mind. One such plan was viable, but he would have to set it up and also take out the one person that might be able to block the civilians' exit. With his mind made up, Peter worked his way down to the 3rd floor swiftly and silently. Quickly, Peter arrived at his chosen destination. Taking a moment, Peter rechecked his map to see if anyone had moved significantly from before. Noting his previous tactical information was still good, Peter activated the stealth function of his suit. Quietly removing the grate that blocked his way, Peter worked his way out of the ventilation system. With one last check around, Peter crawled his way out into the hall. From the map's last echolocation ping, there were no guards or patrols on this level of the building. With that in mind, Peter planned to place his web grenades in the stairwells. They would go off on his remote command, hopefully blocking the hostiles from coming up through either of the emergency stairwells while he took the civilians out via the fire escape. That was a quick and simple plan, one that he could realistically perform with the last 6 minutes on the mission clock. But he would have to take out the 2 hostiles on the floor above the hostages first, Peter thought to himself. Moving quickly, Peter placed his web grenades in the emergency stairwell to block the 2nd level and the 1st before retreating up the 3rd floor. Peter once more closed off the stairwell on the southern side of the building before he made his way to the 5th floor. The sensor pings showed no unusual activity, so the thugs patrolling were still seemingly none the wiser. Moving rapidly, Peter jumped from the floor to the ceiling to begin crawling along it towards his first unsuspecting thug. He chuckled quietly in his thoughts. They never looked up. Peter watched the two walk side by side down the hallway. He had to choose his moment of attack very carefully. These thugs were packing some serious firepower, and he still had some genuine fear of getting shot, even if Ben said his suit was impervious to virtually everything up to an anti-tank round. Even if that were true, which he was still unsure about, random gunfire could easily go through walls and hurt innocents, so there still was good reason for caution. As the thug with the ammo bandolier slung over his shoulder peeked into one of the rooms, Peter took his shot. Twip. Webbing covered the thug in the red jacket across his mouth, effectively silencing him, as another shot covered his body, wrapping him up tightly. The other thug must have gotten spooked by the sound because he rapidly turned around, but it was already far too late. Peter was already dropping down from the ceiling in attack mode. Swift jabs and a kick to the temple had both thugs laid out unconscious on the ground. With these two down, nothing was stopping Peter now from rescuing the civilians. Two quick pokes allowed the goons to breathe freely. One last check found that their weapons were webbed and gunked up. Peter was ready to go. Checking the mission clock, Peter sighed as he noted only 5 minutes left on the clock. Ignoring that, Peter jumped back onto the ceiling to make his way back into the handy ventilation shafts. Peter felt his tension rise as he made his way towards the location on the map that showed the most concentrated life signs. Within moments, Peter was on the same level as the life signs that his echolocation system had found. From his position in the vent, Peter noticed the room carried 20 civilians, with 4 guards walking around to keep everyone docile. The thugs did a 1-2 step, check people, then continued walking. This was going to be tight on the timing, Peter thought to himself. Taking a few calming breaths, Peter located his adversaries before busting into the room. Instantly, everyone's attention was locked on him. Peter's spider sense flared, letting him know someone was about to shoot at him, placing him in danger. The world slowed down in Peter's perspective as one of the thugs' fingers squeezed their gun's trigger in an attempt to kill him. Peter's mind filled with determination as he aimed his hands at 2 of the thugs. Bang! Everything slowed down to Peter as he watched the bullet leave its muzzle. Whipped. The bullet was halfway to his position as the webs left his wrist. The bullet got closer and closer as he watched it. Not today, Peter thought as he pushed off the ceiling with the tips of his toe as his body twisted in a way no normal human would ever be able to. Peter twisted mid-air. The web lines that he shot out connected onto the chest of the 2 furthest thugs. With one extremely hard tug, they collided with a sickening crunch, but without even looking at them. Peter was already moving on to the next set of guards. Peter's left hand had already fired off webbing while he was taking down the other 2, so he ignored the guard that was trying to uncover his face. Peter's spider sense flared once more, causing him to jump, flipping over backward. Bullets made holes in the location that Peter had just vacated with speed. "Miss me, now you gotta kiss me, but my mama told me not to kiss strangers," Peter quipped as he pulled the thug over with another webline. "But here, kiss my fist." With a solid right cross, Peter took out the thug swiftly before charging to the last guard. Peter's timing was perfect because he was right there as the last guard removed the webbing that covered his face. Unfortunately for the last thug, Peter was already in motion. With a swift web line to the weapon in their hand, yanking it hard disarmed the thug. One more web line latched onto his legs. A yank later the thug was down and groaning. Before the thug could scramble back to his feet, Peter was already on him for another quick trip to dreamland. "Have no fear because I am here," Peter said out loud as he struck a hero's pose for the civilians. "Okay folks, rescue is out the side of the building and down the fire escape, but first let me untie your hands and feet." "Well, how about you start with the pregnant woman beside me, Petey Pie?" That statement caused Peter to whip around to find the source. Frantically looking around, Peter found Laura with her hands locked down in a vice-like device that had her fists flush against her own chest. From the look of the device, the only way Laura would be able to use her claws would be stabbing herself with them. Without any further exchange of words, Peter put his strength to work ripping Laura out of the restraints that kept her locked away. With the restraints removed, Peter checked Laura over once more to make sure that she was safe before moving on to the person next to her. BZZT. BZZT. Peter heard the radios of the guards he took down activate for a moment. To him, The only thing that could have meant was that they were asking for a check-in. Before they had the good idea to come to check up on the missing guards, Peter pressed the detonation button on his bracer. Peter's HUD flashed on the map, letting him know that all the ways up to their location were now blocked off. "All right, Laura, help me out so we can get out a lot faster," Peter asked his girlfriend as he moved on to the third prisoner. "Sure," Laura replied after a slight pause. Peter had his back turned while he was working on freeing the fifth hostage when something very sharp jabbed into his back, forcing an incredible amount of electricity into his body. Peter turned jerkily, stunned at the blatant betrayal from one of the hostages. This betrayal hurt even worse when he saw that it was his girlfriend. Bang! Bang! Before Peter could say any more, the pregnant lady that he had helped, who turned out to have a fake stomach, shot him. In one of her hands was the fake stomach, and in the other was a pistol firing stun rounds into him. Training simulation ended. As the announcement broadcast over the speakers, Peter laid there on the ground, confused at this turn of events. Mission failure. With that announcement, everyone was in motion. The people that had formerly played hostages got up, and so did the guards that Peter had first taken out at the beginning of this training exercise. There was a hand that patted his back, offering some small comfort, but Peter was far too numb to notice as his legs moved on autopilot. All right, settle down. Now, tell me what went wrong," a gruff-sounding voice asked. He left without a full mission briefing, only knowing about the building and the hostage situation in general. A voice with a strong Russian accent answered. Finally, Peter looked up to find himself in the command center that overlooked the training grounds. He didn't keep watch of his surroundings, Bobby Drake said as he rubbed his chin. He also didn't ask for any help. A small girl with brown hair spoke up haltingly. "Louder, Kitty, no one can hear you up here," Logan replied gruffly, causing the girl to squeak in fright. He didn't ask for any help. Everyone was here, they could have helped in this mission, but he ran off the second you said he could go into the training field and rescue the hostages. Kitty spoke louder, allowing more to hear her. "All good points," Logan replied with a grunt. "You have anything to say, kid?" Logan had turned to ask Peter for his thoughts, but Peter was still stuck on how he had lost. "It's not the end of the world, Peter. This was a low-stakes training simulation. Nothing of importance was on the line. No lives were in danger or were dependent on your success. That won't always be the case. This class is designed to give you the experience and wisdom that could previously only be learned on the job. Wisdom paid for with the blood and pain and lives of yourself or others, to give you a better sense of what you might run into in the field. The world is not as black and white as we might wish it was. We have a world filled with powered individuals of all different kinds, and some of them can even subvert the mind. As cliché as it might sound, you have to expect the unexpected, and be adaptable enough to survive it." Logan shared gruffly, as she looked at the moping form of Peter, who probably hadn't even heard a word that had been spoken. "Shadowcat, Iceman, you're up next. Building Site 7. The villain side will be made up of Colossus and Rouge. Manhattan, New York, New York. Benjamin Blake, Lightspeed Aka Red Hood, Jason Todd doting father, lover, zealot overkiller. I had gotten everything I wanted out of Xavier, but for some reason, I couldn't relax within the comforts of my own office. Cerebro schematics were uploaded into my systems for my scientists and Alfred to pore over, and eventually build one on the island for use. My mind was filled with so many possibilities, things that were becoming more and more likely to be achievable now, but I guess I would always have my standard worries. One such worry was the DNA I had asked Dr. Kenny to run down for me. It had taken a bit of persuasion to get her to do it, but since I was also bankrolling her work, the good doctor didn't really have a choice. 8 displays were running simultaneously, but there was no stopping my eye from drifting again over to the camera feed that was hanging over the doctor's shoulders. I knew I could have just dumped the DNA that I pinched from Stark into one of my machines and got it sorted out, then have Alfred upload me the data. Alfred was a godsend for my work, but I still wanted that human touch. Ugh, I couldn't pay that any more attention as a new display popped up showing the feed of a camera pointed at the outside of my office door. I pressed the button signaling the door to open as Ben Grimm knocked. Ben Grimm walked in with a far better disposition than had previously been the norm for the man. Gone was the intensely gloomy and depressed aura that had once permeated the man. Ben now stood before me with clean rocky orange skin and a megawatt smile. That was the smile of a man in love, I would reckon. I guess that his counseling sessions had paid off in more than one way. One of the things I couldn't understand was the choice in clothing. Ben Grimm stood before me in supersized pants with no shirt or shoes. There was a brain lapse for a zettasecond before I remembered that I still had the unstable molecule fabric research on hold on the island. Some custom clothes could be created, even at extreme sizes, but no normal cloth would be able to handle the man's strength or daily activities. When Ben had come into my office, I had gotten up to give the man a quick handshake. Even though this was my office, it still would have been rude of me to keep my butt in my seat. There was a ripple in the normal gravitational field behind me, indicating something was there that had previously not been there before. It seems the Ancient One had arrived, and that was all I needed in confirmation about my next choice for Mr. Grimm. "You look so much better than the last time we met, Mr. Grimm," I said with a large smile of my own to match his. And before we get carried away, might I introduce you to the Ancient One?" I did a half-turn and flourished with my other hand. And there she was, standing 5 feet behind me and to the left. The Ancient One had one appraising eyebrow raised as she looked at us both. "I thought I was only here to meet you?" Ben Grimm asked in his gravelly voice. "Benjamin and I have been in contact about your condition and how best to assist you," the Ancient One started with a disarming tone of voice. Even with Mr. Blake's explanation, I told him that I would have to see you for myself to know if we could help someone in your situation. Yes, let's all be seated so that we may hash out the details," I said as I directed us towards the open couches within my office. "Great work on the hovercar design, by the way. I think the public is going to love them." Think nothing of it," Ben Grimm said with a shrug. "I was just working with what I was given. It saved me some time letting the eggheads crunch the number while I did the body and engine work." "Still impressive work nonetheless, but that's not all," I said as I made a show of looking him up and down. "You have worked out that anger issue of yours, and now you're a whole lot more zen." "Yeah, Sue hooked me up with that shrink you asked me to speak to, and well, things happen, you know," Ben Grimm responded. "I believe he is ready to learn," the Ancient One interjected, before I could say anything else. She had been silent for a time, but her speaking was still appreciated. "Before that, let me ask you, Mr. Grimm, do you believe in magic?" "Well, I don't know about any of that hocus-pocus stuff, but I used to go to the shows when I was younger," Ben Grimm returned as a large orange graveled hand scratched his head. "I don't see what that has to do with anything, ma'am." "Well, believe it or not, as you sit right here before me, you're emitting large amounts of naturally generated energy. Energy that can most accurately be described as cosmic, dimensional, or magical in nature or origin," the Ancient One said with a smug smile on her face. That surprised the shit out of me, to say the least. Hell, I knew that magic worked on chi and dimensional energies, but I wasn't aware of mana being a thing in the Marvelverse. Currently, you have no conscious control over this energy, and that is why Benjamin has asked me to assist you. "Yes, I believe with some understanding and coaching, you will be able to solve your control issues," I said as I sat on the edge of the couch. "And you think I'll be able to wield this power you say that's inside me?" Ben Grimm asked, astonished bafflement coloring his voice. "I don't know any magic, lady." "How did you learn how to build a naturally aspirated V12 engine?" the Ancient One asked with a raised eyebrow. I went to school to learn about it, ma'am," Ben Grimm replied, still feeling lost in this conversation. "Then you will be taught and learn how to control your powers, the same as you did for anything else," the Ancient One said with a stern teacher's tone to her voice. "Benjamin, dear, you wouldn't mind if I open a portal to the island, do you?" "No, ma'am, I don't mind," I replied as I stood up with her and Ben Grimm. "Do you plan to introduce him to the little ones at the school?" "Yes, Mr. Grimm would get a far better understanding if he was to watch the little ones go through their own transformations," the Ancient One answered with a little titter and smile. "Then please," I demurred as I waved my arm in the direction of an open area within my office. The Ancient One gave me a smile before waving her hand in a half-circle. Before us, in the air, golden sparkles flared to life as a transportation portal opened up to the island. The first thing that struck us was the clean scent of the island. Fresh air, the salt of the sea and the sounds of laughing children. It was a stark difference to the austere nature of my office, a sense of natural peace and life flooding the room. "So, what now?" Ben Grimm asked as he looked at the portal with some trepidation. Yes, I should have expected that you would have some misgivings after your last mishap with a portal," the Ancient One said as she looked over at the big man. Before anything else could be said, she walked through, and I followed right behind her with no hesitation. "Come along, dear." Ben grumbled for a moment before quickly following along behind myself and the Ancient One. On the other side of the portal was a little garden courtyard. I took a moment to look around and noticed that we had arrived at the school. This was one of the courtyards that allowed the kids to eat outside. Ben was looking around with clear surprise on his face as he took in the advancements made to the school. There was no hiding my smile as I waved my hand across the keypad, identifying myself and giving my authorization for my guests to enter. There was a solid click allowing us entry into the building. "Sky, please inform the headmistress that I'm here and with guests," I said out loud to the air. This was to have the building systems pick it up. "We are on our way to the young Magi's wing. She will be informed." The lights that ran along the wall rippled like water as the building responded to my commands. Times like these made me love holo emitters. They made even advanced tech look so much cooler. We walked down the hallway in companionable silence as Ben Grimm looked around in wonderment at the school. "Whoa, what kind of school is this?" Ben Grimm asked as he looked at some of the displays on the wall. The wall displays carried everything from science projects to powerful displays of abilities. "This island is a sanctuary and home that I have been building for metahumans and the mundanes," I replied with a smile. "I haven't told the world because, as typical humans, they would quickly endeavor to exploit it for their own purposes, and if they couldn't do that, destroy it." Ben went silent as we walked down the marble hallway. Soon we came to the west wing that housed a large portion of the gyms. As we walked through the double doors that separated the cafeteria area from the west wing, we came upon Aurora. Aurora was standing in the hallway with a holo tablet in her hand. Aurora stood there in an immaculate charcoal gray pantsuit. On her feet, Aurora wore a pair of stylized wedges that showed off the muscular definition of her legs. Her hair was done up in a very tight bun on the back of her head, her face utterly beautiful as she showed off her natural beauty. As we walked up to her, I flashed to her side before taking her into my arms. Before Aurora could say anything, I had removed the tablet from her hand before dipping her over for a deep kiss. "What are Aurora was cut short as I laid a sizzling kiss on her lips. There were 2 hard hits to my chest before her arms wrapped around my neck, pulling me in closer. Aurora smiled into our kiss as it deepened, and she pulled me closer. Ahem. After kissing for a moment, I let Aurora back up to find the Ancient One smiling at us in amusement, with Ben looking a little lost. "Ben Grimm, meet Aurora Monroe, the headmistress of this school and the mother to my daughter," I said, as I performed a little flourish introducing Aurora to the big guy. "Nice meeting you, ma'am," Ben said a little hesitantly as he reached out to shake her hands. Aurora shook his hands without blinking at the big man or his unusual appearance. "And you have brought him to see the younger ones that are in training?" Aurora asked as she turned towards the Ancient One, who, in turn, gave a small bow of the head. "It would be best for Mr. Grimm to see the children displaying what I would like to teach him." The Ancient One answered with a smile. "I have learned over my long life that those that are in the scientific field need a certain extra push in the right direction when it comes to what is truly possible." When the Ancient One dropped that line, that famous moment in the movie where she struck Dr. Strange's soul out of his body flashed through my mind. The sly look she gave me, as if she knew exactly what I was thinking of, sent a cold shiver right down my spine. This woman was not someone to mess with. Ignoring my sudden trepidation, I got us moving on down the hallway. Soon, we came upon room number 402. Inside, we could hear children at play. Opening the door, we walked in to find many kids playing inside a large we found them doing would have blown the mind of any mundane person. Kids flew 20 feet in the air, while others ran up and down walls in defiance of gravity, while others leaped impossible heights and some just floated sedately in meditation. Amongst the kids stood gym teachers and their assistants, half-war robes, while others wore standard cargo pants, sneakers, and a polo shirt that carried a lightning bolt design. Smiling cheekily, I walked towards the kids that sat in floating meditation. I placed a finger to my lips to hush the others around as I floated into a lotus position next to the redhead with long flowing hair. The rustle of wind told me that Aurora did the same on the other side. We were both ready with a smile as I zapped her with a little static to wake her up. Before she could yelp, I had Maya in a hug. "Daddy." "Hey Pumpkin, let me introduce you to someone," I said with a smile as she squirmed around in my hug. "This is Mr. Ben Grimm, and he came to learn as Kayla did." "Hello, Mr. Grimm." Maya half yelled / half squealed as she flew up to the large man. Before Ben Grimm could reply, Maya flew a full circle around him before spotting Ororo. Ororo didn't say anything. All she did was open her arms, and Maya flew right into them. I turned to find the Ancient One now floating with the kids while Ben Grimm wore a smile, but had a completely lost look on his face. Floating next to Ororo, I waited for the Ancient One to finish talking to a little girl with bright green hair that also had matching eyes. Mr. Grimm, one of the things I would like you to understand is that some of these children were born with their powers already active at birth. So many of them never knew that they could change back or what they looked like in human form until just recently. The Ancient One said with a smile as she unfolded her legs, the girl beside her doing the same. This is Kayla, and she is one of the children that had to be saved by our retrieval teams. She lives here on the island with her mother. I suspect that you would be very interested in what she can do. The Ancient One turned to the little girl, then gave her a smile and nod of permission. I heard soft sounds of shifting, and right before our eyes, the little girl changed. Arms stretched, legs thickened, and fur sprouted. Before our eyes was now a wolfling. Ben Grimm stood there, stunned at what he had just witnessed. One of the few things that we know about the X gene is that besides the dimensional energy that it allows the carrier to access naturally, with no training or practice, is that mutations can be active even at birth. I realized that if someone could be taught to harness and control their inner chi, why not the same with powers granted by the X gene, even ones that were always on as it were? Why couldn't those same people gain control of their powers, and then choose to just turn it off? I explained as Ben Grimm stood there frozen at the obvious implication that he could learn to turn it off as well. I had my people translate the relevant text, and then broke it down into little chunks that the kids can absorb, then turned it into a game for them. Yes, and now I have a lot of flying friends. Maya chirped cutely from Ororo's arms. Yes, little flame, you have amazing friends. Ororo said as she let Maya go, allowing her to fly around freely. Thank you for your demonstration, Kayla. You can go back and play now. The Ancient One spoke up, allowing the girl to change back to her human form before flying off. Now, Benjamin, I believe we have one more stop before we call this tour complete, yes? Ah, so you're aware of my little project, I replied with a little smirk of my own. Of course, it is not that often that one of my masters of the mystic arts gets this excited, and what you are working on has got them very excited indeed. The Ancient One answered with a sly smile of her own. Turning away from the Ancient One, I asked Ororo if she wanted to come with us to the labs. I got a swift no, as it was still school hours, and she took her job very seriously. With a kiss goodbye to my two beauties, my party and I walked to the nearest bullet tram station. Ben Grimm was amazed that he could both fit comfortably through the doors and that seats were available large and strong enough for even his size and weight. I explained that I was trying to make sure that the island could accommodate all different kinds of metahuman, no matter the mutations they came with. I hadn't been trying all that hard to convince the man, but I could see that the hook was in damn deep now. There was no escaping for Mr. Grimm once he joined my side of things and saw the community I was trying to build. Easing back into my seat, I enjoyed the ride as I watched Ben Grimm act like a kid in a candy store with all of the advanced flying vehicles overhead. I had picked up one of the spare holo tablets from the school before we left and had Alfred remove any sensitive data that had been available on it, but left Ben with the information on the many vehicles and transports currently in use on the island. Once the tram had left from underground, Ben Grimm was amazed as we sped into the northern city and he caught sight of the flying cars we already had in service. There was no stopping the smile that I had on my own face. This was a place that I had carved out for myself, but this was also going to become the welcoming home and sanctuary for so many metahumans throughout the world. We would be a nation unto ourselves. I was making history, and I wasn't going to stop pushing the limits and bringing my kind forward, no matter the opposition lined up against me. The tram came to a stop a block away from the science center, so we got out. Getting out above ground had Ben Grimm once more awestruck. We walked around a little more as I showed off my new city. After a while, we agreed to check out the science center. The large science building was under the same heavy security that my military base was under, so it took us some time to get through and for Ben Grimm to get himself a visitor badge, even with my approval and accompanying him. Once Ben Grimm got his badge, we took the express elevator that swiftly brought us up to the 15th floor. Ben Grimm was still stunned that everything was built at a scale that allowed him to use the elevator and even ride with us. Even a mundane thing like that had been denied to him given his form's great weight. Back home, I knew Ben Grimm often felt lost and out of place because of the changes to his body. Was I taking my chance to remove one of Richard's most die-hard supporters? You bet you're sweet, but I was. Yes, I know, hypocritical of me, especially since I still have yet to hire the man to work for my company, but it was better this way. I can not only keep my eyes on the man, but I can also make sure he didn't accidentally kill us all. That also means that if Richards messes up seriously enough, no one will be in his corner. It's slow hunting, but a dangerous animal must sometimes be isolated from the protection of the herd before it can be killed off. And Richards is one of the most dangerous animals in existence. That's for damn sure. With a beep, we got off at the correct floor. Another swipe of my smartband opened up the labs, granting us access. Inside the lab were two of my scientists with one of the masters of the mystic arts. The master I noticed was an older gentleman from South Africa, if his accent was anything to go by. The scientist and the master were excitedly going over something hanging from the rack in the middle of the lab. As custom would dictate, I made the various introductions, starting with the lead scientist, followed up by the master of the mystic arts, then the assistant. Ben Grimm, let me introduce you to Lillian, the lead scientist on this little project, Master Eloti, the lead runes master on this project, and their assistant William. I said, keeping my voice neutral as I tried to hide my own excitement about what they had achieved here. Lillian, do you mind? Of course. Of course. Lillian said as she sprang to action in the lab. I looked over to the Ancient One as she took Eloti to the side to speak to him. The assistant was still looking super excited, and I could understand, it was taking a lot of my patience for me not to speed through everything and change out my clothing. This, sir, is what we are calling unstable molecule fabric, or UMF for short. Lillian said as she held up a large navy blue latex suit. We understand that you like the smart bands and utility belt designs, so we had both built into the suit because of the nature of the material. We programmed interchangeable forms for the onboard devices into the basic suit. Anything from smartwatch to bracer and vambrace to simple cufflinks. The same can be said for the utility belt. It can take the form of a belt or a backpack, even a wallet on a chain. And the fabric. I couldn't stop myself from asking as my excitement built. A success, sir. Able to change into virtually anything and adapt to any properties you can get a proper scan of for the molecular realignment. Lillian answered as she bounced on the balls of her feet. What about the integrated runic clusters for expansion? I asked, unable to contain myself any longer. That was a little touch and go, but William was able to come up with a method using the artificial crystals to power our laser etching tools. Lillian answered, causing the assistant to smile bashfully. The theoretical limit was approximately the size of Jupiter, but that's straight-up conjecture because we haven't yet been to Jupiter to scan and get the proper size of the planet, William explained excitedly. Please don't tell me you are using that as a build standard for all of the UMF suits. I asked as I face-palmed hard at what William had just said. Ugh. No sir, we brought down the capacity to a standard 20 meters for the level 1 suits. William answered quickly. Okay, let's keep the higher capacity UMF suits exclusively for our officers and VIP individuals. I answered as I took the suit that Lillian had held up and was showing off. Ah yes, I believe it is time. The Ancient One said as she stepped closer as I walked towards Ben Grimm. One moment, please. I said, interrupting her moment of trying to whisk Ben off to the mystical lands of Kamartaj. Scan. I had the UMF suit pointed at Ben Grimm when I had it scan his size for physical adjustment. Within moments the size of the suit changed as it stretched to an appropriate size to accommodate even someone of his extreme size and strength. Alright, big guy, it's time to get dressed. I said as I held out the freshly enlarged UMF suit. I'm not into latex. Ben Grimm said a little sheepishly as he looked at my outstretched hand. It would be best to put it on in this configuration, Adlai advised from beside the Ancient One in a deep baritone-like voice. This allows the expanded space located in the utility belt to adjust to your natural energy. Ben Grimm looked at me for a moment, then back at the rest of us that were waiting on him. I couldn't help the chuckle I let out as he took the UMF suit while grumbling to himself about it. The Ancient One shot me a smile before walking over to the display that had a part of the fabric up. While she was busy running magical scans over the fabric, I turned my attention to the runic clusters up on the monitors. We had 52 runes for expansion space, and from the way everything was gathered, it was my systems that had come up with the runic limits that could store an entire planet within its confines. Now, that was next-level computing. I would have to start my training in the mystic arts soon. I had teams typing and uploading everything learned and read at Kamartaj, but it could all be done in a single afternoon if I just did it myself. The Speed Force, both a blessing and a curse for the impatient. Even if I wanted to do it myself, just to get it done faster, it would do no one any good and would be a very bad habit to get into. I couldn't keep doing all the important work while I have people that worked for me. Even a ruler of my power set needed to delegate and needed to show his people they were trusted and relied upon to do important tasks. Placing my personal issues aside, I watched Ben Grimm walk back in from his little change of clothes. Nice, nice. Now tap the smartband on the left wrist to open the interface. Don't worry about your strength, it won't break. Lillian spoke up as she moved to the side of Ben Grimm. Sir, do you mind if he scans your clothes? That's fine. I answered as I walked closer. The interface that popped up above Ben Grimm's arm was far larger than what I would have expected. Far too large even for someone of his size to comfortably work with. Lillian, make a note to improve the software. That interface is far too large. It needs to adjust to the user's size. If they want it larger after that point, it can then be affirmatively changed by them. Yes, sir. Mr. Grimm, can you aim here and tap that portion that says scan and adapt, please? Lillian said after placing a few notes on her own personal datapad. I could tell the UMF suit was scanning me as I watched the little status bar go across the hologram. When the scanning finished, Lillian showed Ben Grimm how to have the UMF suit change. Once that was complete, I watched the suit shimmer. Before I knew it, I was looking at my bespoke suit, just upsized to an extreme degree to fit on a large orange rock person. Well, don't you look dapper? I complimented as I did a quick inspection. Damn, the copy of my suit was flawless. The UMF system didn't even get my back, but the intuitive system solved that on its own. I was mighty impressed. How long does it take to manufacture each suit, William? I asked, trying to catch the assistant off guard since he was bouncing around like an excited puppy. Each suit normally takes an hour, but now that we have the correct molecular sequencing, things should go a lot faster, especially as we refine the process more. William answered with wide eyes. Thank you for all of your hard work, Atali, Lillian, William. Congratulations on your achievement. Now come along, Mr. GRMM, we are long overdue, and I would like to have you settled in before my afternoon tea. The Ancient One said as she willed a portal open on one of the few empty walls. Keep the suit, Ben. It's yours. I said as I looked him over once more and confirming it was one of the suits with the smallest amount of expanded space. I'll have your work transferred over to the datapads and get one to you ASAP. For now, take some time to get yourself settled. I held my hand out for a handshake, but he didn't want one of those. Before I knew it, I was caught up in a tight bear hug. Well, two can play that game. Temporarily disabling the blocks on my powers, I returned the Monster Man hug with one of my own. Ah ha ha ha. Ben Grimm simultaneously groaned and laughed uproariously as I hugged, lifted, and shook him a little bit. As master of the Strength Force, I could give Ben a tight hug that would make even him wince in discomfort. Come to think of it, this might have been the first time he felt something like that since he had been changed. All right, you big lug. Better get going before she decides you need some discipline for delaying her afternoon tea. I said with a laugh of my own. Ben Grimm gave me one last look and smile before walking through the portal, it closing behind him as he went through. I was back in business/super geek mode. Alrighty, then folks, let's take a look at all that data, shall we? I started with a grin as I zipped to the nearest computer station. Beep. Beep. My wrist buzzed, alerting me to something that had been sent to my systems marked as a matter of extreme importance. Looking down at the information, I couldn't help my reaction. Shit. The genetic markers matched. Tony Stark was Peter's father. December 2010. Since that shocking revelation last month, I honestly didn't know what to do with the information. On the one hand, Peter was my best friend, well, more of a brother than a friend really, but Tony was not in any proper state to even raise a son. On the other hand, he had the right to know who his biological father is. Damn it, was the only thing that came to mind. Why did I have to be a nosy bastard and find out the truth? Sighing, I placed those thoughts out of my mind as Maya shifted on my chest. Looking over at the side table, I noted that it was just a little after 5 in the morning. It's been a little over 8 months now since I was last able to sleep. The nature of my powers forces my body to have peak efficiency and performance, while also keeping all debilitating effects at bay. It was a very worrying situation at first, but since my cognitive functions have not become compromised, even after months of no sleep, I have settled into acceptance. This was the new normal now. The alarm hasn't gone off yet, but Aurora, to my left, was already shifting in bed. On my other side, Natasha was already stirring for her morning ablutions and workout. Today, though, I had a surprise for everyone. I couldn't hide my smile as I looked down at my daughter drooling a little on my pajama top. Soon, she won't be an only child. 3 hours later. With a mighty stomp in command, the earth to my right rose in the training field. The earth pillar was just in time to absorb the strike from the lightning bolt that Aurora had sent my way. Taking a leap back, I did a flip before kicking out both legs into the rock pillar. With my strength, I could have just picked it up and thrown the blasted thing. But sometimes a bit of flair and showmanship was called for. Halting my position in midair, I smiled as I watched Aurora attempt to dodge my little earth bending. Timing it just right, I reared back, gripping my speed lightning. In her attempt to dodge, Aurora had gone low, dodging towards the water's surface on the other side of the training field. With a firm grip on the lightning, I tossed it at her. I watched as my bolt of lightning got closer and closer before Aurora saw my attack. Aurora's eyes grew wide before she reacted on pure reflex, her hands flaring with magic circles as spell matrices formed. The water that Aurora floated above came alive in defense of its master. My lightning crashed into a wall of water that had risen to block my attack. Good. I was finally pushing her past her former limits. Instantly, I was moving from my location as I prepared my next attack. I was already halfway across the training field, running a little under the speed of sound, when I noticed it. The water that Aurora had commanded into a wall did not go back to its peaceful slumber. No, the water was still moving to the commands of Aurora. The wicked smirk on Aurora's face told me that I was in for some retaliation. The water wall that stood before her changed. It went from a firm defense back into fluid motion as it flowed around her into the form of a serpent. Well, I'll be damned, she was about to attempt a water hydra attack on me. Well, the only way to face such a thing was head-on. Come, Wind Rider! I bellowed from across the training field. Taking command of my own forces, the earth moved beneath me doing my bidding. I didn't want just earth though. Adding in a little friction to the mix changed the difficulty and ultimately the element I was working with. Before, I was standing on a patch of dirt. Now, I was standing in a pit of lava with the heat roiling out of the circle in waves. Aurora raised one elegant eyebrow as she watched me work. Always think outside the box. I replied at the look. How do you think you gained direct command over that water? You forced it to bend to your will and your powers. There is no difference. Then let us see if my water dragon or your lava monster shall prevail. Aurora yelled as she launched herself towards me. The water dragon was right beside her, coiling with raging waves. Instead of just copying the water dragon that Aurora had created, I went with a King Kong-style lava monster. Vibrating the mouth, I had the lava monster roar before I had it dash towards the water dragon. Ignoring those two, my attention was on one person, Aurora. Roa. Our elemental constructs met in battle right where the water met the earth. Aurora and I battled right along the same borderline. The sexy minx had me on the defense from the start as she attempted to cheat right as we clashed. Aurora had powerful shearing winds wrapped around her hands as she attacked me relentlessly. The flesh wounds healed within seconds as we traded blows. Punches, kicks, and elbows were traded as we exchanged a series of blows. As she overextended on a straight hook for my jaw, I got her in a lock. I twisted, shifted my center of gravity, and hip-tossed her in a judo throw. Aurora went up and over my head, but she had one last move up her sleeves to surprise me. As Aurora was going over in a judo throw, she grabbed the back of my shirt and yanked it along with her momentum. With my shirt tangled up around my head, I had to abandon my attempt on a proper throw. With a huff, I let Aurora go as I ripped my way out of my shirt. Damn, was I happy that I wasn't wearing UMF training gear. That was cheating. I growled out as I watched the beauty before me. If you're not cheating, you're not trying. Aurora responded with a wild grin of her own. Begrudgingly, I had to nod in agreement. Then, I guess it's my win. I said with a cheeky grin of my own. And how did you come to that conclusion, my dear? Aurora asked as she rose into the air with the wind whipping around wildly. Before she could get any higher, or raise any new defenses I might not be aware of, I moved. The world slowed down as I moved with purpose. The ground sank inwards as I pushed off from my location with force. The road was clear, and I knew what I wanted to do. My own lightning worked as footholds as I stepped into the air. Pebbles worked next as I kept pushing forward. I was within 20 feet of Aurora when I changed my path of movement. The wind around her was shaped in circular rings, and those would work perfectly. I ran along with the wind that Aurora rode before coming up behind her as she was still frozen mid-motion. My arms wrapped around her waist and underneath her arms. With a grin, I braced my legs before I launched us up into the air and out of the pocket of wind that Aurora had created and controlled through her powers. The flutter of her eyelashes told me that my Speed Force aura now covered Aurora. She was in my frozen world now. The air closer to the ground shifted rapidly as we approached the water surface. This was going to hurt. Yet, it was better that I took the brunt of it, rather than her. Hold your breath and brace. I whispered into Aurora's ear. 2 more of my arms appeared from my aura, holding Aurora even closer. 5 feet above the water, I activated my gravity manipulation right before we broke the surface. This dunk in the drink was refreshing. I allowed us to sink for a moment, and as I felt Aurora's fingers dig into my chest, I was already working with my gravity control to get us moving in the right direction. As we rapidly traveled through the water, I moved Aurora from the missionary position to a bridal carry style. The look Aurora gave me once we broke the water surface said it all. She grabbed my face and brought me in for a kiss that took my breath away. 1 hour later, Aurora and I were laid out on the beach with sand working its way into places that it had no reason being. I believe it's time to head back, Aurora said as she bit down on one of my rock-hard pectorals one last time. 1 more round before we go, I asked as the corner of my lips lifted in a teasing manner, my eyebrows wiggling salaciously. Aurora looked at me as she considered my question before shaking her head, an amused smile on her lips. You promised us a surprise, Aurora answered as she looked like the cat that got the canary. Oh yes. I did, didn't I? Let us go then. Before Aurora could protest in any way, I already had her up in my arms and was on the move at speeds that no one would be able to track. I had Aurora and myself showered within moments and had placed a call-out amongst the family. My mother and father showed up first with one of Alfred's android bodies. Behind them came Natasha with Maya in piggyback style. After those 2 came Gwen, Jean, and then Felicia bringing up the back with Peter, Laura, and Logan. Now that we are all gathered, I believe it's time to bring Alfred even further out from the realms of cyber, I said with a massive smile on my face. This was a project I had been working on in an off-site warehouse on my own for some time now. It had all come down to this moment. Everyone had a different range of emotions. Mostly it was excitement all around. Well, except for Logan and Laura, the most I got out of those 2 was raised eyebrows. There were hushed whispers as we made our way down to the chambers that most of the Astartes had come from. The chamber had been shut down for some time now. I thought it was best to put a stop to that once we reached a stable population of 240,000 on the island. Feeding the population was easy once I took a page out of the Resident Evil franchise, creating underground hive locations under 3 of my main cities. This also made me think about the Morlocks, vampires, and werewolves that would welcome a place to live, a place they could live openly without fear of persecution. Well, they would be able to live here as long as they came in peace and accepted my rule and laws. If not, then they would only find their deaths here. The Astartes birthing facility was a massive enclosure spanning hundreds of chambers, each one connected to the heart tree in some way, but I ignored all of that for now. The place I was heading was the same pod that had birthed Maya into the world. We went down the right side to the door hidden behind the entrance. Once we had that open, it was only 1 level down. The conduit panel that I had used to forcibly take over the island was still within walking distance of the pod, but the seat I had grown was no longer here. Taking a knee before the pod, I pulled out my latest masterpiece. Pressing the button to unshrink the package, I pulled out the jar that contained my most advanced organic crystal microprocessor. This was version 16, a fluid synapses system with the processing power of a 3rd-generation quantum computer. Mom, can you bring that chassis over here, please? I asked my mother as she held up the robot body of Alfred. With Alfred's latest artificial body placed before me, I removed the shirt, so I had access to the back panel. Pulling out transfer cables, I plugged them into the container holding the advanced organic processor. "Upload please, Alfred." The advanced organic processor glowed blue as Alfred uploaded himself. Once Alfred was finished, I took the advanced organic processor to the pod, which opened up on my approach. Within the pod was the orange jelly-like substance that would create the body according to my design. Placing the advanced organic processor into the middle, I took a step back towards the master control, but I found Natalia was already waiting there for me with a blade in hand. I raised an eyebrow at her. He asked me to be his mother. Natalia replied with a smile. "I also would like to offer some input in the body of my soon-to-be son." "I'm okay with that, but I already have his powers and abilities picked out." I replied as plans and ideas shifted and adapted in my mind. This pod was connected to the main system within the heart tree. That meant that I had every X gene sequence at my fingertips, a large selection of powers and abilities that I could give to Alfred. Standing beside Nat, I took the offered knife and sliced my palm open, allowing the blood to pool before placing it onto the left side of the control console. Natalia did the same to the right side before our minds melted into the heart tree. Nat and I failed to notice when the pod closed itself and began to fill with the equivalent of human embryonic fluid. As our essence was absorbed into the tree, I allowed my mind to search for the powers and abilities that I had already chosen to use. Technomancy was a power that Sinister had a sample of in one of the cold storage labs on his island of Bar Sinister. In his terrible fear of that ability, Sinister had killed and harvested all of the organic matter of that person. He even went so far as to kill the parents of that same individual in fear of them having another child with the same abilities. I understood the fear of that ability, especially in the modern day when technology controlled so much of our lives, but still in the right hands, it could be used for such greatness. That potential for greatness would now be in the hands of my son. I turned my focus on to the body that Nat had created for our son. I had to chuckle at the shock of red hair that Alfred was now sporting before moving on to his body. From the size of the skeletal structure, Natasha wanted a son almost as young as Maya. I couldn't fault her for that, so I said nothing as the muscles and flesh began to grow along the bones. One of the things that drew my eye the most was the advanced organic crystal processor that I had placed into the pod. The nanites that sealed it within the container broke down and separated to join the rest of his body. The crystal processor moved to the skull before merging with the brain matter that was in the process of being created. I noticed the flash of lightning that went through the body before settling behind the eye sockets. Interestingly, it would seem that the same phenomenon that gave Alfred life from the speed force I had accidentally imbued him with was transferring over. Good, I had fervently hoped that that would happen, but actually seeing it happen removed one more of my worries. Nerve endings grew next as flesh wrapped around the body from head to toe. Before we knew it, everything was complete. Looking down at my hand, I found it wrapped with vines from the console, the same as Natasha's. I flexed some of the strength force to remove my hands before helping Natasha with her own. Looking around, everyone was silent as they waited for it all to end. Before anyone could say anything, Maya flamed up. No one stopped her before she went to poke at the pod that contained the body of her brother. We all shared a look before we heard splashing sounds. I was already moving with speed once the sound reached my ears. Maya was in my arms as I removed us both from the escaping embryonic fluids as the pod collapsed in on itself, its work complete. "You," I heard Peter say in the back, but he was cut off as my mom said something along the lines about how he came into the world kicking and screaming, since she was there. Natasha didn't care as she walked over to the side of our son. There was something about the way she moved that made me not want to interrupt the moment. The sound of coughing drew me to the sight of his moving chest. Natasha moved with such ease and grace, the tension bled out of her. Natasha knelt down, wiping the muck from the body of Alfred with a towel that she took out of her utility belt. Stretching my hearing, I heard the welcoming words she whispered to him. "Welcome to our world, my son." Pandora Asteroid M. Eric Lencher, aka Magneto, leader to the Brotherhood of Mutants. In geosynchronous orbit, a cloaked asteroid lazily orbited around the Earth as it looked down from on high. Eric leaned back in his throne, taking in the view that laid before him. Times like these made Eric appreciate the quiet moments, and yearn for more of them, but that was asking far too much of a universe. There was a voice from behind him, but before Eric could reply, someone appeared within his sight, standing beside the view down to Earth. "Aergrig, Pietro. You knew I wanted that last bagel." The smirk Eric spotted on his son's face told him all that he needed to know. The fact that he needed the boy and his unique powers was what ultimately stayed his hand. And it would be a waste to spill mutant blood at the moment. He had found the twins a few years ago when he had gone back to visit one of his old safe houses. It was more than a little surprising to find that the woman that he had laid with had birthed him 2 strong mutant children in secret. He had played the role of father while he was there, no matter how unsuited he was for it. Once he had made the right impression, he removed the obstacle keeping his children there, rather than with him, once he was ready to move on. It was far too easy to arrange for their mother to suffer an unfortunate accident while out. Before his headache of a daughter could get too worked up due to her latest argument with her brother, Eric intervened. Enough. Eric all but growled out at the two. Wanda, report. There was now merciful silence, but Eric noticed the flash of red at the corner of his vision shift. Sitting on his throne, Eric ignored her, as she walked slowly before him. Instead of going into a kneeling position, his daughter sneered at him, wearing her signature large red coat with the inner black lining. The blur of movement from his son reminded him of that damnable boy. Forcing down the urge to rub the stump that was once his arm, Eric steeled himself. We made contact with Essex, like you asked. Wanda replied with a shrug. Yeah, he wasn't too happy to come work for you, but we overheard his phone call. It appears he had nowhere else to go. Pietro quipped excitedly. That doesn't matter, he agreed. Wanda answered as she waved her hand lazily in the air, as if the man's reason for accepting didn't matter. Eric didn't give a reply as he looked down at both of his troublesome children, allowing the silence to stretch on. Good. You may go. Eric replied, dismissing his 2 children from his sight. Without looking up, he pressed a command button on the armrest of his throne. Wanda snorted before turning around and leaving, but before she could get anywhere, her brother picked her up and sped out of the room. You called for me, my lord? Exodus, I have need of your talents. Eric said as he looked at his top lieutenant. Exodus was a mutant that he rescued from some hellhole. He soon made his worth known time and again, and now stood side by side with Fabian Cortez as one of his acolytes. Exodus was a supremely powerful telepathic and telekinetic mutant firmly within the class of Omega-level powerhouses. An important guest will be arriving soon, and I would like you to extend our hospitality. Your will shall be done, my lord. Exodus replied from his kneeling position before Magneto's throne. The shadow sitting within the shadow of a large mountain was a veritable castle of the damned. This castle was the home of the shadows that fed upon the earth. Inside the castle sat a long table catering to the needs of the worst magic users to have roamed Midgard. Above that same table hung a star of silver with mystical writing on silk. Sitting in the slot were lamps that cast moving shadows around the room. Even though there was light, the shadows appeared to have won the day since none shone down upon the room's occupants. All around the table stood high-backed chairs in the shape of individual thrones. Upon the thrones sat 7 figures that were unable to walk within the light. Status report. The leader demanded from his throne. We have located the child of Gia. A figure shrouded in shadows spoke. Then we shall retrieve her. Another figure in the shadows also responded. Her guardian refuses to leave her side. A figure cloaked in jade green silk. Then we shall kill her guardian. A person with glowing eyes growled. We shall deliberate more. The shadowed figure that sat at the head of the table spoke. I second the motion. Spoke up a person hidden in the corner. Manhattan, New York. New York Harry Osborn, unknown Harry rolled up the window of the limo that he sat in before growling at the irony of it all. He had finally gotten out from under his father's long shadow, only to have his first big break get taken down. Ignoring the flashing lights of the police cruiser, he commanded his driver to take him back to Oscorp Tower. There was no stopping another growl that escaped his lips as he picked up his cell phone. Doctor, I'm on my way. With a click, Harry hung up the line. There was no stopping his leg from bouncing as he waited for the limo to deliver him to his destination. Mere moments felt like forever as Harry watched the time slowly tick by. Before he could yell at the driver, the limo finally came to a stop under the bright LED lights of the underground garage. One of the doormen got to his side of the limo to open the door for him, allowing Harry to bounce right out of the vehicle. Getting into the elevator, Harry didn't even look back once, never slowing to even offer a small look of thanks to any of the people there. Making sure that he was the only one within the elevator, Harry punched in his passcodes that looped the security camera. Once the camera was no longer seeing him in real time, a second panel opened for another set of codes. Entering the appropriate codes, the elevator began to move down. The elevator moved swiftly as it took Harry down to the hidden lab left over from his father's time. Tap, 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 went the sound of Harry Osborn's $1,000 shoes as he couldn't help himself but tap his feet in irritation and impatience. Beep. With a quiet swish, the elevator doors opened, allowing Harry to leave at a quickly increasing pace. The elevator opened up onto an ultra-advanced lab space. The room was separated by an inner glass with scanners on the side. Standing by the door stood armed guards, and within the lab stood various scientists. All those within the room turned around, coming face to face with a very angry Harry Osborn. There was no time to speak as Harry's voice thundered through the room. "Can someone tell me why the hell was I met with police lights as I drove by the safe house?" Harry screamed around the lab. The guards looked at the lab techs, and the lab techs looked at the guards. "Sir, your contact wanted to confirm that the mutant growth hormone could work out in the wild, and not just within the labs under carefully controlled conditions." "That doesn't tell me anything." Harry screamed once more. "Well, sir, one of the strays that the caretakers of that facility picked up was able to get out with her newfound abilities." One of the lab techs replied shakily. "That was what the security camera showed. We followed the timetable of that private investigator that found her. This also shows there might be a link with this Detective Knight and the person in yellow. We are unable to find a true link between the three, but we have found a place that the private investigator often frequents," said a man in a three-piece suit as he walked in from one of the far doors. "Simon, I want this mess cleaned up. We cannot allow this project to get out further than it already is." Harry replied with a hard edge to his voice. "I have already contacted our informant on the inside to destroy the recovered samples. We have already removed those that have derailed this project." Simon replied with a slight bow. "I want them dead and move the damn project out of New York altogether." Harry yelled once more before turning to leave the secret underground lab. Everyone turned to look at each other before Simon took command. "Undisclosed location Nathaniel Essex aka Mr. Sinister." Gliding through the upper atmosphere was a silver cruiser shaped like a metal sphere. This sphere had no easily discernible method of propulsion, nor did it have any apparent means to see out from within. Sitting within this cruiser sat a man wearing all black leather. The man had ash-gray skin with a red diamond on his forehead and a goatee on his chin that gave him the aristocratic look of a distinguished gentleman. Nathaniel had to hide his frown as he waited for the sphere to arrive. He had been approached by two interesting youths, ones who espoused the virtues of being homo superior. Nathaniel himself didn't agree with such trivialities, but this was a way to get what he wanted. The envelope that they had given him outlined a deal that would give him options in the future, after he fulfilled his end of this deal and made a younger body for this mutant by the name of Eric Magnus Lencher. Refusing to allow his irritation to show, Nathaniel waited for the docking procedure to finish as he stood up from his seat to greet his guests. Clunk. Click. The door opened and settled into place as the oxygen changed from the in-air system to a larger cycling system. "Welcome to Asteroid M. My name is Exodus, and I will be assisting you on this fine day." The island Benjamin Blake leader, doting father, lover, son, brother. December 25, 2010 moving, one leg in front of the other. The cool sweat on my fingertips as I pumped my arms in motion. The wind on my face as I sliced through the air. Breathing deep gave me cool air flowing into my lungs, even if oxygen no longer powered my cells. My muscles burned as I pushed myself beyond my limits, again and again. There was no sweeter feeling that I could think of as I ran. It was a runner's high, times 1,000. There was no longer a me, at least not what I had started as, in either life. What I truly was now, even I didn't know. I wasn't the Juggernaut. I wasn't the Flash either. I was something new. I was strength and speed, power and fury. Hell, I was an unrelenting force of nature all on my own. The beep finally drew my attention to my lap number, 4,386. I had been ignoring the counter on my HUD so far. Who cared how many laps I had done? I just kept going. I ran up and down ocean waves, through both rainforests and deserts. Nothing was going to stop me as I ran. Not time, not distance, and not Mother Nature herself. I placed one leg in front of the other and just kept on moving. Everything had been going smoothly lately, a little too smoothly to be honest. This was Marvel, and I couldn't help but be paranoid, just waiting for the other shoe to drop. Something was going to happen soon, and I really didn't know what it was. So for now I ran. That was all mine. That belonged to me. I ran my troubles and issues away. I ran, hoping to get the excess power out of my system, hoping desperately to get some sleep. Gritting my teeth, I chose to run through a wave that loomed over me, a wave as tall as some skyscrapers in New York City. This was going to be a quick little wash and rinse before I made my way back home. My HUD was telling me that it was almost time for the sun to rise on my island. Bursting out on the other side of the wave, the suit I wore cleaned up just fine. I was wearing one of the new unstable molecule fabric UMF suits that had built-in self-cleaning capabilities, its current configuration that of the Scion suits from Dragon Ball Z, without those ridiculous shoulder guards. This version of the Scion suit was actually modeled after Vegeta's. There was no doubt that the man had style in battle armor. My upper armor was shaped like that while I wore custom-made sneakers designed by my chief science officer. On both arms I wore vambraces that housed a smart system with inbuilt fingerless gloves. Another beep drew me out of my thoughts with a sigh of disappointment. My moving meditation, as I sometimes referred to my runs around the planet, was over, so I set myself on a course towards home. My fingers trailed droplets of water, seemingly suspended in mid-air, as I made my way home, running on the surface of the ocean. The water's natural surface tension worked in my favor as each of my steps felt as if I was running on solid ground. The water beneath me barely rippled as I took a hard step towards home. That same water practically exploded when time essentially caught up to each of my powerful steps. Sand and snow, jungles and forests, they all flashed before my eyes before I slowed down on my approach to the Pacific Ocean. For the briefest of moments there was a brush of contact at the edges of my mind before I quickly moved out of range. I smiled as the air lightly shimmered before me. Smiling some more as I looked up, the heart tree was the first thing I noticed. At the top of the heart tree sat a beautiful dome of glass, sparkling like a star as sunlight hit its many surfaces. The next thing to draw my sight was the city on the horizon. Tall skyscrapers reached up to the sky, while smaller black dots floated through the city. Leaning to the side, I took a turn as I decided to take the scenic route and began to circle around my island. I took in the sight of my cities as I looked over my island. The air shimmered, like I was looking at a heat wave, as I got closer and closer to the island. My eyes could actually pick up the harmonics of the shield as it flowed like dragon scales over the island. Moving swiftly, I soon came to my home. The house that I live in on the island would not be considered a mansion, or a palace, but then again, I was cheating. The inside was actually a lot larger than the outside. Once the Ancient One gave me the runes way back when I had cheated my butt off, using that magic to expand spaces many times beyond what would be considered normal. On the outside the house looked to be a rather normal 2-story 3-bedroom home, but on the inside, it was an entirely different story. The girls had said 100 rooms would be far too much, so we kept it simple with the spatial manipulation. The house had about 30 bedrooms, each with a decent-sized connected bathroom. The kitchen and other living spaces could all hold large family gatherings with ease. Having advanced construction techniques, paired with space expansion, was such a cheat. As I got closer to my home, I had to stop at certain locations for the security systems to check my biometrics, which allowed me to get through the security shields that I had up protecting the island and house. There were 3 shields protecting the house, all with an independent power source. They would need at least a planet cracker to break the shield that protected the island itself, and then they would need another to crack what I had protecting just my home. Overkill, sure, but it was necessary with a number of incredibly powerful big bads in the Marvelverse. Walking into the house, I noticed Natasha and Emma sitting in the kitchen, chatting quietly, each sipping from a coffee mug as they watched the holoprojector on the wall. They both turned from the news to give me a radiant smile before going back to their little chat. Tapping my belt buckle, the suit I was using for my run retracted into the belt, leaving me entirely naked. Emma Wolf whistled as I turned around, heading for a shower. Shooting them both a grin over my shoulder with pure roguish delight, I made my way up the stairs. Looking at my bed, I had the distinct urge to hop in for some fun. Jean and the rest were lying on a bed that was a comically large 20 feet across. Everywhere my eye could see was nubile flesh. It was in moments like these that I wished I wasn't such a responsible guy. Placing down the belt that contained my UMF suit, it was time to get clean, clean in a way that running through an ocean wave just couldn't replicate. The bathroom to our master suite could only be described with 2 words: palatial opulence. Marble, gold, and platinum as far as the eye could see. It was a bit over the top, in my opinion, all that glitter and gold, that I was going to blame on Emma, but since I lived in a house full of women, I wasn't so sure I could blame her alone. Ignoring everything, I stood under the multiple shower heads enjoying the hot water as it rained down upon my skin, washing away the sweat of a fulfilling run many times around the planet. The click of the bathroom door opening alerted me that my women were coming in to go about their own morning ablutions. Looking over my shoulder, I found Jean and Felicia wrapped in a large fluffy bath towel as they eyed me hungrily. They shared a look before dropping their towels to join me. Felicia walked into the shower first, as Jean followed up right behind her. They shared no words, but I was set upon with pure predatory grace. Yeah, it was starting to look a lot like Christmas. It had taken some hours to get clean as I seemingly kept missing locations to lather with soap, while also leaving my marks on my ladies. At some point during this epic-length shower, Aurora, Raven, Emma, and the rest found their way into my arms as I licked their curves from top to bottom. It had taken a while, but that shower was time well spent in my opinion. We had gotten dry and walked down the stairs back to the kitchen when I realized we now had a full house. Everyone was dressed in their holiday best, while I had on the custom ugly sweater that matched my dad's, Uncle Ben, and Otto's. I guess it was the customary ugly dad sweater, and I was now expected to wear one now that I was a dad. Logan, like always, had his flannel on with his sleeves rolled up and chest hair out on display. I noticed the look Dr. Kenny was giving him and could only mentally shake my head at that. If I had increased olfactory senses, I suspected I would have been able to smell her on him. Aurora, Emma, and Felicia had gotten together and did some crazy fold-up and braids-down type thing that was looking awesome. Jean and the rest didn't do anything fancy like that, but they had all let their hair down, which certainly enhanced their beauty in my opinion. The entire extended family had shown up for the Christmas breakfast. My parents had both Alfred and Maya, while Uncle Ben and Aunt May were also fussing over Peter and Laura. Logan was here with Dr. Kenny, and so was the Octavius couple. It was one thing knowing intellectually that my family had expanded, but it was quite another to see them all in front of me. The girls had split off to mingle with the family, while I made my way over to my mother. I had to know if old Uncle Nicky was going to show up with his shadow in tow. The answer I had gotten surprised me, to say the least. Old Uncle Nicky had wanted to show up, but since he was the head honcho of S.H.I.E.L.D., he couldn't go anywhere without someone looking over his shoulder. Mom and him were talking about getting him a robot copy to replace him at times, but old Uncle Nicky wanted too much control, so she was shutting him down. It was funny to hear her talking about making a deal that would leave him beholden to her, like when they were kids. I knew there was a lot more to it, but there was no way I wanted details of the interpersonal dynamics of the super spy siblings. I was stunned as I walked into the kitchen to find Michelle kissing Warren near the back door. With a sigh, I sent a small bolt of electricity to zap the two as I made my way to the stove. Everyone had gathered around the large kitchen table as I whipped up breakfast with my super speed. It was always fun using my powers in new and interesting ways. Cooking breakfast in this manner actually required the use of multiple simultaneous skills and extremely fine motor control, so in addition to cooking for my family, it doubled as a training exercise. My primary cookware was actually a comically large 5-foot x 3-foot skillet. Using my control over gravity, I had it levitated in the air, and I heated it with the access I had to fire and earth through the strength force. I had to admit that I felt a touch of pride at being able to make a world-class French toast breakfast for such a large group within 30 minutes. Maya had then shown up, with Alfred following right behind her, as I was in the middle of creating chocolate pancakes. The two of them looked so cute in their footy pajamas. I felt like I was going to get diabetes just from looking at them. While I was manipulating the food around the kitchen, I also picked up the kids. Alfred wanted to build gingerbread houses, and Maya didn't want to be left out. Lucky for me, I had already prepped everything overnight as a precaution. Placing another container to brew some coffee, I turned to get the caramel bacon off the fryer and onto the clean plates sitting on the table. While the kids played with the gingerbread foodstuff, Raven, Natasha, and Aurora watched over them. I noticed the look in Laura's eye, so I sent some in her and Peter's direction. Before I knew it, Uncle Ben and Aunt May took that little activity over. Jean took over with her telekinetic powers as she shooed me back towards finishing breakfast. As I set down all of the plates, I took a step back to look at my handiwork. Scrambled eggs, toast, French toast, but also pancakes for those that like the flapjacks. Steak and bacon, with hash browns on the side. Fresh squeezed orange juice, coffee, and hot chocolate to quench the thirst of those around. There was no helping the smile as I looked at the veritable feast that I had made with love and laid out. Everyone stood around me, looking at the table laden with food in anticipation as they waited for me to give the go-ahead. Pulling back a chair for my mom, I let her be seated first before I said anything. "You can dig in," I said with a smile and a wave of the arm. Following the movement of my arm, the chairs around the table all came out, and everyone took a seat. Before I could sit down at the head of the table, though, there was a ding at the door, which I got up to get. The first thing I noticed through the door was the double shadow before I checked the door's holo projector. What I saw had me wanting to shift into battle mode, but damn if he wasn't lucky that it was a holiday. Natasha, Raven, and the rest quickly noticed my change in temper and demeanor as I opened the door. Raven shot up from her seat as in walked Anna Marie, aka Rogue. Right behind her was the reason I was about to go into battle mode. Remy freaking LeBeau stood there with a 5 o'clock shadow and an arrogant smirk on his face. That smirk dropped off his face right quick once he made eye contact with me though. He knew who I was and what I was capable of. My inner fanboy wanted to get an autograph, but the logic-driven part of my mind, the part that carried all of the past, present, and future lore of the Marvel Universe, told me that this man could not be trusted. I looked at his black slacks and cardigan with distrust, like he was dressed as if he was coming for Christmas dinner. This was a man that did whatever it took to survive. That attitude alone, if it came with a few limits, with some things that he wouldn't do no matter what, I could respect. But this man worked for Sinister. Growling, I took a threatening step forward as he took a step back. "Anna, aide-moi, silte plate," Remy said as he backed up some more while I followed him out of my house. Before I could do anything, Anna came running out of the house with Raven on her tail. I invited him as my +1. "Please don't hurt him, he didn't do anything," Anna said defensively as she stood protectively in front of Remy. "Use your words, Ben," Raven said, cutting me off as I eyed Remy, also known as Gambit. "No killing on Christmas Day," Natasha yelled from the doorway to the house. "What?" Anna squawked with indignation as she looked at me. "You can't just kill him because you don't like him. This is my island. You'll find that I can do just about anything I want here. In this case, I even have a very good reason. He works for Sinister, one of our most hated and dangerous enemies." I spat with venom, my eyes never leaving Gambit. The look Raven shot Gambit at this revelation could have frozen the ocean solid, but it was the sudden calm and loss of good humor that Natasha projected from the doorway that said it all. An agent of our enemy was at our doorstep. Something flew past my ear at great velocity, my eyes momentarily shifting to identify what it was. Gambit was already in motion, trying to jump out of the way with his advanced agility, but I too was already in motion. Before he could evade the dart that Nat had launched with extreme precision, I was already there. Grabbing Gambit by the scruff of the neck, I held him in place, allowing the dart to penetrate his neck. The little dart was about 5 centimeters in diameter, with glowing red lines that denoted its owner. The little dart was one of the main weapons in Natasha's widow gear, so I knew she was ready to end him. Beep. Beep. Gambit froze as he heard that noise. I felt grim satisfaction as I watched his eyes widen in surprise. "Anna brought you here, so you will get the benefit of the doubt for the moment. But one wrong move and it will be your last. Do you understand?" Natasha warned as she walked up to where we stood. "That little trinket will explode if you attempt to remove it or fry it with your powers. Just so you know." The smile on her face was pure predator. "Why can't we just be civil?" Anna groaned as she pushed us away from her +1. "We can, but I also reserve the right to get rid of your boyfriend," Raven said as she wrapped an arm around my waist. "It's your lucky day. The ladies say you get a stay of execution," I said, giving him a grim look. "Mess this up, and you won't survive the day. Don't force me to prove exactly why Essex had to go into hiding." There was no way anyone in this group could have missed the sudden shift in his body language, going from fight or flight, right into steady, but relaxed. Ignoring him, I turned around to find the Ancient One herself standing in the doorway. She gave me a slight bow before a smile graced her lips. I gave her a bow of the head in return as we all made our way back into the house. As I waited for everyone to get inside, I heard the Ancient One talking about the strings of fate. Choosing to ignore that completely, I decided it was finally time to get some food into my system. With the introductions all around out of the way, it was finally time to eat. Breakfast had started off awkward as hell before my mother and the Ancient One broke the ice. Once I stopped giving Gambit the stink eye, everything went along smoothly. We all ate, chat, and ate some more, and just had a great time overall. As the meal was coming to a close, I had a kid on each leg as they ate off of my plate. Alfred was obviously still getting used to his body. I could tell from some of his reactions to the foods he ate or when he tried different materials within new clothing. Maya, on the other hand, was Daddy's little girl. Jean levitated the plates from the table as the meal came to a close before we moved into the living room to hand out gifts. I was the last one in as I had kept a close eye on Remy. He was actually trying to sweet-talk my mother. It was pretty hilarious how badly he'd misread her considering she would be the first one to happily ghost him if he made even the slightest move she didn't like, dump his body in the Pacific Ocean so that he would never be found again, and then go right back to opening Christmas presents like nothing had happened. Ignoring that, I placed Alfred and Maya down, since I had them both floating around me with my gravity manipulation. Looking over in the corner, I smiled at the sight of the Christmas tree. Gifts floated around the tree from the bottom to the top. I was strange seeing the presents float on their little platforms. To start off, I would like the first gifts to go to my parents, then Uncle Ben, and then Aunt May. I said with a smile as I levitated out 4 packages. Each of the packages came in different colors with large, colorful bows on top. Turning around, I gave Otto and Rosie their own boxes. "Ah, you didn't have to get us anything, Ben." Aunt May gushes as she opens her gift with Uncle Ben. It was important to me, and I know it's also equally as important to Peter. I replied with a smile as they pulled out vials of baby blue serum. Peter and I both worked on it. Before I could say anything else, Peter broke in. The super soldier serum had been recreated a while ago, but it was still dependent on the Vita Ray chamber. Peter fired off before anyone could ask anything. Since it was dependent on the Vita Rays, we decided to improve upon it. It took some time, but we redid the formula and made something that would work with the NX5 Chi supplement. We were able to cut out the need for the chamber with the addition of the NX5 variant of the super soldier serum. Now you can be as fit as Captain America with all of the UPS and none of the drawbacks. It comes with an extended lifespan, but best of all, flawless skin, with no more wrinkles for the ladies. I added with a smile, as I placed my hand over Peter's mouth to stop the mini science/history lesson. The gleam in Aunt May's eyes said it all. My mom also had a smile on, but it wasn't the full-blown smile I was expecting. I would suggest taking it later, since it will flush all of the toxins out of your body. That would also give me some time to talk with Mom about why she wasn't as excited as I thought she would be. From there, more and more gifts were passed around. I had gotten socks with warming features built in, then some ugly Christmas sweaters, which made me laugh. A few had the "if lost, please return to" written on it with Aurora, Natasha, and Jean's names on them. The one gift that had me up and yelling like a little schoolgirl came in the form of a black helmet. It was a combined gift from Aurora and Natasha, and I had no idea they even had access to those files. Sitting on my lap was the helmet of Nova. There was only one way they could have gotten their hands on this thing, and I didn't even care if they dropped $1 billion for it. The black gloss of the helm, the red cross star in the middle with the hollow eyes, it all matched up. This was one of the helms that carried all of the powers and information of the Nova Force from that empire. I couldn't wait to dig into its brains and milk it for all of the information it possessed and create my own Lantern Force. How? I asked in a hushed whisper. Well, since we are amazing, let's just say we worked it out. Natasha said with a smirk. Mwahaha. I couldn't help the maniacal laugh that escaped out of me. Whack. Ow, what was that for? I asked, turning around to look at Raven. No letting the evil out in front of the kids. Raven replied as she looked at me with a smirk, chuckling. I agree. Aurora quipped from her location on the couch. Since they wanted to play it like that, I did a mad cackle, then rushed around to the garage for some pretty toys that I have been working on. Before anyone realized that I was gone, I was already back with a large rectangular box in my hands. Everyone had gotten a bag or purse that had the extended storage rune clusters on them, and the kids had the most gifts. Now though, it was time to give out the goodies. Pulling out a sphere with a button on it, which always reminded me of the Pokeball. Each person got one. Felicia was the first to open hers. Inside were diamonds and some clothes that I knew she had her eyes on. Yes, I went to Paris to pick them up, but why not? When you could run around the entire planet at super speed, the entire world was your playground. Jean got some rare books for her bookshelf with some exotic clothes to go along with them, ones that I knew her sense of style would appreciate. Gwen got the keys to a top-of-the-line laboratory right here on the island, along with some dedicated research assistants that will keep her from doing any more crazy experiments that could see her hurt, though I wasn't going to tell her that. Maya gave me the dreaded puppy dog eyes, and I just couldn't help myself. I placed the Pokeball within her hand, and she positively ran off with a smile on her face to Aurora. Alfred stepped up right after her with a look in his eyes, but not really knowing how to ask. With a smile, I gave him the Pokeball with his name on it. He gave me a whispered thanks before going to Natasha. Maya opened hers to find a hover cart. It was a double-seater with safety helmets and a full suite of advanced safety features. As it had been designed for a child to operate, the hover car had both a speed and altitude regulator, which prevented it from getting more than 5 feet off the ground. The front of the hover cart had a kiwi flame with smiles on it. There was also a backpack that had her UMF jumpsuits that carried several tracking devices, of course. Alfred looked at what Maya had received, then looked at his own Pokeball. The smile that split his face warmed my heart. When he pressed his button, what came out of his Pokeball caused Nat to smile in delight. Out of the Pokeball popped a hover chair shaped like a spider bot. The spider on the front was shaped like a chibi, while the legs attached to the seat carried universal connectors and adapters for any tech he might encounter. The chair had tons of advanced features, as did Maya's hover cart, but I was going to let them discover it for themselves. Pulling out 3 more Pokeballs, I gave one to Aurora, Emma, and Natasha. What they found inside were all custom motorcycles that also came equipped with hover technology. Aurora's bike looked like a lone rider, something that I had caught her checking out from time to time. It was painted blue, with lightning and flame designs. The gasp and mad gleams told me all that I needed to know. Turning around, I had one ready for the Ancient One, which I gave her, but she gave me that little smile as she simply placed the Pokeball within her robes. The last one in the box was for Raven. Instead of letting her throw the Pokeball, I told her to just press the button and keep a strong grip. What came out were real life-sized replicas of the blades of Athena from God of War. The rune clusters went to work instantly as these weapons bonded to her, attaching at the wrist, and leaving a little dagger tattoo mark on both of her wrists. Flicking her wrist with intent, they both appeared before she flicked them once more, putting them away. Natasha and Aurora gave me a raised eyebrow, signaling rather obviously that they wanted some bonded weapons too. Chuckling to myself, I made a mental note to create a set of bonded weapons for them also, ones more in line with their tastes and style. We made some more small talk as the girls examined and tested their gifts before the clock struck 12. The smile Otto gave as he checked the time was that of a mad scientist, and I couldn't help but sigh. I guess it was time to get this over with. Alright, fam, I guess it's about that time. I said loudly with a clap, catching everyone's eyes and attention. Most of their smartbands went off with a beep, letting them know that we had more to do today. I knew what the notification was for, but I was going with the Mad Doctor. The last thing we needed was for him to blow up the island. A second ping went out from my smartband, pulling my attention. What I found made me nod in approval. The professor was here, and he had brought company. The family had left for the stadium as I made my way to the main portal to the island, in order to greet my guests. Dr. Otto had left for the main city surrounding the Heart Tree. I sat in the hover car with my general as we flew through the air. It was a quiet 10-minute flight as we both did a little work on our tablets. As we smoothly touched down on a landing pad, I could see the professor inside the building with the students from the school. The portal building was a loose recreation of the portal doors at the Sanctum Sanctorum. The building was grand and imposing like the Roman cathedrals. There were 3 main doors, each set into a wall with rune clusters engraved all around the frame. When the Ancient One came on board, I jumped at the chance of setting up a division with magic as their main focus. The masters of the mystic arts were one thing, but sending a bunch of super geniuses to study, catalog, and improve upon that magic helped to create so much more. We could eventually create a society based solely on magic instead of science, but I wanted the ultimate combination, a hybrid of the two. With that goal in mind, we had made some impressive strides in enchanting, runes, and sorcery already. One of our greatest discoveries was when I tried to bring to life an idea stolen from Full Metal Alchemist, courtesy of Roy Mustang, but that could wait for later. For now, I had to focus on the here and now. The door opened and raised up into the air to allow my exit, and I stepped out of the hovercar like a boss. My height and figure were imposing, but the dope Christmas kitty sweater that I was wearing said I was dashing. Walking into the building, I was greeted with a cacophony of sounds. Kids were talking, yelling, joking, and all manner of things. Walking up, I shook the hand of the man that was thought of as a father to the original team of X-Men. Charles Xavier stood before me in all his shiny bald glory, a soft smile on his face. "Merry Christmas, Professor." I greeted him with a smile, as I shook the man's outstretched hand. Xavier gave me a low chuckle in response, and I couldn't help but take a long look at him. Xavier had opted for a mind transfer into a fresh clone based on his DNA, with no improvements or anything else beyond that which he had been born with. Of course, I had made arrangements just in case, but he didn't have to know anything about that just yet. Xavier now stood on two strong legs in a dapper dark blue suit. "I say, Benjamin, this island is fascinating," Dr. Hank McCoy said as he also stretched his hand out for a shake. "This island is our home, Doctor, a sanctuary for our kind who come in all shapes, sizes, looks, and abilities. There is no need for you to wear that camo band anymore to blend in, like in the States. All metas are welcome here." I replied back to the man. He looked down at his wrist for a moment, thoughtfully, before returning a nod. There was so much more I wanted to say, but I just didn't have the time for such a weighty discussion. I was on a tight schedule. After exchanging some small talk with them both, I cut it short to talk with the head security guard. What I found out was that everyone now had a guest smartband, allowing them basic visiting rights and access privileges here on the island. I noticed Mercury amongst the kids from the school and Waller surrounded by many more. There was also a young Asian female with glasses who was popping gum that caught my eye, but I had things to do before I could satisfy my errant curiosity. The schedule of a billionaire CEO and ruler was mapped out to the minute. "All right, pay attention now." Once I went loud, everyone became silent as I informed them that we would be taking the hyperrail system to get to the stadium. From there we would watch the birth and launch of the miniature artificial sun before some games. They had asked how they would pay for food, but I was already ahead of them on that. Each of their smartbands carried credits I had given them, issued by my nation and backed by the gold we had mined from the ocean floor. There were a lot of happy smiles all around as some asked about getting more information about the island and what was required to move there permanently. With a wave of my hand, digital paperwork was sent to everyone's smartband. Each city on the island had been designed to comfortably house 1 million or more people. That was a bit of overkill for the moment, considering our population has barely risen above 250,000 for the entire island. We currently had 5 major cities, and the current population barely made a dent in the total housing I had built in preparation. One reason for that was simply me preparing for the future and accommodating a huge sudden influx of new citizens once the island's existence became public. Another reason was that right now I had access to the markets and economies of the world for equipment and materials. Once the world learned of what I was doing here, that might not be the case. We filed out of the main portal building as we made our way down to the hyperrail transport system. We still didn't have a name for the bloody thing, but it did head towards the military district, and virtually everywhere else on the island. The hyperrail system had been built in a way that it went both under and over ground to give the rider a spectacular view while traveling. As we got onto the train, I noticed Xavier placing 2 fingers to his head as he obviously tried to use his powers. The furrowing of his brows said more than enough for me. "You will not be able to connect with anyone telepathically without consent, Charles," I informed him with a smile on my face. "This island is meant for and has been designed with metahumans with all kinds of powers in mind, but it was also built in such a way that those same people are not able to abuse those same powers." Holding up a hand, I stopped him from saying anything. "Not saying that you are abusing your powers per se, but on this island you can be a telepath, but you will need an official license or consent to use it on another person. To prevent unauthorized telepathy, each citizen's smartband cloaks each individual's theta, beta, alpha, and gamma brainwaves. It also creates a cloak for the mind within the astral plane." "Remarkable," Hank McCoy said from his seat. "I can sense the minds around me, yet I'm unable to hear any of the normal background noise," Charles said as he closed his eyes to focus some more. "I must admit, it's quite refreshing to not have to deal with all that noise." We built a telepathic blanket of sorts, with input from two of the world's strongest telepaths. I replied, feeling a little smug. The telepathic blanket worked hand in hand with the smartbands, which worked in a few interesting ways. Besides giving the wearer smart communications, it also made a telepathic bubble or shield. The telepathic bubble would surround the person with the smartband, but would carry along any projected or manifested powers used that were allowed, permitted, or consented to. In effect, it worked kind of like a screening system. All other telepathic waves were blocked out lest someone was granted permission. These permissions were logged into the smartbands and kept track of at all times, with some people choosing to keep their minds open, perhaps as a show of trust to their fellow citizens. Personal information like this was housed behind a firewall that the AI collective guarded fiercely, lest it be abused. The telepaths would be able to feel the minds of the people around them, but would be unable to pierce the person's telepathic bubble membrane without either permission given by the person themselves, or the intrusion was officially backed by my government. The telepathic shielding was granted by my technology. Did anyone really think I wouldn't leave myself a backdoor if needed? It wasn't foolproof yet, and we were still working out some of the bugs, but I wasn't going to tell him that. Runes could be so incredibly versatile when you put incredibly smart and motivated people to work developing solutions. We figured that plenty of telepaths might be born or move onto the island in the years to come, and they would probably like to live in peace without hearing voices in their heads constantly. You would be able to apply for a usage license, but not right now. Right now, we have to get to the stadium. That is quite the accomplishment, but might I ask what are those little golden scripts there? Hank McCoy asked, as he pointed at the faint lines of several rune clusters along the side of the pathway. Those are runes, Doctor, and its study, understanding, and mastery will set us apart from the rest of the world as we integrate them into our technology. I replied as I pulled out a holopad from my front pocket. A tap on the screen enlarged the device. I gave him the tablet with a very brief and non-restricted primer about the runes and their power to affect reality, but he didn't get very far as we made it to the stadium. Like a drug dealer giving out his wares to hook a new customer, I suspected Dr. McCoy would be eager for more. The stadium that I had been pushing us towards was 4 times the size of Michigan Stadium. That stadium was one of the largest football stadiums in the United States, and I had upped it even more. That stadium was capable of seating 100,000, but the one I built could seat far more. The island was 7,000 square miles and damn close to 8. Just a bit smaller than the state of New Jersey, and I had plans to use every bit of space in some way. While huge, I was still working with nature, rather than against it, so that I didn't turn it into something that reeked of artificiality. The stadium was magnificent with an almost organic design. There were spiraling towers of glass that went up over the seats. The glass was a smart variant that could change with commands. For decorations, there were also large Spartan statues at 7 points with smaller warrior variants inside. We allowed the kids to break into smaller groups and go do their own thing as Xavier and Hank followed me up to my box, in this case the royal viewing box. With the guards around and the smartbands explaining things for the kids and preventing them from entering various unauthorized areas, I had to reassure them that it was perfectly safe to leave them mostly to their own devices. Leaving all of the kids behind to explore, we took the elevator 3 floors up to my box, where my family and guests were already waiting. The automated doors opened, allowing Xavier and Hank inside as I followed up behind them. Once inside, I found luxurious and comfortable-looking couches that could also recline back. The room was large, and it had space and food for everyone to sit comfortably with a great view of everything taking place in the stadium today. Of course, with Xavier walking in with me, I began making introductions, including the various members of my ruling council, before I let them mingle freely with everyone else. Aurora and Raven had paired off with Hank to talk with him about our recent findings about the X gene, and its link to magic and the various cosmic forces. The 10-minute warning went up, causing a scramble for people to get food and drink before being seated. Looking around, I noticed that Logan, Peter, and Laura had left. Jean, Felicia, and Gwen didn't look like they wanted to join in, so that was fine. With a double tap on my smartband, I brought up a holographic screen to check the progress of Dr. Otto and Alex's work. Faura was doing her thing with the security team, so everything appeared to be going well. The time flew by, but with the lights dimming and the music changing, I knew it was all about to start. Lights, camera, action. The hologram projectors went up as our announcers for the evening made themselves known. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live, and in color, I'm Christy and this is Misty. And we are your announcers for this momentous event. These two women were hot, bubbly, and I just knew that it was Emma and Raven that had picked them to be the announcers. Christy, as she was called, had green skin with dragonfly wings on her back, and a darker shade of green hair with what I would call large, bright anime eyes. Her partner, Misty, had light blue skin and was a stunning beauty in her own right, her beauty enhanced by her exotic coloring. Of course, in the outside world, it had marked her visibly as a so-called mutant, and had made her fear for her life. Looking around, I noticed that the crowd went nuts about the representation live over the holovids. Ignoring the bubbly announcers, I focused more on the notifications I was getting from Alex about the power plant going live. It had taken a while to get the power plant built where I wanted it, but I was persistent. I wanted it close to the heart of the island because it would be the symbolic star that lit the path into the future, guiding humanity away from the darkness of its past fear and bigotry. Give a round of applause to our handsome Minister of Science, Alexander L. And let's not forget the man with the plan. The man that wants to hold the power of the sun within the palm of his hands, Dr. Otto Octavius. That wrested my attention away from my tablet. Looks like I had found myself in one of the front seats with Emma sitting on the arm of my chair, though it was more of a throne to be honest, and obviously meant specifically for me considering none of the others matched mine. That must have been Emma's design work, a visible reminder to people of my position. A hush went over the crowd as Otto went into great detail about completing his life's work and bringing free energy to the world. Most didn't know it, but with my study on the Speed Force, I had created my own particle from hyperkinetic energy tied to the universe's expansion. The power was near limitless, and all clean. I was calling it the Blake particle in the privacy of my thoughts. This was my equivalent to the discovery of dark energy, without all of the horrific explosions and destruction. It was also my replacement for arc reactors, since that was all Tony's thing, but also kept people away from my Speed Force particle discovery. Otto finished up his speech before turning back around to the command center that was overlooking the large chamber that was going to house the miniature sun. Assistants went running around the control room as Alexander and Otto finished up the final sequences. Let's listen in, folks. Alright, Alex, let's start by syncing the harmonics, then power up the shields. We all heard Otto giving quick orders and making last-minute final adjustments as things around the command center kicked into high gear. Down beyond the control room, you could see a center ring 12 feet in diameter. Around the center ring floated thousands of panels designed to absorb the incredible amounts of thermal and solar energy the new star would produce every minute. Using runes instead of pure technology had allowed us to create wafer-thin panels made of vibranium, specially treated in a solution created by the science team. You could see the energy absorption and conversion on the back of the wafer panels. This little hub located on the back of the wafer panel was the size of a golf ball. Each one of the hubs carried its own power storage unit. This allowed them to dock then go back to orbiting the miniature sun to absorb more power. Originally, I wanted each of the wafers to be connected by a graphene cable, but we were worried about not being able to keep a proper eye on the star. The other worry was with how tough graphene was. It could tangle, and then we would be in another spot of trouble. For now, this first star would work with 1,000 wafers circling it with another 1,000 located in docks for hot swaps. When a wafer went bad, we would be able to remove it and study it to see what went wrong and prepare for the next time. Along the outer rim was an 8-ring gyroscope. Yeah, I know, overkill, but there was no way I wanted my island to be destroyed like the Spider-Man movie. The gyroscope activated as a blue shimmer came down over the space, letting us know the containment shield had activated. Set the gravity actuators to automatic, Otto said in the command room, firing off commands. It was a sight to see as silence fell over the stadium, as people sat on the edge of their seats, watching and waiting for Dr. Otto to succeed. Now the tritium. A small ball, almost less than an inch, fell from the ceiling perfectly into the center of the reaction chamber, stopping to float in the exact center, the gravity actuators keeping it locked perfectly in place. As the tritium floated in the center of the chamber, 4 points of energy slammed into it, irritating the molecular structure, sparking the tritium to life. There was a hum right before the small ball of tritium grew exponentially in size. The crowds erupted in cheers and applause as we witnessed the birth of a star, a miniature artificial sun. It was surreal watching it happen in the middle of a stadium. Energy storage capacitors are holding. Alexander, the leader of my science division, reported as he looked over the numbers on one of the holo projectors. Let's increase the output by 25%, then bring it up slowly to 50%. Slowly, The sun grew from 12 inches to 3 feet in diameter, and yet it kept on expanding. Increase the magnetic stabilization in zones 3, 8, and 13. Otto quickly barked out as the assistant began to scramble to follow his command. Holding at 42%. Alexander called out as the additional stabilization stopped the miniature star from increasing in size any further. The tension within the stadium was palpable as we all waited on tenterhooks. We watched as several solar flares bulged out of the miniature star. Solar fins were activated to better control the magnetic and gravity spikes produced as a byproduct. 30 nail-biting minutes rolled by, 30 minutes where the new sun's energy output and size remained stable and predictable, before Alexander turned to Dr. Otto with a smile on his face. "Success, Doctor. Success." We all heard Alex say over the loudspeakers. "Rosie, flip the breakers, let's light this island up." Otto said with grand cheer. "There you have it, folks, clean renewable energy for our island nation." Now that the good doctor hasn't blown US sky high, I believe it's time to introduce Logan's School of Hard Knocks. Ooh, you heard about that school also, Misty? Of course, Christy. These are the kids who volunteered to go out into the world to rescue our fellow metas. So you're telling me that they want to face the likes of the Purifiers, and the murderous terrorist group that calls itself the Friends of Humanity? The hologram of the labs cut out as the camera view changed over to one of the entryways onto the field. The field, while we were closely watching the hologram, had changed without anyone even noticing. This little Christmas get-together was turning out to be a grand time. Tuning out the announcers for the moment, I watched the girls walk out first. Before these classes were even put together, most of US have been saved by the angels that resided on this very island. Right you are, Misty. So let's give these saving angels a round of applause. Here comes the Windwalker, the goddess of the storm, the headmistress of our beloved school. Storm. We watched as Aurora came flying in over the stadium with lightning and wind whipping violently around as she made quite an entrance. Aurora was wearing an all-black UMF suit with a headpiece that kept her hair out of her eyes. The black UMF suit was full body with gold accents that matched the bands that held her warriors braid together. I was happy to see that she had taken my concern to heart about her hair whipping around while she was in flight or during a fight. There was a roar of lightning and thunder as Aurora sent a blast into the air with an outstretched hand, just as she touched down. She is silent and deadly. If you see her, that's only because she has allowed you to live. The deadly and hot Black Widow. It started with her doing a dive from one of the gunships, turning invisible as she leapt out. During her freefall, she flipped her visuals on and off, causing people to rise with panic as she ghosted into sight closer and closer to the ground. One moment she was in the air, the next gone, only to reappear closer and closer to the ground. About 20 meters above the ground, Natasha had stayed visible before doing a midair flip to bleed off momentum, then pulling a truly epic 3-point superhero landing at the last moment. The damn stadium went wild as she stood back up and flipped her hair over her shoulder. She's a bombshell that likes her spandex and her swords. Give it up for Psylocke. There was a roar as a purple cat-type construct came running out of the west entrance onto the stadium field. She performed some jumps that turned her constructs into different varieties of animals before taking the stage with the others. In the time since we had taken her into our service, we had contacted her older brother, Captain Britain, who worked for the British Secret Service as a superhero. When she found out that we had a friendly relationship with the British service, well, that mellowed her suspicion of us some. After meeting Captain Britain, I understood why she left home. A grown man in spandex was not good on the eyes. Spiral's introduction was next, but I had already turned to talk with Xavier, who had that damn Dumbledore twinkle in his eyes. It was easy to tell he was really enjoying himself. Turning back, I watched the ladies on stage give a wave to the crowds. Now, ladies and gentlemen, who are into that type of thing, let US introduce you to the man that you have been waiting for. He might have a rough and gruff exterior, but we all know he has a heart of gold. Wolverine. The crowd went positively insane at her announcement. Damn, it would seem that Logan gets around. His entrance was pure spectacle. Triple flames burst out of the ground on both sides of him, WrestleMania style, as Logan walked down with a lit cigar in his mouth, as cool as fresh snow. Logan took a pause to release some smoke and glance around the stadium, then shot a hand up in the air with all 3 claws fully extended, before he walked up the stage to join the rest. I didn't know that he had such a large fan base. Hank said with a chuckle as we all listened to the crowd who hadn't stopped cheering for the man. With a chuckle, I responded with the only thing proper. Logan is like a well-loved stepdad to a lot of these kids. He might act rough and gruff, but his wild nature is magnetic for a lot of these kids who often had bad home lives. I responded as I got up from my seat to get myself a drink. Moving away from everyone's line of sight, I felt it was best to subtly check a few of my pending notifications. There was an alert ping from the island shield systems, indicating a loss of power as we switched over to our new power source. I don't think it was too selfish of me that I didn't want the hyperkinetic particle I had created as the island's main power source. I think not. It was a substance with massive repercussions if mishandled, and I was already regretting putting it onto my black server. The other thing that pinged for my attention was the satellite we'd launched reaching its designated coordinates in the asteroid belt, which was going to open the door to a lot of new industries for us in the future. I knew we were already sitting on $1 billion worth of gold and counting, but that was value according to Earth standards. What was a valuable material on Earth could be utterly worthless to the galactic community of advanced races, or vice versa. With the completion of that new satellite module, combined with our own encrypted quantum frequency, we would finally be able to get our hands on the galactic community's material index. This would not only allow us to find out the rarity of certain materials, what was common and what was exotic, what was known and what was unknown, but ultimately what was valuable by galactic standards. Just by looking at this index, our own material science technology should be advanced by half a millennium, at least. Putting that topic aside for later, I noticed that we had completed a sensor survey of the debris within orbit around the planet. What I saw was surprising and unexpected, to say the least, especially at the amount that was floating up there that was obviously artificial. Something big had been destroyed in our solar system at some point in the past, and I couldn't even remember any Marvel movie or comic that could have had any spaceship destroyed within the upper exosphere. Grunting, I slid that one aside and saved it as I checked the next notification. This one was on the gravity engine and shuttle for spaceflight. It would seem that we had combined runic clusters with a modern, frictionless gravity drive. Nodding at that, I sent the order to have one of the shuttles built. Hopefully, we would be able to take it out for a test drive in the new year. There was always lots to do, after all. There were more notifications about the SmartBand version 2.0 and some about the Omni tools hitting the R&D department. Flicking those aside, I noticed that one of the magic wards meant to protect the island from magical or extra-dimensional threats. This was a runic base that I had sent to the magical R&D section of my island. From the look of the thing, they had succeeded in creating what I had wanted, and the island was going to become Marvel's version of Themyscira. That meant it was only going to be visible for those invited, while for those that came around without an invite, the island would not only be invisible, but also created a layer of mental manipulation sending them away. There was far more on what the ward would theoretically do and protect against, but I skimmed through it all. I couldn't wait to see what my magic users planned to do on that front. I knew that the island was only lightly warded against those types of threats at the moment, but what they had planned was going to bring us to the next level entirely, and I was excited to say the least. Turning my attention away from the SmartBand on my wrist, I brought myself mentally back to family time. Looking around, I found Maya floating by the glass as she looked down on the field while Alfred was sitting in my mother's lap. Smiling, I grabbed a loaded eggnog from my dad before taking the empty seat amongst them. He is quippy, and I have been reliably informed that he has one of the most pinchable asses in spandex. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for the amazing Spider-Man. The crowd cheered as Peter slingshot himself into the air. Light constructs formed, allowing him to do a few tricks, before he came back down for a landing on the stage. I turned to the side to see the look on Aunt May's face and laughed at the astonished look she was giving Uncle Ben. Yeah, I guess she realized that little Petey Pie was growing up. She is a Southern belle with a kiss deadlier than any rose you might come across. Give it up for Rogue. Anna Marie came flying in over the crowd, and that surprised the shit out of me. Captain Marvel wasn't around for her to steal those powers from, so I had no clue how in the hell she pulled that off. That was until my brain caught up to my thoughts, and I realized just where we lived. Next up is the man you would like to invite to a barbecue, because he is as cool as freshly fallen snow. It's Iceman. This was a man that liked to show off, and damn did he do it well. Out of the east entrance, a gigantic ice bridge came flying out. Iceman really hammed it up as he made a large loop in the air before doing a light sprinkle of snow for everyone. Damn, I felt mighty smug right now. Colossus was next. After him was Kitty Pryde, aka Shadowcat. There was nothing I could say because this was going far better than I could have hoped. Logan got up and did his gruff man speech that made Aurora and Nat smile before they took over. I got up out of my seat to stand by the window, and I felt it shake as people roared and stomped their feet. Logan's school of hard knocks, but they didn't do that. Instead, a statement appeared on the holo projectors for the crowd. After that finished, Nat gave a small speech and told the kids how they could sign up when they reached the right age. After this display of cool, I knew that many were going to put in an application with the use of their smartbands, and that was okay. We needed variety out in the world. Metahumans of all shapes, sizes, ages, and powers, fighting the good fight. The feel of the crowd changed before things shifted once more as drums rolled, music blared, and the lights dimmed and changed. I had noticed the dimensional distortion as the Ancient One left from the royal box, but I wasn't going to stop her as I wanted to see what she had planned. There was a triple bass thump before she appeared in the center of the field with lights surrounding her. Her appearance felt like it signaled the start of a well-choreographed kabuki show. The Ancient One started out with creating brightly colored magical mandala fans made of bright dimensional energy. Fans that she whipped around, sending gale force winds harmlessly out into the crowds. The Ancient One smiled when several masters of the mystic arts joined her on stage in a coordinated demonstration of skill. Sling portals opened and water and fire flowed out of them, moving in intricate patterns in the air. Damn, did she knew how to put on a show. The show went on for a little while before the Ancient One started to spin in a circle with her fans. As she turned, each of the masters vanished with their own little flamboyant styles. With one last jump, we all watched the Ancient One take to the sky before imitating a dragon, releasing a breath of fire from her palms, feet, and mouth. The flames threw out waves of blazing heat across the stadium, causing some to flinch, but I noticed that it didn't even harm the ground. The fire swirled up above the Ancient One's head as she brought it back down to rotate around her position in the air. We watched stunned and awed as the flames split with her hand movements, before surprising us all with a clap loud enough to cause most of us with sensitive hearing to wince. Gasps rose up as we all watched the flames transform somehow into that a swarm of butterflies, before they all flew into the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, the masters of the mystic arts. The crowd went wild once more, and damn, that rare smile on her face said it all. The other masters uncloaked and showed themselves as they gave a regal bow to the crowd. The masters around her looked different as they stood there without cloaks. It was one female and 3 males that stood around her. There was no hiding my smile as I looked down on them as they showed their tattoos to the world. The tattoos had come around to solve the magical focus situation. I had taken my thoughts on Full Metal Alchemist and allowed them with a mix of DC's Atlantean magical tattoos. The geometric tattoos my mages sported showed the world the viability of my idea. One of the things I noticed about magic in this world was that it didn't offer a lot of the utility that you would find in a world like Harry Potter or World of Warcraft. One of the other directives that I gave my soccerers was to have them solve real-life problems with magic. They were coming up with a lot of ideas once they got their hands on runes. With my grand magical library created and open, some of the masters of the mystic arts were visiting the college regularly, either teaching classes or just to browse the library that I was creating. Hell, from some of the reports I had received, my sorcerers were improving rapidly and making some incredible advancements in magic. It was akin to a magical renaissance, and even the most conservative masters of the mystic arts were amazed at what was being discovered. The Ancient One gave a speech, then one of my sorcerers gave a speech of their own. They also put out a call for those that would like to learn and study magic. Once they did that, the mood shifted, and I knew it was my turn to speak. The world shifted as I moved with fluid grace, but of course my speed allowed me a great deal of relative time to check on a few things. First, I checked the runic pillars that were placed at 7 points around the island. I looked at the fine work of the mage division as the gold and vibranium mix positively gleamed in the light, and I couldn't help but to run my fingers over its smooth surface. They had created something that I thought would never be possible, but when you had access to over 1,400 runic symbols, anything was possible. We had everything from Norse, Greek, Roman, Aztec to Babylonian. Hell, we had so many runes I was starting to tell that the possibilities were endless. One of the issues we found was that the known magic and runic languages of this universe were mostly oriented towards battle magic, and it took us more than a little while to figure out the stealth I wanted. It was taking so long that I had suggested that we should just create our own magical system. I noticed that the runes I was touching faded in and out of sight for a moment, and I took that as a job well done. Looking to the side, I noticed a leaf frozen on a stream of wind. These pillars were damn cool. One of the things that they did was phase the island slightly out of the native dimension, while also creating a cloak of invisibility. I wanted it to be a mixture of what covers the island of the Amazons, Themyscira, and that blasted Fidelius charm in Harry Potter that still confounded my people. I knew there was a cloak of some kind over Themyscira, but I had no clue how it worked. This one, on the other hand, placed a dome over the entire island that only allowed those with smart bands to gain entry. If you didn't have the bands, or gain access to the island with proper transportation and at certain designated entry points, then there would be no island. The wards also worked to befuddle the mind, allowing people to just fly by or sail past without ever realizing it was there. It also protected us from detection by satellites and all forms of scanning systems, even ones based on magic. They knew what I wanted, and damn did they deliver. With one little push, I leapt up into the air for my little performance. Lightning flowed around me as I made the clouds above darken to a menacing black. All around me glowed as a dragon formed from my will. I kept pumping more and more of my power into the dragon as I held the picture firmly within my mind. I couldn't get the real Shinran, but there was nothing in the playbook that said I couldn't create my own. More and more lightning flowed as I forced it into the form I wanted with only my will and my imagination. The static built to a crescendo about to burst before I let the power speak for me. The roar that the dragon let loose was something I felt deep within my bones. The dragon's head was large and imposing, the eyes blazing a deep azure blue. Damn, this wasn't just a display of power. This was also a display of how deftly I could wield such power. Everyone backed away as the dragon's head lowered to about 10 feet from the ground before I had the dragon roar once more. The ground rose up to the dragon's chin before I stepped onto its crown in controlled, measured steps. Looking up at the hollow projections, I noticed my eyes blazed with the same spark of power that the dragon carried. The dragon and I shared a nod before it launched itself back into the air once more. The dragon circled around before it did a thing most daring. Everyone sat on tenterhooks and waited with bated breaths as it circled once, then twice, then on the last turn, its attention focused on me. It roared and charged, and I stood my ground and roared right back at it. As the dragon got closer, I allowed my size to increase and met it head-on. As the dragon collided with my chest, I had my arms outstretched and I absorbed it all within my body. It had been created with my power after all. Damn, did it feel like I just drank a triple espresso. The big man himself, the one who put all this together, Benjamin Blake, your king, the god of speed. The static dissipated from the air as I held my arms outstretched. The crackling of the energies I used faded, and the crowd went ballistic. I held a fist in the air as I soaked it all in. Damn, I felt good. Looking up, I noticed the faces of my family through the glass screen of the royal box. I could tell that Xavier was having kittens from my little display of power. If she wanted to, Jean could do a lot more to show off, and if Aurora had a bit more imagination and flexibility in the use of her power, could probably replicate a lot of what I'd just done. The cheering went on for quite some time before I held out my hand to quiet them down. Thank you for that introduction, Misty. I laughed out bombastically. You're welcome, boss man. Look at all you beautiful people, my fellow meta-humans. I roared once more to the crowd. I just want to say that I'm damn proud of how our little celebrations have turned out, and hopefully it's given you something to think about, perhaps even a way to give back and help your fellow meta-human. Our island is beautiful, and we are ever improving and prospering as a fledgling nation, but we still have much to do. There were more cheers. Now we all know that the new year is fast approaching and what that date means for our island. I said out loud over the speakers. We are all safe, able to live our lives here on the island freely, as proud meta-humans. But that's not the case out there in the world. A cruel world that often doesn't acknowledge our right to exist. Out there many of our brothers and sisters still yearn for acceptance, for a better life. Out there, our brothers and sisters still face inequality and persecution and constant threats to their very lives. But we seek to change that. With the coming of the new year, this island will be open to immigration, and I will be placing an open call to all metahumans around the world who desperately yearn for a better life for them and their families. More roaring and cheers greeted me from the crowd. Now, many of you have asked me to name this island, to name this home we've built, to grant you and our people an identity. As our magical practitioners would tell you, there is power in a name. So tonight I share with you the name of the island. I was bombastic, and the crowd was loving it. We put forth 23 names and gave everyone a month to vote on their smartbands for their choice. The time has finally come to reveal the name you've chosen for our island. More roaring from the crowds as the holo projectors changed. The names flashed as everything realigned, and we got a winner. From this day forth, this home and sanctuary we've built shall be known as Pandora. The New Year. Island of Pandora. Benjamin Blake, leader, doting father, lover. The new year had started without a hitch, and I was super grateful to the universe for that. The island was partying for 3 days before it died down. After that, I had set up another AI to run the systems. Then I gave the honors of putting out the call to Xavier. The light of hope in the man's eyes almost made me feel bad about what I had set up for him in case he ever decided to do something stupid like all of his comic book incarnations. I had reservations about doing an all-call like that in case Eric decided to show up at my door, but I was thinking of my people since I had more than enough forces to end him. I had fail-safes for my fail-safes, and of course, I wasn't going to give that man access to my resources without some type of protocol to shut him down. Humming to myself, I smiled as I watched the number of my citizens rise in an almost continuous motion. We had upgraded and boosted Cerebro's reach with our satellites, allowing the telepathic platform to reach all corners of the globe. Xavier had connected to the world's metahuman population and told them that they were not alone. Those that were lost were now found and that we were willing to share our home. Xavier and Hank were really choking up once I gave him the locations of safe houses I bought around the world. It was a very emotional moment for them. Each safe house had an underground layer built with expansion runes, obviously. Metas could come with their entire families to get checked before moving onto the island if that was their thing. I made sure that my people let it be known that we would not be shipping anyone international to another continent, just to be safe. Each of the safe houses had at least 100 Spartans for defense with a few doctors and empathic social workers. Beyond that, each safe house had a portal with a ward system that set the house invisible unless invited. In locations, I wasn't able to get myself a safe house. I had my Spartans bring one to site. Besides all of that, the phones have also been ringing off of the hook. It happened since we had also given out numbers for those that needed picking up. Everyone that made it through the safe houses didn't have to agree with my ideals, but they had to agree on a few basic things. Medical and schooling would be universal, with my government giving out monthly stipends, but they would also have to attend at least one class. With that one class, an adult had to pass at least one test every 6 months. I wasn't trying to be a hippie about it, but knowledge was power. Hell, the homeless were asking where to sign up once I had told them. I was sure that most of them didn't even have their high school equivalency. Then there were the places that were just way out in the middle of nowhere. For those, I had my people visit to see about bringing them into the fold. Some of the things we found almost had Aurora go Mother Nature on their asses. Aurora was not happy with some of the conditions we found the kids in. Hell, we had to talk her down because that was how it was in those parts of the world. Yes, I had a lot of ideas that might be able to make it better in those places, but my focus was my people first before I turned my attention to the rest of the world's problems. Shifting my focus from that, I checked on my little side project. The mind healers had gotten back to me after the start of the year, giving me an update on Eric Killmonger. The work they have been doing on his unprotected mind was working wonders as he fell into my control. Eric was now one of my die-hard supporters, and in his mind, I was the one that helped him get over the death of his father. His intense hatred was still there, but he had it focused on his work. I was still working out how to get him on that throne before I could bring forth some of my other plans, but slow and steady wins the race. Since I had his mind, there was no need to rush. I refused to push it until I knew without a shadow of a doubt that once he is out of my area of effect, he can't be broken out of my influence. Other than that, things were moving along nicely. Now that our population was expanding at a steady pace, I had made sure to have the agricultural fields properly manned by both spiderbots and people. It would be detrimental to the growth and prosperity of my island if I didn't solve this issue a while back. The Western City was set up as my main trading hub. Even before I had received the expansion runes, we had tricked out the port. At the start, I had created a triple-layered system with hydroponics to service the island while secretly importing the meats that we would require. Now though, I had gotten my hands on the expansion runes, and my mad geniuses had messed it 7 ways from Sunday, and it was one on the ultimate cheats at my disposal. Before the end of the year, I had over 1,000 Astartes working on gutting back out the 3 floors for repurposing. Now, instead of using each floor for something like hydroponics, we had large industrial warehouse doors built into runic doors. We had one floor that housed the portals that held crops and animal husbandry. I was thinking about having another added to house fishing farms. This way, we could still get fish in our diet without impacting the resources of the ocean. Hell, we were on the road for complete independence. And that was great, but I wasn't trying to turn us into isolationists. I wanted us to reach the stars and seize them. There was plenty to do today and look over, but I felt my time could best be served in taking my daughter to one of the new game centers that was opened in the northern city. With the advancement of our tech, a lot had changed in how we did things. Video games were no longer simple things because now we had fully interactive holograms. The smart lens was available for purchase, and each person's personal smartband had basic hologames available. Free, of course, courtesy of yours truly. There was so much that needed to be completed, but Natasha had made sure that I understood that I didn't need to be the one doing it all. That's why I had a staff and hundreds of people at my command. With that thought in mind, I closed down the holograms over my desk before standing to take a look out the window to my office. The heart tree was as tall as the Chrysler Building in New York, so I had an unhindered view as I looked over the jungle below. The sight before me was breathtaking. As I looked down over my island, I think I was starting to know what it felt like for the Wakandans. It wasn't that they were scared to open up to the world. Granted, they had that fear, but I also felt that they had the knowledge that once they opened the borders, those that come would destroy the peace in the pursuit of their greed. I stood there looking over my island, and I understood more than I could put into words. It was too sad for the rest of the world. I would not bend or be swayed by the words of the United Nations. Destruction would be the only thing to be found here for those that cross the line. The sound of my door opening drew me from my introspection. Yes, Salt. I asked as I kept my back turned to the door while standing in parade rest. Reports are in, sir. The shuttle is ready for test flights. Salt returned as she stood on the other side of my desk. Good. I replied as thousands of plans shifted through my mind. Tell them to keep running checks, and I'll be the one to take it up into space with an exploration team. Sir. Salt replied sharply as her voice cracked like a whip. I heard the question from that sir, with how sharply she said it. I turned around to look at her as I held my peace. I can survive in space without a suit, I said, looking at her as her eyes bore into my own. You should know this already. It was in the profile that you have access to. Sir, it's space. Salt grounded out. I understand, and I will be fine, I said, trying to reassure her some. Plus, I have already flown up to the thermosphere without a suit or shuttle. The look she gave me in return could have skinned me alive. Salt grunted before marking it off on her tablet. Clear a few hours in my schedule, I said with a megawatt smile. I plan to take Alfred and Maya to the new gaming center for some family time. Before Salt could say anything, I had already jumped backward. I phased through the glass window of my office on top of the heart tree. Ha ha. I let out a mad laugh at the memory of the look on her face as I dashed madly through the jungle heading to the eastern city on the island. With a quick scroll through my smartband, I changed my clothes to my Vegeta gear. I was wearing commando pants with a Vegeta-styled over armor with an all-black undershirt now. I took a sharp turn at one of the large lakes that grew the plants that could cure most human maladies. I worked my way to the location ping in Alfred's personal smartband. His location showed that he was in the dojo. Interesting. I guess Natasha was showing him some moves. I wondered about that as I moved in their direction. Maya was physically 5 while she had full cognitive functions. Alfred, on the other hand, was a combination of Natasha and myself. Natasha had decided to bring him into our world with the body of a 10-year-old, which was an interesting choice on her part. I had no issues with that, not when my own mother pushed me aside for more grandbabies. Hell, she was already asking if I was going to knock up the others, or will she be looking to receive more grandbabies in mystical ways? The damn woman just wouldn't quit. I was slowing from my speeds down into a jog, then a full stop. I gave the mother that was floating nearby with her daughter a wave. It was interesting to see that the mother was normal except for the floating, while her daughter resembled a bear. Her daughter waved back with a smile before I walked into the martial arts studio. Inside the information pamphlets that we gave all the newcomers was that meditation and learning some form of energy control would be able to help those with mutated parts greatly. One of the crazy things I had come to understand was that the green and the red dimensions were even here in the Marvel Universe. Before, I thought that was a solely DC thing, but the Ancient One set me straight when I was sharing some of my ideas. The Omniverse was all-encompassing everything, and there was no running from one thing because we were in another part of the multiverse. Through our talks, I found out that the animal mutations were because their X gene was pulling from the red, which was the dimension of primal nature. Then she went into telling me that werewolves also suffer from the same thing, but the difference was that they didn't have the gene to compensate, and no one has made such a connection until my mad geniuses made the connection. The X gene allowed us to punch through the astral during our times of intense stress to connect to the closest power or what's calling to us without us being aware of energy buildup. From what we could tell, there was a bit of matter and reality manipulation at the time of activation. There was just far too much to understand when it came to the X gene and how it worked. After scanning myself in at the front desk, I took a right through the door that leads to the mats. Passing the barbels and the squat racks, I made my way up the steps to the second floor up. What I found put a smile on my face. Alfred was on his way to being able to defend himself. I watched as he threw out jabs after jabs, before ducking under a swipe that Natasha had aimed for his head. With a duck, Alfred struck back with a rising upper, right into the open mitts that Natasha held for him. Alfred had a smile on his face that showed his pride, but I knew that smirk that Natasha wore. Before I could warn the kid, Natasha struck. He never even saw it coming as she took him down. One quick wrap, then into a soft suplex onto the mats had Alfred down and out for the count as Nat got back up with a laugh in my direction. Shaking my head, I walked over to place a kiss on her lips. A chuckle escaped me as I felt Nat squeezed my butt before we released our kiss. "What brings you here?" Natasha asked, looking up at me. "I came to take my kid out to the arcade." I returned with a roguish grin. I watched as she mulled that idea over in her head before turning my attention towards Alfred. "Come on, bud, it's normal to get whipped by your mother. She even beats me during our spars." Alfred scowled at me before I twirled a finger, picking him up off the ground with my control over gravity. "Are you not going to invite me out?" Natasha pouted at my side, giving me a look. "I don't know, it's kinda dad and his kids type of thing." I returned a little smugly. "That's interesting." Natasha replied saucily before turning to walk away. I watched that but walk away before I shook myself to get out of the idea to follow her to the changing rooms. Turning back around, I found Alfred looking at me puzzled. Yeah, super happy that his hormones haven't kicked in yet. Ignoring the puzzled look, I turned him around and directed him towards the locker rooms to get cleaned up. Before Alfred could pick out what he wanted to wear, I already made a selection. I made him a duplicate of my own Dragon Ball Z Scion battle armor, minus the shoulder pads. It didn't take us that long to get him ready before we made our way out of the dojo. When Alfred and I got out front, we found Nat leaned up against a hot black and red hover car. The sleek lines had the car looking like a bird of prey. There was no wheel hump, but you could see the fins glowing blue where the wheels should have been. Walking around it, I found a little marker that called it the Widow. Smirking at her moniker, I placed my hand on the door panel where the biolocks indicated, but the beep made me frown. "Nah, big boy, this is my ride," Nat quipped as she pushed me along from the driver's side door. "Alrighty, then Mama Bear, let's head to the school so we can pick up Maya." I answered as I held my hands up in defeat. Once Nat had placed her hand on the biolock, the doors opened, and we were allowed in. Alfred sat in the back while I took the front passenger seat. Inside, the hover car was just as advanced as the outside. On the driver's side was a panoramic screen showing the angles of approach, but also everything a driver would need. I noticed that everything was set in a way that Nat had the ease of reach while in control of the vehicle. Looking around, I noticed the interior was all fine leathers tailored to perfection. Most of the lighting was custom. Hell, even the widow marker on the dash looked amazing. Looking closer though, I noticed the battle mode under that same widow marker. Leaning back in my seat, I wanted to ask Nat what she was waiting on, but I was interrupted by the pinging from the dash before the autodrive kicked in. With a whoosh, we took off into the sky lane. Interesting. I knew that Alfred, Alex, and I had entered a lot of fail-safes into the system for the flying cars, but it was still something to see it working so smoothly. The system had linked up to traffic control to check the surroundings before finding a nice slot for taking off. People could bypass the system, of course, but any accidents that happen because of such actions are entirely on them. As we flew, Nat kept throwing Alfred little questions to keep him fully interactive. What we had found was that once he got his body, Alfred would become silent for hours as he sat back and absorbed everything that happened around him. Nat had come up with the idea of keeping him in constant communication to keep his mind stimulated. I was of the mind that it was all right for him to be a little quiet since Maya was already so outgoing. Alfred was pretty soft-spoken, so I tried not to stress him now that he was no longer living inside a server, but I think it was all of Natasha's motherly instincts coming out. Pulling out my tablet, I check off on a few things while also interjecting into the conversation now and then. A lot of headway was made before we had arrived at the school. Once we touched down, though, I was greeted with an interesting sight before me. Aurora was dressed in some tight-fitting yoga pants with one of my sweaters thrown over a shirt with some regular sneakers on her feet. Maya was with her, and so was her other friend. Since little Ileana was here, her brother Colossus decided he wanted to tag along as well. Looking at Natasha made me want to put her over my knee with that smug smirk she had on her lips. There was plenty I could say, but I decided to keep my sass but point out the obvious that we couldn't all fit. Aurora gave me a smirk and pointed upwards in the direction of the heart tree. Colossus gave me a look of apology as I released a sigh. You know, I only wanted to hang out with my kids today, I said while giving them both the stink eye. That's fine because I would like to bring my daughter on a little trip. Aurora answered as she checked over Maya before checking the rest of the girls in the group. And what about you, big guy? I asked, turning in Colossus' direction. Colossus looked completely lost, but he was trying to keep up before he answered me. Little Anna asked to play princess. I said yes. Well, alrighty, then let's head to the Hollow Tower. Yay. The ride had not taken us that long before we arrived at the parking hub. With the advent of flying cars, parking garages had to be redesigned, allowing both mid-level and upper levels of entry for vehicles. We had touched down on level 3 before getting out and taking the elevator to the street level. We walked down the city block of the northern city as we went about our way. Looking around, I couldn't help but smile at the sight around me. The city had progressed from the last time I was here. In the air around us, some of the buildings floated on gravity emitters. Other buildings had interesting neon holograms covering the window panes as they wrapped around their buildings. With this city being the middle of the magic users and most of the entertainment, of course, the style was going to change from what it last was. Everything was far more advanced than back home, but now there was magic in the mix. Hell, looking off to the west, I could see the central library to the island float around defying gravity with gardens to match. There was a nudge at my shoulder that drew my attention to Aurora and Natasha. The raised eyebrow prompted me to speak. The moment I turned my back on the mad geniuses around me, things changed most spectacularly. I said as I nodded in the direction of the floating buildings. That's your influence at work, Ben. You gave them life, but you have also inspired them to keep on moving forward. Aurora said from the side. Let's not forget you like to say, forward is the best way to go, never backward. Natasha quipped from my other side. Duh, you said the sky was never the limit, only our imagination. Colossus spoke up as Ileana rode on one of his shoulders. Hearing that was weird, I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted us to be more than what we were and what the Marvel comics made the mutant race to be. I wanted us to explore the stars and bring humanity to the advent of the universe and beyond, but to hear that was something else. With that, I had gone silent as I went through more introspection as Aurora and Nat took over leading the small gaggle of kids. Quickly, we had made our way to a building that was at least 10 stories or more. On the front of the building was a holographic image of arcade with scrolling games sprawled across its front. Walking inside the building, we were greeted with a wide sprawling open atrium. Looking up, I noticed that the atrium went up for 3 floors connected by escalators and elevators. Hanging down in the middle, above our heads floated spheres that projected holovids and games currently in motion. Looking around, I noticed the number of kids and teenagers with parents around while some were without. There was a flash of red beside me, but I was already thinking ahead and moving. Hanging at my shoulder as if someone had cut her strings, floated Maya pouting at me. No running off. I told her smugly as I tapped her on the nose. The puppy eyes she gave me were a critical hit to the soul, but I was greater than lesser men. With a chuckle, I pulled Maya under my arm as I walked behind Nat to the counter. Aurora was the first to reach the counter and was engaged in conversation with the attendant. The kid at the counter had bright orange scales along the side of his neck, going down under his shirt. The scales seemed to reach the rest of his body because I noticed the same scales on his right hand, but not the left. The name tag on his chest had the name Kevin written on it, but I didn't need that as I had remembered the profile on the young man. Kevin had reached one of the safe houses in Australia with his sister. He had brought her with him out of the orphanage in search of a better life. His little sister didn't have any mutations, but we didn't really care about that. We accepted him because he was in search of a better life, but also had that spark of wanting to work to repay us taking him in. He didn't have anything other than his secondary school equivalent, but he had the will to work and better himself. His younger sister was placed in the school with the other kids, while Kevin was given a 2-bedroom apartment. He was currently working while also attending advanced classes to get his certifications in Pandora. Thousands of profiles like his had passed along my desk, allowing me to read them. This was so I could know those that lived on my island. Getting up to the counter, I ordered some time in one of the Hollow Room for one of the Rescue Princess games. The way the gaming tower and Hollow Rooms worked was really simple. The room was the size of a standard gym using space expansion. From there, the floor was covered in some of the most advanced nano-constructors you could find on this planet. I know using such advanced tech as props, gasps at the sacrilege. Each Hollow Room had the floor made up of nano-constructors that would take the form of anything to give mass to the holograms projected in the room. This also doubled as the walking floor since it would mess up the immersion if someone walks into the wall. Or they realized that they have been running in a circle for some time. I had some ideas to recreate some games, but I would have to submit those ideas later. Yeah, I was thinking life-sized Mario Karts, but who wouldn't? We did some more small talk before getting a room for a small group. Alright, so who wants to be the princess? I asked the girls. They looked around at each other before each of their hands shot into the air. Alright, everyone can be a princess. Chuckling, I turned around to let the counter guy know to add that into the programming. What I wanted to do was take control and set the commands myself, but I was trying to be just a dad today. Getting in the elevator, I noticed the floors went all the way up to 20, but our stop was on the 15th. The playtime tickets showed that we had room 2. Nat opened the door, allowing the kids to run inside. Inside the gaming room was a hologram set up as a forest where a knight in shining armor stood. The girls looked around for a moment before standing in front of the knight. Once I closed the door behind us, the holograms kicked in as the door vanished from sight. Hello, I have been informed that you young ladies are the princess of this kingdom in dire need of rescue. The knight spoke in deep tones. Before anyone could respond, the world shifted as the images changed to that of a cartoon nature. The girls giggled at the change as the knight was no longer tall and imposing. Now, the knight in question was 5 feet tall with a half plate and long curling mustache. This way, ladies. Maya and Ileana shared a look before folding their arms with a pout at the knight. We don't want to stay in some castle. Maya said with a pout on her lips. Yeah, we want to beat up the mean dragon. Ileana piped up at her side. Little ladies, that would not be possible. The knight replied as he tilted his head to the side. The knight in question had one of those slow dopey looks on its face. I was sure the programmers thought that this would be comical to see for any kids. Override Alfred Sigma Echo Echo 11. Alfred said from the side before anyone could interrupt. I looked over and noticed that he had a hollow computer open on his wrist as he walked up to the side of his sister. The knight paused for a moment before giving us a bow and vanishing in motes of light. Alfred turned around to look at us, then gave a shrug. She wanted to defeat the dragon herself. What? Nothing, just keep being a big brother. Aurora replied with a smile. Nat turned to give me a wink, and I noticed the smile on the Colossus' face. I turned in time to catch Maya pressing the start phrase that floated before her in a hologram. Character screens appeared in front of everyone, but I looked over Maya's shoulders to see her options. Chaos Princess, Fire Princess, Princess of Dance, the list went on and on. Shaking my head, I turned back to my own character screen to make a choice. Let's see, Rouge with a trench coat. Yeah, I'll go with that, and let's not forget the Nerf guns. I had no bloody need to run around with daggers. A flash of light caught my attention, and I turned to find the girls in a magical girl outfit. Frill's tutu with a rainbow wand and everything it entails. Aurora was now the healer, while Natasha took up the spot of the archer to the team. Turning some more, I found Colossus in a warrior's garbs ready to go. Alright girls, let's go defeat that bad dragon. Natasha said with a smile as she pushed Alfred forward. Alfred had picked the knight option, but I guess my kid was using cheat codes with what he was wearing. Alfred was decked out in an all-black suit of armor lined with red and gold. The sword on his back was large and bulky. From the way he walked, I could tell that the sword was one-hander that he could shift into two. The world around us shifted as the story started to play. It was a kingdom lost long ago, and that was when I tuned it out. Kill the evil dragon, yada yada. Rescue the land, yada yada. Save the people and the princess. I snorted at that because these girls needed no saving. Ignoring the story that's being told, I looked around and was amazed at the crazy Dungeons and Dragons holo program that was now a game kids could interact with. It was a long way from being tabletop when it was just Peter and I during middle school. The scenery changed, and before anyone could do anything, Nat already had 3 arrows launched into the trees. There was a burst of sparkles, and loot fell down onto the ground. Ileana was the first one to dash over to the loot, followed by Maya, then Alfred. Aurora looked at Natasha with a raised eyebrow, while Natasha had a sheepish look on her face. Sorry, I'll leave them for the kids. Nat replied with a wince. Chuckling, I walked up to the kids as Colossus looked around for any more ambushes. The only thing they had for me was dual crossbows, which I placed in my inventory. The girls got a new tiara of power, one glittered with each step, and the other allowed her to shoot rainbows. So which path shall we take? Aurora asked as she looked at the fork in the road a little ways past the trees. Rock, paper, scissor. Ileana said with a nod that Maya copied. We can't just. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Paper beats rock, I win. Maya yelled excitedly as puffs of glitter were produced with each excited jump she took. Onward to the right. Alfred, what did you get out of the loot pile? I asked, bumping my silent kid on the shoulder. I received a map and currency, father. Alfred replied, and I tried hard not to cringe at that. Dad, call me Dad, it can't be that hard. I know you call Nat, Mom. I replied with a sigh. I shall endeavor to try. Alfred replied cheekily. Before, I replied to his statement. My Nerf guns were already up, and I was tagging more targets as the girls ran towards them. The mini Nerf darts made piff-piff sounds as I fired, taking down my foes. Daddy. Sorry. I replied sheepishly, since I had taken them down the same way Nat did on pure reflex. The kids went to collect the loot, and what they found was candy, which was supposed to work as potions to give them back power. Ruhar. Yeek. A Trent roared and was instantly silenced with a smash from Aurora's mage staff as he tried to ambush us from the side of the road as the girls tried to dig through the loot. The Trent wasn't the size of those from Lord of the Rings. This thing was a 4-foot-tall chibi thing that made me feel bad for even wanting to attack it. Clang. Looking over, I found Colossus doing a classic facepalm about the situation. Turning away from him, Nat, Aurora, and I shared a small excited look. Before anyone could say anything, we began to sprint down the path. The first bandit that jumped out looked like he was right out of the Disney cartoons, but he was shot down with an arrow to the face paired with a Nerf dart. The one after him was knocked aside by Aurora's staff. Was I supposed to feel bad that we left Colossus back there with the kids? Sure, but not today. I ducked low as Aurora's staff went over my head, taking out the dwarf that jumped down from one of the trees aiming for my back. Nat blew Aurora a kiss as she took down a rider that was on the back of some unicorn, while I was firing at the lanky-legged scarecrow that was in the back as the wizard. Our assailants burst into glitter and sprinkles as we started to look around for more enemies. Mommy. Maya came flying up, flaming hair and all while Ileana rode on her brother's shoulder. I heard the sound of hooves. Turning, I found Alfred on a black pony with flaming hooves. I thought we were supposed to defeat the dragon? Maya asked in a pleading tone. I whistled while looking off in the distance as Natasha and Aurora shared looks. Okay, sweetie, lead us. Nat said as she placed a kiss on Maya's forehead. Dad. Turning around with a swiftness, I was struck a critical blow. Her little face looked so vulnerable. I just wanted to squish her cheeks together and squeal like a fangirl. Yes, pumpkin. I asked, trying not to fall victim to cuteness overload. Can you please walk in the back with both mommies? Maya asked with a pout as her bottom lip quivered. With a sigh, I allowed Nat and Aurora to drag me to the back of the group. After that, things picked up. The girls had fun calling out magical spells while Alfred went around with his shield to protect them from the baddies. Rainbows, glitter, and all manner of attacks burst the monsters before us, since there was no way that the kiddie games were going to show blood. The enemies all burst into different things, from cream puffs to glitter, to sparkles and the like. After we played for an hour, we finally came upon the dragon's hoard. The dragon's hoard was inside of a large cave dug into the side of the mountain. The front of the cave had one of those silly signs telling people to keep out and go away or be burned. Ileana whispered something in her older brother's ear. Before anyone could say anything, Colossus stepped forward and kicked the door down. We traveled deep down into the cave as we took down the Disney-looking dwarfs. Things progressed okay until we came up along a room filled with golden coins. Maya, Ileana, and her brother went into a little huddle to talk plans as we waited. Alfred to the forefront as the girls protected his back. They walked into the room with the dragon boulder as the sun shone within the sky. The dragon was as large as any school bus you could find within the States. Besides that, it was not as imposing as I thought it should be. The dragon was bright purple with some blue undertones. Along its back were spikes, and the fire that breathed out of its nose was not even fire. The dragon roared, and bubbles came pouring out of its mouth. The look Aurora gave the dragon said it all, and nothing was stopping me from doubling over to let out a full belly laugh. Natasha swatted me as she motioned towards the grim look on our kids' faces. With a sigh, I picked up my Nerf guns as rabbit monsters started to pour into the room. Aurora tossed out a healing spell every now and then while Nat and I just fired off pop shots at the dragon. The kids went through the rabbit monster like a whirlwind. They stood no chance as they burst into glitter and other things. Ileana made a call for her brother, who, in turn, charged the dragon as it fired bubbles at him, taking down some of his health. Maya called Alfred, who summoned his horse to let her ride as they attacked from some distance. I gave Aurora a peck on the lips, then turned and gave the same to Natasha. Without a look back, I took off running along the wall's face as I aimed and fired at the dragon. "Daddy, go for the belly!" Maya yelled while I was running along the wall. With a shrug, I did as my baby girl asked as I rained down Nerf darts at the dragon. Ileana was making her own summons, which turned out to be a large gingerbread man that attacked the dragon from the front. Dodging a swipe from the dragon's tail, I turned to find Aurora sprinting over some cover as she fired off her own spells. Arrows rained down from the sky, bringing my attention to Natasha, who was on the ceiling upside down as she attacked. The attack kept going for another 5 minutes before Maya asked us to pull back as she and Ileana stepped forward to the dragon. Before I knew it, Maya and Ileana were floating before the dragon as bright lights released in a halo effect. "By the magic of friendship we banish you." The light that surrounded the girls strengthened before pushing outwards. The dragon roared once more, but the beam that the girls unleashed had already slammed into the dragon, pinning it down. Yeah, there was no helping it as I facepalmed as the dragon exploded into candies. I recovered in time to see the girls pull Alfred into a group hug. I don't know who designed the kids mode, but I had no words. This thing was just weird, even by my standards. The back of the cave opened, causing massive amounts of sound, which drew everyone's attention. Alfred shrugged as his sister looked at him. Maya turned towards Ileana, who was already walking in the direction of the back of the cave. Aurora shook her head before following along. What we found in the back was loot, loot, and more loot. Gold and jewels surround us on all sides. Along the corners were piles of gold, and around the room in a circle were multiple treasure chests. Out of the treasure chest came the uploads for princess dresses that they could load into their UMF suits. Some of the other chests contained credits to be spent on the island. The prizes actually surprised me because they can actually be useful. Yeah, this would need to be under review. With that in mind, I fired off a snap message. After sending the message, I noticed the time. We did some last checks before getting the kids together so that we could leave to have our lunch. I knew the girls wanted to play one more round, so I paid for another and kept the room reserved as we went out for lunch. Once Alfred and the girls had their lunch, they had made their way back to the gaming tower, but I had to get back to my own work. I left the kids with Aurora, Natasha, and Colossus as I made my way to the southern city to my military base. When I touched down in the hover taxi, I found the base a hive of activity. I noticed the spider tanks off to the left of the base, and the gunships on the right. I could see the industrial repulsor lift moving from the layers down under the base that carried out training, while others housed the arsenal. Faura walked up to greet me, and at her side was her brother Alexander. We shared pleasantries before moving to the hidden train that would take up to the spaceport that was located between here and the western city. The west side of the island was more of a barren nature, and it made for the perfect place to have the port station. Looking down at myself, I decided it was time to change. Since I was using the template from Halo, I had already made the Fleet Admiral's Lasky in my smartband. My pants changed from blue slacks to movable dress pants. My shirt changed from over and Under Armour to a dress shirt that was topped by a long-sleeve flak-type shirt. My shoulder changed to have small armor pads. A gun holster appeared on my hip as I felt my back get reinforced by a spinal and back brace. A crown appeared on my shoulder and lapels that drew my eye, as did the utility belt around my waist. That's interesting, I mumbled as I checked out the gold chevrons under the crown. You look good, my king, Faura said as she handed me a sidearm with an ammunition pack in her other hand. I looked at the sunshot in her hands and knew who was the one that changed my suit. Taking the weapon, I did a quick safety check before clearing the weapon, then holstering the pistol. Thanks, General, I said as she led the way into the base. I turned to the side to speak to her brother, since he was the one running the development of the island. Alex was made with the collected genius genetic material of 10 different recorded intellects. Besides the sample of Richard's I took and added to the stock, there were a few more inside Nathaniel's genetic storage, including powers that gave extreme intelligence boost. So give me the rundown, Alex. With the advent of the miniature sun that now powers our island, we finished the creation of the molecular synthesizer and forge. This will enable us to recycle all of our waste into synth blocks, Alex said with some pride in his voice. With the completion of the forge, we have been able to experiment with some of the ideas you have had written on your server for creation. Our material synthesis has allowed us to create a new variant of space steel. Space steel? I asked, interrupting Alex's flow. Please tell me that's not the name you have it classified under? The silence that met me said enough. Ugh, let's just steal the term Durasteel from Star Wars. Of course, my king, Alex replied as he shot off the change on his holopad. Ah yes, we have also completed that special satellite, which would allow us to connect to the wider galaxy. I have also been going over the plans for that cruiser design as a test bed and space station, and I would have to inform you that we would not be able to complete those within the year. Faster if we are able to get the forge online. That's fine, Alex. I have a plan for that, I replied as I tapped my chin. Faura had a frown when Alex talked about not being able to get the battle cruiser plans completed in time. Ignore the cruiser for now and focus on the space station. I held up my hand to stop Faura from interrupting as I stepped into the underground hypertrain. Are the squids and nanoforge completed? I asked Alex, turning towards him. Of course, my king. We even had the nanoforge installed on the main exploration vessel, like you asked, Alex replied as he puffed his chest forward. Then have them loaded onto the shuttle that we will be taking out into space, I said while taking my seat. We can drop them off at the belt. The squids will survey for what we want, then have the nanoforge turn one of the asteroids into a proper space station. My general and science minister sat down with me as the train started to move while they took down my plans. We set up a portal, then we gain access to exotic materials and all the metals, gold, and other things we will need. This is how we are going to build the cruiser and everything else. Once the station is up, I would like my Spartans to start running spaceborne operations. Faura cut in with plans to make sure our soldiers were well-rounded in their fields of expertise. Alex gave her a verbal confirmation, and I sent off a message to Marcus to meet us at the spaceport. Now that I had my military general and minister of science in front of me, there was no reason to sideline the archmage of my island. We rode the hyperrail as I laid out my plans and vision for the future. On the side, I had one of the aides set up a video call so that Marcus could be kept abreast of the situation. Marcus had roughly 1,000 mages under his command, and they have been doing damn good work. He had advanced extremely far with some ideas from me and being pushed in the direction of the Ancient One. Most of the portals we were using had a combination of magic and science, since he worked hand in hand with Alex in their development. They had also worked on the study of how the island created its own plant portals, and the portal that was destroyed when I went to rescue Peter. The ride was short as we arrived at the spaceport right under the entrance center. As I stepped out of the hyperrail, a flare of gold drew my attention. The flash of gold was a portal that Marcus used to get to our location. Marcus walked out of the portal, looking like a large Viking. He walked with a loose flowing robe that showed off his mage tattoos. Those same tattoos were sparked from an idea that I had on my Black server, which my heads of office were allowed access. The mage tattoos came from an idea I had about redoing Roy Mustang's gloves from Fullmetal Alchemist. We had found that a person could find their focus, then internalize that, with the internalization, they would be able to produce magic. Magic was both dimensional power and channeling the cosmic forces through one's person. Well, Marcus took that a step further than we thought was possible, and it was a damn runaway success. Using the holoprojectors, Marcus had taken a 3D print, then converted that into a tattoo. To place the tattoo on his body, Marcus had used a gram of vibranium mixed with an NX5 Chi solution to stitch the focus into his skin above his heart. The life-giving nature of the Chi solution mixed and propagated with the living organic bonding and adapting nature of the vibranium. Once the tattoo was placed on his skin, the magic breathed life into the focus. One of the discoveries of the focus tattoos was that it also grew with the person's magical growth. Hell, the tattoo glowed and changed with the element that the Magi liked. With that discovery, all of the magic users on the island got themselves on. Hell, they even had the main anchoring rune that was placed on the sling rings. Now they didn't even need that to travel. Thank you for joining us on such short notice, Marcus, I said as I stretched an arm out for a shake. Today we have to launch the shuttle, and since you and your people have done such extensive work on it, I felt you should also be here to witness it. My king, thank you for inviting me. Marcus replied with a jovial smile. Come along, let's go inspect the shuttle. I replied as I followed along behind one of the attendants that were being our guide. I strolled with easy grace to my steps as primes followed along. Behind them were my guards and the rest of the security forces. We walked through some doors and across a large platform. We came to the shuttlecraft I would be taking into space. The shuttle was gunmetal gray with red stripes along the side, just how I like it. At first, I wanted to make something like the jumpers from Stargate Atlantis, but I was building something new, and there was no way I wanted to make some copy. The front was all clear carbon composite crystalline structured glass that was 10 times harder than the advanced titanium they used on the space station in orbit. There was the main viewing window with a lined bracket wrapping the cockpit made of adamantium. Under the cockpit, I noticed 2 triple-barrel mass accelerated cannons. That had me let out a whistle in appreciation. Damn, I wanted to fire those babies already. The 2 large fins on the side housed the anti-gravitation drivers, and from their rotation and movement from the testing, those drivers were able to pull off torque vectoring like the F-22 Raptor. There was some golden finish here and there along the shuttle, but I paid that no mind as I took in her beauty. Looking down, I was surprised with the schematics that said the shuttle was 10 meters on the outside. Yeah, I would have to agree with them on that. Tapping my smartband, I allowed it to sync up with my tablet as I made my way to the back of the shuttle. Along the side of the shuttle, I felt the thrum of power that pulsed through the vehicle. The ramp was down, but I took the time to look at the triple door set to keep the vacuum of space on the outside. With a nod, I walked past the airlock and into the cargo bay of the shuttle. The cargo bay was 50 meters in length, and it had clear signs of expansion runes at work. Floating in the air were a couple of spheres that worked as the cargo bay's tractor systems to move pallets and items around. The sound of clanking drew my attention to the loaders as they filed in with 20 of the squids I asked to be made. Walking over, the first thing I noticed was the 20 eyes that laid on the crown in a 360-degree arc of view. The main eyes were open the top and bottoms, then on both sides. Each of the 8 arms was far more advanced variants of Otto's arms, each capable of withstanding the harshness of space. Did I steal these squids from the Matrix? Hell yeah, I did. With one look at these things, anyone could tell where I got the idea from. Hell, I wanted thousands of these patrolling and scanning the asteroid belt. Some would keep my people safe, while the rest would scan for viable asteroids to mine. Pulling out my tablet, I smiled as I looked at the updates going to the squids. Even the nanoforge was updated with its connection to the docking station for the squids. I listened to the technical aspects from Alex as I walked around, inspecting each of the mechanical tentacles. Once that was finished, I was directed to the elevator so that I may inspect the cockpit. I noticed on the layout for the ship that there was a portal room on the same floor that housed the crew quarters. There was a decent-sized mess hall and medical facilities. I approved of those also. We breezed by the armory on our way to the cockpit. The doors parted with a swoosh, and I was greeted with 4 seats in the cockpit. The canopy of the cockpit had one large unified hologram. I could see that the secondary seats had access to the internal defense systems and data streams. The co-pilot seat had the weaponry, while the pilot seat had overall control of the vessel. Tapping my overall command code into the center console activated the shield. We had worked out the issues with the cloaking and kinetic shields. Now we had a system in place called the Shroud. The idea came from Dragon Scales, and it worked amazingly under heavy testing, and without transponders, it wouldn't even show up on our own sensors. It was an overlapping octagon layer system that solved the issues we had with shorting out capacitors. Tapping some more commands in, I pulled up the camera feed of the spaceport and watched the video of the shuttle going invisible. Kinetic shields, energy shields, and all the rest were great, but this shroud was a game breaker. It was going to be one of the backbones of my military. The shroud didn't interfere with anything and gave us full functionality while invisible. I was putting in some commands to shut everything back down. I turned to get some more information before leaving to get myself changed into a spacesuit. While in the dressing room, I was stripped down to my boxers, placing a UMF suit belt around my waist. "So tell me, General, who will be my co-pilot for this flight?" I asked out loud while pressing the activation button on my UMF belt. A space suit worthy of adventure out into the harsh vacuum of space wrapped my body snugly. Flexing my fingers and rotating my arms helped me check the full range of my motions. Looking down, I noticed the boots that wrapped my feet, magnetic yet stylish. There was another golden crown over my heart and on my lapels. Ignoring those, I moved from the dressing room to find Jean standing before me in a red spacesuit with a phoenix over her heart. "When did you get your pilot's certificate?" I asked as I looked at her smug grin. "When you had the writing exam snuck into my workload, I decided why the hell not." Jean replied with her hands on her hips. "I also put in about 100 hours into the Sims. And I passed a few tests given out by the military. Not only that, but the Phoenix said I could survive in the vacuum if anything happens." Jean said that with such disregard, I could only grumble because of what I knew about that damn overpowered chicken. Instead of arguing with her, I pulled Jean into a fierce kiss. "They do realize we are here, right?" "Yes, Marcus, they do, but we are not to interrupt." Jean and I parted, and her face flushed while I just ignored Marcus and Alex being the peanut gallery on the side. Jean walked in front while I followed up behind her as we made our way back to the spaceport. I took in the gold trim along with her suit as it hugged that fine, but while She-Cat walked in front of me. My general and the rest left to head to the command center as I walked into the docking area of the spaceport. On the docks stood 10 Spartans all decked out in their full gear, waiting to head up into space. Looking at their 3 Malawian Quachas Milchner armor made me look at my own. They looked damn good, while I looked like a damn space cowboy. "Pre-flights have been completed and only need your confirmation, sir." The Spartan nearest to me in the camo green said. "I know everyone's been drilled in discipline, so at ease, Spartan," I said with a wave of my hands, and Jean and I came to a stop before the group. "Load up and strap in. What's your name, Spartan?" "Anderson, sir, and my second-in-command's name is Sanchez." "All right, Anderson, Sanchez, let us see what we are working with," I said as I accepted their salutes before we all loaded into the back of the shuttle. I sent a nod in the direction of the crew chief as he went about double-checking the cargo, ensuring that it was locked down properly. The Spartans strapped in as we walked past their seated area to the cockpit. Before I sat down, Sanchez stopped me as he reached for my UMF belt. I looked at him with a raised eyebrow as he didn't even reply but grunted as he pulled out my helmet from the storage space. Anderson was helping Jean with hers. I had noticed that everyone kept their helmets on, but I didn't know why. "Just a precaution," Sir Anderson answered because of the look I was giving Sanchez. "We know from all of the tests that the shuttle will work, but cosmic radiation is still a valid concern. We have shields in the way, then the hull of the shuttle, and then our suits." Taking a moment to think, I had a flash of the Fantastic Four in the comics. Ugh, that was also a possibility, but I was certain that Reed's overeager but was nowhere close to my important projects. Pulling on my helmet, an augmented reality layer that showed more information about the shuttle. "This is flight control," the comms system announced. "Flight control, this is Blake, go ahead," I replied as I started with the pre-flight checks. Jean was checking the radar and the weapons systems. "Sir, you have been cleared of the airspace and have clearance for liftoff," Command said as they sent the overlay of the island's changed flight paths. The anti-grav boosters check out, and so did everything else. Coolant system, communications, environmental systems. There were no issues as far as I could tell. Flight control, this is Blake. Please clear the flight deck. Repeat, please clear the flight deck. An alarm went up, and so did a shield for the platform. That was an interesting addition, but I wasn't going to say anything against it. Shields are active, Jean said as her hands flew across the control panel. I'm starting with a hover before we shoot out of here. I replied while flipping switches. Retracting landing gear. Landing gear retracted. Shroud is up, Jean said as she did her part as my co-pilot. Alright, let's kick it up a notch. With that, I turned the shuttle towards the open ocean. With a little nudge from me, we shot out of the spaceport at Mach 5. Whoa. Baby got some kick. I laughed out at the speeds we were going with only a nudge from myself. That was nowhere near the speed of escape velocity that was needed. We had to go at a speed of 26 miles per hour, and we barely went over 3 Luckily for the shuttle, we were still only pushing around 1% in output. Pulling back on the flight stick, I angled us for the stars as upped out output to 10%. The automatic dampers kicked in as I heard a whomp from the shuttle. Jean was calling out something from her co-pilot seat, but I was having far too much fun as I rode this tiger. Damn, there was one thing running at these speeds, and then there was controlling a ship or vehicle that can go almost as fast as I can. We went up and up at an angle before punching out of the atmosphere and pushed right into vacuum. The controls went from stiff and controlled to slick with grease. I eased back the power as we rocketed towards the moon. Bringing us around, I had us into a hover as we ran system checks roughly 200 kilometers from the moon. Shuttlecraft 01, this is Command. Do you read? Flight Control, this is Shuttlecraft 01. We read. Be advised, Command is running scans and diagnostics. Jean snorted at my side, and I heard her mention something about her running her own checks. Environmental seals are holding, sir. Anderson spoke up from the seat behind my own. Same with the atmospheric recyclers. Sanchez rumbled in his deep voice. Everyone was a hive of activity, and I said nothing and just let the people do their work. We sat in space for half an hour before I had enough of the waiting. Flight Control, this is Blake. I said, fingering the push button for the communication system. I'm going to open up the hyperkinetic power source and push into the belt. I want these squids set up before the end of the day. Ah, my king, we have protocols to go through. I could hear the hesitance in Alex's voice as he spoke over the communication systems. Bah, if this blows up, Jean and I can just bring the Spartans back by hand. I replied, waving off his worry. There was no reply, so I started to change over the power source and flipped switches to change the cooling system on the anti-grav drives. Music kicks in over the speakers once the track was selected. The guitar thrummed as the music hits, Highway to the Danger Zone. Alright, Jean, here we go. While we were waiting on the scans to finish from Command, I had already selected one of the initial asteroids. This was selected one of our satellites had scanned a while back. The initial kick meant that we needed to tighten up the reaction time of the inertial dampers because wow, these damn anti-grav drives had some kick. The little holo radar in the center that shows the Earth and Moon on a holographic display changed as we rocketed out of their gravity wells. We were now going 20 times the escape velocity necessary and had already vastly outstripped the furthest anyone had been out of Earth with their own creations. Our speeds kept on increasing as we neared Mars within the first 10 minutes of flight. My heart beats to the sound of the track as I sunk into my seat from the forces. Jean laid in a course for me to use Mars as a slingshot to get us out to the asteroid belt. Ignoring the command prompts back from Earth, I followed the flight path as I still rode this tiger. With no harsh gravity well besides the Sun, Saturn and Jupiter, the controls were slick with ease while we were out in space. It was fun using my reaction time to adjust on the fly at rates that no human could possibly copy. I knew that the computers were recording everything, and that was damn good because no one else would be able to copy my moves. A tremor started in the controls as we approached Mars on the port side of the shuttle. The lights flashed, notifying me that our speed was too high. I shifted us towards the starboard side of the planet's rotation to keep the vibrations down. Activating the boosters on the port side gave us a kick away from the planet. With our angle of approach dialed in, we shot around the planet at speeds that made me damn proud. The shroud was stressed a little, from what the readouts told me, but I didn't care. I was flying this wench flat out, giving everything she had. Rolling us over, I had the belly faced out into space as the cockpit looked down on the red planet beneath us. Jean let out a gasp from my co-pilot's seat as we cruised around the planet below. The shuttle shot out of Mars' gravitational well, going twice as fast as we entered it. The whoops of joy drew my attention to the crew feed as they had their hands up in the air. Hell, we flew hard and fast for the last when we finally arrived at our destination. Asteroid P9564 was fast approaching on the holo radar. Instantly, I knew we had a problem. There was no way to come to a solid stop in space without some tricky maneuvering. The asteroid was 100 miles wide, and we were going to overshoot the damn thing if I didn't think fast. There was a spark of an idea in my mind, and that was when I knew I might be a little crazy. Cutting the engines removed all added acceleration, even though our momentum was still carrying us forward. Shifting all of that power, I had it routed through the front thrusters at the front of the shuttle. What this did was cause us to pull off a backflip before I kicked in the anti-grav engines once more. The entire shuttle lurched as we came to an arrested stop. Quickly, I powered down the drives as I started up our system diagnostics. That was a hard ride, and I wanted all of the data on the stress points the shuttle went through. I knew that the body would be fine because of the adamantium casing, but other parts could have suffered. Releasing my seat straps, I checked for any radiation types before pulling my helm off. Before anyone could say anything, I was already out of my seat while pulling Jean up with me. I moved like a hurricane as my lips met hers and our tongues dueled for dominance. There was a flare of red as Jean increased her power to dominate the kiss. Chuckling internally, I allowed Jean to dip me over, letting her win our little kissing battle. There were whistles and catcalls from the Spartans before Jean let me back up. All right, settle down," I said with good humor as I waved down the Spartans that came into the cockpit to look out the main viewing port. The view was damn beautiful out here in the vastness of space. On one side was the vastness of beyond with twinkling stars, and on the other side were asteroids the size of miniature planetoids, states, mountains, and much, much more. This was a rich field that I was going to exploit, like the damn American that I am. Anderson, you're with me. Sanchez, you're with Jean. Get all of the data collected and the shuttle ready to head back. Accepting my yes sirs, I made my way past the Spartans as they filed in behind me. Yes, I enjoyed the ride, but we had come out here to do a job. We trooped down to the cargo bay on a mission, and I was already throwing around orders. Master Chief, take 2 Spartans and unstrap that satellite uplink first. Anderson, take 5 Spartans to unhook those squids. I want that docking bay with a nanoforge the shuttle once the satellite uplink's set. I was shouting orders as I made my way to the airlock with 3 Spartans following. Pulling on my helmet, I had the 3 following me to check my environmental shields before heading into the airlock. Checking my wrist computer, I watched the scans from the asteroid pop up. There was no gravity outside, but I would be okay since I had my own form of 3-dimensional movement. Ready? I asked, turning to the 3 that decided to follow in my footsteps. The nods I got back in response put a smile on my lips as I led the way into the airlock. There was a hiss as the door closed, and the air was pulled back into the life support systems. The touch function on the gel pad on the other door flashed green. There was a swoosh, and we were out into the void. My equilibrium changed as I flew out over the asteroid. The Spartans bound out about 50 meters from the back of the shuttle, before they took out some spike markers from their belt of holding. My suit systems were doing their own scans of the area while I floated out in the void. The last thing I wanted was to run into a xenomorphic's eggs while my people mined out here. Hell, I had strict protocols in place for discoveries like those. Fire, death, and large nukes were in the future of the idiots that stumbled across something like that. The scans from the spikes came back, letting us know what was directly underneath us. Gold, some new type of metal never recorded, and so much more was flowing through in data streams. Hell, there was even a gas pocket next to a 20-meter compressed diamond. Yeah, mining the asteroid belt was a damn good idea. All we had to do now was find more vibranium, and then this expedition would pay for itself 100 times over. Changing over my comms unit, I was hit with the excited chatter from the command center as the scientist there was going over the data scans we were sending back. With a snort at them, I changed my comms back over to the shuttle and her team. Jean, take the shuttle into a hover, then bring her to heading 1.6.7, I spoke into my comms. Master Chief, is that satellite ready for launch? Yes, my king, Master Chief replied back as I used my gravity manipulation to pick up my Spartans. Anderson, open the back and let the satellite out first. I commanded into my comms while floating in the void. We waited and watched as Anderson and his team pushed out a large metal frame the size of a double-door fridge. Anderson and Rubio in the blue camo Spartan colors pushed off from the back ramp of the shuttle, allowing me to catch them with my gravity manipulation. The glowing purple hand reader on the front brought my attention to where I had to place my hand for authorization. After entering my codes, I moved the satellite back from our location to allow it to grow and unshrink. We all watched as the satellite went from 2 meters in height to over 100. This was one of the most powerful communications arrays that we have created to date, yet it was still smaller than the asteroid that we floated next to. Command here, we are getting a clear reading of the galactic communication systems. Alex said over the comms. We are still unable to read it. Faura growled out. Snort, speak for yourselves. I can read it just fine. Marcus spoke up, adding in his bit. I knew that gave everyone pause from the way things went silent. What, you should have been reading my reports. We solved the Universal Planetary Translation runic array. Here it's this little tattoo behind my ear. Marcus said as I heard him show something off. My visor flashed to show me what he was talking about, and I held in the urge to snap at him. We have even took a look at those other transmissions you had, and I guess the array is now universal, it would seem. Hell, it's only right because the array is hooked into a person's neural net bypassing everything else, so you get a true understanding of words and body language. Sigh. Get the translation software running, and Marcus, put some of our mages on that task. I said, giving my command. There was a reason why I had my own magic users at my disposal, and this was one of them. Hell, once I meet Thor, I would have to ask him about letting my people learn all speak. It would be interesting to see if Marcus's little translation array matched up. Ignoring them, I flew myself and the Spartan to stand on the side of the satellite. Looking down on the asteroid, I noticed the 3-point glow of the data jacks we had placed down. Anderson was floating outside of the shuttle on a tether as he held onto the handles of the nanoforge. The nanoforge was shaped like a javelin with 4 ribs along its center. Anderson let it float out, but I caught it before it could go too far. With a push, I had the nanoforge lined up between the data spikes. My HUD gave me precise targeting as I pulled back before jamming it into the asteroid. The nanodrills activated, allowing the spike to drill further into the asteroid. The 4 ribs were going to disconnect when a chamber was created to form a portal back home. This was going to solve a lot of issues with logistics and so much more. Hell, I wanted my force of squids to expand to 100 more, if not 1,000. Those matrix squids were going to map and chart out the asteroid belt for me and my forces. So thoughts and plans flitted through my mind about my new playground. Before I could do anything else, I received a red alert on my personal line. What I saw struck me with dread. On my wrist showed a larger burly man with ham chops, but it was the lady he walked with into my safe house that formed ice into the pit of my stomach. Beep. 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 The Black King Sebastian Shaw was walking onto my property, but it was who he brought that filled me with dread. She stood 5 feet 10 inches, long flowing black hair with light blue eyes. Facial recognition scans had already brought up her profile, and my own meta-knowledge filled in the rest. The Black Queen of England, the Black Priestess Celine Gallio, walked into my safe house. She was an SSS tier Omega class threat, and now she was stretching into my backyard. I was pissed. They didn't even decide to visit alone either. No, from the reports, they came with 50 followers that were now waiting outside of my safe house in Morocco. Hell, they didn't even want to fight on their own home turfs. Jean, you're in charge. Faura, have them stall at the safe house in Morocco and get my battle armor ready. I didn't wait for a reply, because I didn't need one, I was already moving. Stars whizzed by as I moved with a purpose. Speed, I am speed. Nothing was faster than me, not even light. The stars shifted and changed, but my augmented HUD kept my focus on where Earth was compared to my position. I stepped on space itself as I ran home. The void couldn't hold me. The distance could not sway me from my path. There was no void. There was only me. I pushed and pushed. I was focused on the task laid out before me. Within moments, I watched as that glorious blue marble of water enlarged within my vision. I ran past the upper atmosphere as I made my way to Pandora. I was so focused, I didn't even realize I ran right through Pandora's shields. Within seconds, I was over the military base while people were frozen mid-action. Ignoring them, I went on my way to my personal armory. If they came loaded for a fight, then war they shall receive. Checking the clock, I was surprised to see that it only took me 5 minutes from the asteroid belt to get back home on my own power. Bypassing everything, I made my way towards the armory that I kept for myself. Faura was already there with Marcus and Alex in tow. I pulled a full stop as I dumped all of my momentum into the Speed Force. Ignoring the three, I walked up to my armor on display. My axe was in the display case right beside my armor. The first thing I noticed was the new array of runic clusters written all over the axe. Even in front of my armor, I could feel the thrum of power emitting from the weapon. Tapping on my UMF belt, I threw it to the side as I walked up to my redesigned armor. Most of the armor was red with flashes of golden lightning bolts broken up with some blacks. There was a red bat located on the chest with the same lightning bolt. The material felt like a mixture of high-quality fabric and leather mixed. I was just happy it wasn't latex. The armor plating was a mixture of vibranium and ceramic crystal latticework. The armored shirt first followed the combat pants. I noticed the gray of vibranium here and there but paid it no mind as I pulled on my boots quickly. I gave those a once-over and noticed that they were built for a speedster. Putting that out of mind, I pulled on my gauntlets that also had fingerless gloves instead of solid metal. I appreciated the look of the single blades that came out with a mental command on the left gauntlet. On my right hand was a triple minigun system set in a triangle formation. 2 of the rotating barrels were located on each side of my right gauntlet, with a rotating barrel underneath. My right hand looked like an unholy abomination to kill it with lead. Flexing my mental command put those away as I looked over the rest of my armor. There were runic arrays all over my chest, arms, legs, and back. I noticed fortification, spiritual boost, negate illusions. Hell, there was even the runes for the sling rings teleportation anchors located on my utility belt. There the helmet was deconstructed into the suit. I noticed there were 2 small triangle devices with nano-adhesive on the bottom that went on the sides of my face. Putting those on the side of my eyes close to my ears activated the smart glasses function. With my armor on, I reached for my axe, placing it on my back and not in my storage. Next, I reached for the super shotgun that was on display beside my axe. This was something I have been working on for some time. It was made with adamantium, of course for the frame, but I had taken it a step too far. During the casting process, I had the Hola projections imprint millions of power runs along the shotty. Marcus had made the arrays for me, and the advanced 3D printers did the rest. The super shotty could shot hot plasma alone at velocities capable of punching holes in 20mm thick armor. It was also able to launch concussive forces of air, but a shotgun would always be a shotgun. The super shotty was a triple-barreled monster, and there was no way around it. Not with something that had unlimited ammo at its disposal. Once I was fully kitted out, the look on my face was completely feral. Turning around, I was ready to cross the planet to face my new foes. Unfortunately, Marcus stopped me before I could take off running. Our general went to get changed. The message she left asked us to meet out on the tarmac. Marcus said to me as he watched me heft my axe onto my back. I grunted and said one word. Portal. Marcus snapped to attention and had a portal open to the outside, where I found a small army standing waiting for us. Before I could say anything, Faura dropped out of the sky in a classic superhero landing. Yeah, that's right, she was my superwoman. We are ready, my king. Faura said boldly as she stood up to her full height. This allowed me to see the battle armor that she wore, and damn did she look amazing. The suit was full-body advanced polymer UMF spandex, with metal boots, greaves, and over-armor that protected her chest. This design was another taken straight from my black servers, and damn did it look good on her. There was only one thing to say about it. No cape. There was a nod as the cape disappeared into the back of her armor. Let me introduce you to your Praetorian Guard. 300 of the best Spartans we had to offer. Farah boldly stated as she waved her hand towards the soldiers that stood before us. Personally trained by Natasha and myself. Capable of flight, speed, strength, and intelligence to think outside the box. Good. I replied as I checked the blades on the side of my gauntlets. I was interrupted by the activated holoscreen that was notified of tensions rising. Marcus, portal. Without replying to my command, Marcus had already turned around. He activated a portal the size of a double garage door. My head was held high, and my shoulders were squared. It was time to war.
And that concludes this episode. If you enjoyed it, I'd seriously love it if you guys could leave a like on the video, as it genuinely helps out so much, and it keeps me going, plus it takes only 1 second. That said, have a wonderful day. See you in the next one.